You ever gave everything you had and still got thrown away like you were nothing? I did. My name is Ichinose Ikome. They called me the god of the swift blade. I bled for my country. I fought on the front lines. I risked everything, again and again. And what did I get for it? They called me obsolete. They called me weak. They called me dead weight. And maybe they were right. They cast me out. Then, while my old team was off collecting glory somewhere else, an S-rank calamity tore through my city. No one strong enough was near. No one but me. I knew I couldn't win. I wasn't there to win. I was there to buy time, second by second, life by life, and maybe they were right about me after all. That day, standing in front of a legendary dragon, I fell. But before I died, I stole something, a mythical item, a broken watch from the god of time himself. And with my dying breath, I used it. 10 years. I clawed my way back 10 years into the past. Not this time. Not the same mistakes. Not playing it safe. This time, I'm choosing the class everyone laughs at, the one no one's ever made work. The weaker they thought I was, the stronger I'm going to become. I'm starting from scratch, with the hardest, most powerful class there is, and I'll show this world that threw me away. They need to fear me. Ichinose is impressed by what he sees outside. His phone's information matches the watch. He then remembers using the watch to go back in time, and the system warned him that once used, the item would disappear from all timelines. Ichinose decides to check his system status. He sees everything is blank, which makes him believe he really did go back in time. After processing this, he decides to take advantage of this chance to become the strongest adventurer. The protagonist watches a debate about the increasing number of casualties and how normal people can't enter portals. One man says the scale of monsters is increasing every year, and the risk will be higher unless people in portals are separated. This makes Ichinose realize he really went back 10 years. He knows there won't be such calm debates in the future, as it was common knowledge that people wanted a strong defense force. Knowing things ahead of time is a big advantage. The information about how to get experience points and precious items will be a powerful weapon for him. Ichinose thinks he needs to get a class first, no matter what. But before getting a class, he needs to reach level 10. Low-level portals, especially those non-class users can enter, are convenient. Guilds guard them without conquering them. In an F-rank goblin nest portal, the protagonist plans to reach level 6. There, he sees an older guy fighting. The man says that was a close call and asks the newbies if they're okay. Ichinose wonders what's wrong with this old man. The man tells him walking alone is dangerous because even though goblins are weak, they can gang up and surround him. He introduces himself as Kenji Ohara, a level 16 longsword user, and says he's there to protect beginners entering the dungeon. He also says he's known as the tutorial guy. The protagonist sighs and thinks the old man isn't a bad person, but he feels uncomfortable around him. As they walk, the old man says his company went bankrupt when the portal disaster happened. He figures he can guide people even if he's older, so he put his whole heart into this task. Ichinose wonders if he should just follow him forever. Anyway, he manages to reach level 10 because he levels up quickly, thanks to his privileged knowledge. Kenji tells the protagonist he did well to get so far. He also says he's strong and will become a strong adventurer one day. Ichinose knows that even though he was demoted, he was a former S-rank before returning. The old man also says that now that he's level 10, he can choose his class and should take his time thinking about which one to pick. He even offers advice, but the protagonist has his own thoughts. Ichinose knows that selectable classes are based on his skills and stats, and skills can be unlocked by using points in certain stats. The old man recommends the longsword user class, so the protagonist can fight with strength, just like him. But given the protagonist's delicate fighting style, the thief class wouldn't be bad either. However, this is exactly what the protagonist doesn't want right now. Kenji asks if he doesn't have any skills yet and says maybe he just doesn't know how to choose. He also asks if he wasn't taught haste and strength during training. He says haste and strength increase his stats. These two skills are considered absolutely necessary, and the protagonist already had them. But he knows that if he wants to be a top-ranked adventurer, using them would be a waste of HP. He spent all night thinking about getting a specific skill. Kenji warns him not to do it. Still, the protagonist picks the fall resistance skill. The old man says resistance skills are rarely useful, and fall resistance is the most useless of all, but the protagonist knows exactly what he's doing. The old man keeps bothering him, saying he must be bad with heights and should pick a better skill next time. Ichinose then upgrades fall resistance to level 2, which drives the old man crazy. He upgrades it again to level 3, making the old man even more upset. The old man is super confused, thinking he wasted all his points on fall resistance. He also realizes this means the protagonist can only choose between the swordsman and villager classes, but the protagonist doesn't seem bothered. He's about to pick the hidden gravity user class. This class only appears if someone puts all the HP they gained up to level 10 into fall resistance, which is exactly what the protagonist did. The requirements were strict, so it took a long time to discover this. Even after it was discovered, no one got the class because it was too hard to use. There was no research on it even after 10 years, but the protagonist knows about it because he was an S-rank adventurer. He says gravity user is the strongest class. The system then asks for class confirmation. The old man warns that it's a magic class and he should be a swordsman, but the protagonist is sure about his choice. His system confirms he chose the gravity user class. Ichinos is super happy with his choice, unlike the old man. Still, the protagonist says this is the magic class he was waiting for. From now on, he says he'll aim for the top with this class and live without facing the humiliation he once did. But without knowing his past, the old man says magic classes aren't good. He also says Ichinozi is vulnerable, his resistance will be low, and his battle mortality rate will be extremely high. Finally, he tells the protagonist he should give up being an adventurer. Ichinos knows the old man only says this because people think melee classes are the strongest at this time. Suddenly, their conversation gets cut short. A red-hooded goblin appears and starts attacking people nearby. The old man thinks it must be a joke and asks why such a high-level monster showed up. He knows this goblin is a rare monster with a low chance of appearing. He only came here because he thought there would only be low-level monsters around. Now the old man thinks it's better to run, but he knows there are only rookies around, all about level 10, so he decides he has to do something. Ohara tells the protagonist to run, saying he'll distract the enemies. The protagonist sees the red-hooded goblin and thinks Ohara can easily defeat it, given their levels. But watching them fight, Ichinos realizes Ohara isn't used to fighting enemies at his own level. Ohara asks if anyone is confident enough to face a monster above level 15. No one steps forward. They're too scared, saying one hit would be the end for them. Ichinos thinks he shouldn't try to fight, as he's not at a level to handle the threat. He can't even predict the goblin's movements, and one hit would be game over for him. A gravity user's stats are low, and he hasn't even looked at his skills yet. But then he remembers Ohara, who always worries about novices. Leaving someone like that in trouble doesn't sit right with him. The protagonist also doesn't hate fighting stronger enemies. Ohara insists Ichinos can't fight the goblin at his current level. He says magic classes are weak against physical attacks, and with this level difference, Ohara says the protagonist would die in seconds. But Ichinosi stares at the red-hooded goblin. He sees it only as an enemy to test the power of his chosen class. He bet his second life as an adventurer on the strongest class, but right now he's so weak he has to run from goblins like this one, so he doesn't need that. Ohara insists the protagonist run. Ichinos knows magic classes lack physical strength, so they usually need to work with other classes. But the gravity user class is different. With gravity manipulation, an adventurer can trade mana points for a temporary boost in physical abilities, and he does just that. He uses half gravity to become lighter and faster. Ohara notices the protagonist's speed increased. Ichinos knows he can increase his speed by decreasing the gravity on his body. This makes his own movements very easy to read, but it's not a problem if he can read the enemy's movements just as easily. So the goblin that seemed dangerous before now becomes predictable. The protagonist asks the goblin how many battles it thinks he's had with speed as his only weapon. Ichinos lands a hit on the goblin. Ohara realizes a lower-level magic class just overpowered the fast goblin. The gravity user is a class with high physical abilities, as long as there are enough mana points. The potential of its core abilities is incredibly high, especially with low-level monsters that have simple movements, which the protagonist can overcome with gravity manipulation. Ohara watches him from afar and asks who he is, but the protagonist just tells Ohara to keep fighting. Even though he's surprised by all this, Ohara acts according to what Ichinosi said. Ohara advances using his sword, while the protagonist stays in the back using magic. He says he's happy the enemy turned its back on him. Using his gravity magic, he creates a gravity link. This leaves the goblin immobile and vulnerable. The old man now has everything he needs to strike it. With a single attack, he defeats the enemy. Both gain experience from killing the goblin. During the battle, Ichinos feels he can become the strongest with the gravity user class. The others look at him, wondering if the protagonist is really a rookie, since they saw him defeat a Red Hood goblin. Even Ohara thinks that even if he were attacked from all sides, he wouldn't expect a lower-level person to defeat the goblin so quickly. He also thinks the rookies don't know how incredible this feat is. The old man knows he can't just call the protagonist a genius. He's something beyond that. Meanwhile, the protagonist feels a bit weak. He almost falls after realizing he's used up all his mana points. Gravity user abilities require a lot of mana, so it runs out fast. Ichinos has already considered this, but mana point management will be very important from now on. The old man watches him closely. He thanks the protagonist for the help and asks if he should carry him out of the dungeon. Even though it's embarrassing, Ichinos agrees. Even with so many adventurers around, Ohara finds it unbelievable that a lower-level person would show up to help. Still, he's grateful to the protagonist for helping him and for giving him courage. The old man thinks he's always been afraid, even when hunting only lower-level monsters. Taking a step forward, he thinks the guy from the tutorial can finally graduate. He carries the protagonist on his back. He thinks he's happy to have witnessed the birthday of a hero, who is named Ikome Ichinos. After some time, the protagonist finishes the first inspection of his gravity user abilities, and now he's ready to level up. But the risk is much higher if he does it alone, so he wants to find a group to join temporarily. However, he runs into problems because the guild receptionist has never heard of a gravity user. She says it seems like some kind of magic class, but the stats are very low, and she wonders if anyone can fight properly with that class. The protagonist asks if there are any teams recruiting temporary members. She says there's a good team that takes low-level people and any class. Ichinos then asks to be introduced to them. The receptionist says that with his low stats as a magic user, they might not be very happy about it. There are many rare classes that are hard to use, and the protagonist knows he won't be welcome, but not to this extent. He says that for now, she could just introduce him, and he'll handle the negotiations. Suddenly, someone appears, saying the receptionist seems busy and tells the protagonist to leave her alone. Ichinos asks who he is, and the adventurer is surprised he doesn't know him. He replies that he has a promising new team that's quickly rising in the ranks, and he's their leader, named Sho Utsunomiya. The protagonist asks if the whole team is short range. Sho Utsunomiya says yes. It's common knowledge that magic classes aren't useful in combat. He also says it's a class for cowards who are too scared to get close to monsters. The leader tells him he can't be an adventurer with that kind of attitude. He's sure the protagonist is mad at himself for not doing proper research beforehand. He says the protagonist's stats aren't good, and even though the protagonist has a rare magic class, and both of them have rare classes, it's on a different scale. Ichinos asks if he also has a rare class. Sho Utsunomiya says yes, and that she hears well. Then he tells the protagonist to just watch. He then demonstrates his unique skill called Lightning. The leader says it's a class with high stats and good skills, the best class for outside, and very suitable for him. People around are impressed by this skill, wondering if there's any class as strong as this one. Soon, Sho Utsunomiya is full of pride. The receptionist tries to warn him that he can't use skills inside the guild, but the leader says he has to explain things to those who don't understand. He says someone should never be an obstacle to their team. The protagonist asks if he doesn't think that's reckless, but Sho Utsunomiya replies that being an adventurer isn't volunteer work. The protagonist knows that a Thunder Knight class specializes in attack power, has simple and easy movements, but is weak against fast enemies and those with a countering attribute. He has difficulty against opponents he can't beat with just brute force. It turns out Sho Utsunomiya is just a small fish trying to leech off others. He thinks magic classes are just useless trash after all, but the idea that Sho Utsunomiya is a rare class Thunder Knight makes the protagonist jealous. There are rumors that Sho Utsunomiya can randomly distribute his stat points when he starts. The leader confirms this. He states that it hasn't been that long since the portal disaster, and he thinks working alone is better until he builds up some achievements. Hearing this makes the protagonist think he forgot what it was like back then, because it was important to have flashy and easy to understand skills and stats. The receptionist says Sho Utsunomiya shouldn't go that far, but the protagonist says he thought about it enough beforehand and will work alone for now. The leader recommends that he just stop being an adventurer, otherwise he'd be struggling just to stay alive. As he leaves, the protagonist thanks him for the warning. The leader wonders what the protagonist will do now. In the Adventurers Guild reference room, the protagonist thinks that getting a short-term team until he builds trust is impossible. For him, it's better to find a team he can stay with for a long time, and a class that can work well with the Gravity User class. He wants to hurry up, level up, and get some achievements. Before, he managed to take down a red-hooded goblin without problems. Low-level monsters have simple movements, and he's also gotten used to moving quickly, just like a Gravity User would. Still, he thinks he should go to a slightly higher level portal to evolve. A portal that would be good for him right now is the Stone Statue Temple portal, with a recommended level of 25. Maintained portals are for adventurers to increase their levels and collect magic crystals. These are portals that can be controlled and remain unconquered. Slow and easy to fight knight statues usually appear there, so a mid-level adventurer can efficiently earn money and level up. A dungeon reserved for beginners might be what the protagonist needs, as he thinks if he wins alone, it might be easier to find teammates. Ichinos notices that the recommended level is low, and it seems achievable to pass the initial stages to increase his level, so he decides to do it. He wants to increase his levels and achievements in the Stone Statue Temple, and then find a class that has good compatibility with him. At the Stone Statue Temple, an adventurer is in trouble. He thinks he didn't know because no one warned him. The adventurer runs in fear because something is coming for him. Then he gets hit directly. It's a statue that was chasing him. The protagonist goes to the guild to ask for entry into the Stone Statue Temple, but the receptionist says he's not at a suitable level. Ichinos, however, says there's no rule against it. The receptionist says there is, but she tries to talk him out of it. She tells him he's going straight to his death because the recommended level is 25. She also mentions they don't know much about the portals, and strong monsters often appear unexpectedly. But Ichino says he's just going to take a look and will be back soon. He thinks he needs to take risks to get strong, since he has no choice but to keep defeating monsters that are as strong as him. That's the basic rule for leveling up. The protagonist believes he'll be back soon, and defeating an enemy will give him a big level boost. As he moves into the temple, the statues start to come to life. One even tries to attack him by surprise, but the protagonist is alert and says the attack is pointless. He checks the enemy's status in his system. He sees the statue is level 20 and seems manageable enough. After dodging the enemy's attack, he's pretty unconcerned with the situation. He faces the statue in front of him. Next, he gets ready to use gravity fraction. With his speed boosted, he moves forward, and as he expected, it's not an even fight. Even though it's a higher level, he can see its moves and weak points as if they were his own. This gives him the advantage to attack the enemy faster, but he notices the statue is very tough. Its defensive power is probably the only thing that stands out. The statue takes multiple hits, but resists the blows. The protagonist thinks he could beat it slowly, but he has something he wants to try, so he activates gravity fraction once again. This makes him move even faster, heading toward the statue. And with the double gravity ability, he manages to hit the enemy with his sword right in the center of the statue. This causes it to split in half. He does this by changing the gravity level right before his attack lands, accelerating half of its body weight. The protagonist's level just went up, making him much stronger. He thinks he'll split his skill points, believing he'll split them between 2 skills. Ichinos realizes he can only level up 1 skill with the points he earned, and he trusts gravity manipulation the most. So he levels up that skill to level 2, using 10 HP points. He's eager to check the results. Now he can manipulate the direction of gravity on top of its weight. Besides manipulating the direct force of gravity, he can now manipulate gravity's direction on himself. He thinks this could be very useful. He seems to have reached his goal, finding an item on the ground. It's a monster core, a magic crystal, which proves he defeated the knight statue. Ichino says he could go back now, but he still has a lot of mana points to spend. Then he notices enemies approaching. He decides to continue to test his new skills. Nearby, a lightning skill is used. It completely destroys another statue. It was Sho Utsunomiya, leading his team on an expedition. One of his companions says this was expected, since he killed a resistant monster with a single attack. The girl on his team says the statue apparently had some resistance to lightning, but it's meaningless against such high firepower. Utsunomiya says the enemy didn't even resist, and he thinks maintained portals are always like this. He also says it's not very good for leveling up. They should go to a higher level portal. After that, he arrives at the defeated statue. The girl mentions the guy from the guild and asks if he didn't feel bad for him. The leader says he's a very kind guy. He states that weak people who go out like that will lose their lives, so it's better to tell them the truth directly. He also says he does feel bad, but he thinks it's necessary. His companion says he wonders about that too. Anyway, they advance, and the leader encounters another statue, but the girl mentions the footsteps sound a bit big. The leader asks what she's trying to say, stating that monsters also have individual differences, but what they didn't expect is that this statue is much bigger than the others. So when they see it, they state it's not just an individual difference. The leader, however, just says the enemy seems very strong. This knight statue is level 30. It's a bit taller, but still a stone statue, according to the leader. The girl says they've never faced something like this. Now the leader just realizes. He realizes that recommended level monsters are so weak they can't even fight, and they, as Thunder Knights, are much stronger than adventurers of the same level. His confidence is so high that he thinks this monster level is right for them, because they'll finish it quickly since it's just a stone statue. The statue starts to move. A guy in the group asks the leader if this is normal. The leader says it's 3 against 1, and even if its form and level are different, it's just a knight statue. That won't change the fact that it's slow and simple. The statue attacks with force, and the leader notices this, but he says there's a speed difference between levels. He also states the enemy isn't as fast as his sword. So he attacks the statue, then says it's a bit more resistant than normal ones. The statue doesn't stop attacking, and it also has a blade. Utsunomiya says this strength is a bit problematic, and he thinks he should retreat for now, but the statue doesn't seem to intend to let them do that. The leader gets scared when he realizes this, but right after, he gets hit. He wonders what kind of power this is. Utsunomiya thinks there's such a big difference in their powers, even though they're only a few levels apart. Karim, the girl in the group, gets worried, but the leader tells her not to lose her composure in front of the enemy. Anyway, the statue doesn't retreat and keeps advancing. Soon, Karim also feels the force of its blows. Seeing Karim get hit, the guy gets desperate, but he also gets hit directly. The blow he takes is so strong he's thrown and falls unconscious. Seeing all this, the leader gets desperate. He believes things shouldn't have happened this way. He looks at the statue and wonders if monsters were always this scary. In his head, Utsunomiya believes he's a chosen one, so, with his lightning, he attacks. He believes the strongest ability of the Thunder Knights, called Lightning, can solve all his problems. He states that even a monster like this can't resist, but reality shows the opposite. It seems to have some resistance against the lightning element, but it doesn't make sense given that high firepower. Then, Utsunomiya sees the statue breaking his sword as if it were nothing. Soon, he starts to realize the truth. Utsunomiya realizes he was wrong this whole time. He thought things couldn't get any worse, but now his entire team is wiped out. The statue is free to attack. It raises its sword, and the leader can only beg for his life, saying he shouldn't die in a place like this. Not only is Utsunomiya's sword destroyed, but his pride is too. As the enemy stops in front of him, he pleads not to die, asking the statue to let him go. Utsunomiya even falls to his knees before it. Suddenly, someone approaches. Before the statue can land its final blow, the protagonist appears, using gravity fraction. He attacks the statue before it can defend itself. himself. The enemy doesn't like being hit and turns its attention to the protagonist. Ichinose, however, is ready for what's coming. As he expected, his attack wasn't very effective. Utsunomiya, with tears in his eyes, recognizes the protagonist. He remembers him as the kid from before the guild, who had a strange class. He asks what the protagonist is doing, saying the statue isn't an easy opponent to defeat. Ichinose is only level 16 right now, and he knows the leader is telling the truth. The statue is level 30, and it might be a bit too much for him. It's a unique monster that leveled up by eating both adventurers and monsters, growing a bit too much. Before this, the protagonist decided he would hunt more since he still had mana points left. That was his intention, but he didn't expect such a big boss to show up. Utsunomiya tells him to hurry and run, saying the statue destroyed him and his group. Seeing the fallen group, the protagonist sees this is true, but he doesn't flinch and uses gravity fraction again. The statue doesn't stand still and tries to fight back. This doesn't stop him from moving forward, and he hits the enemy. Before the enemy can counterattack, Ichinose uses his skill to jump over it and attack the statue directly on the head. Utsunomiya sees this and thinks it's a joke. He can't believe a low-level rookie with a magic class can fight such a strong monster. The protagonist thinks the enemy isn't very fast for its level, and he knows he can cover it with gravity manipulation, but he can't land any decisive hits. The enemy's defensive power is stronger than a regular statue's. This, combined with their level difference, means the statue doesn't feel any of the attacks. Maintaining gravity manipulation takes a lot of the protagonist's mana points, and he knows it won't last long. As he dodges the statue's attacks, he thinks he'll have to take a risk. He figures he has no choice but to end this quickly. The protagonist struggles to fight the enemy. Utsunomiya says he really thought the protagonist could win, but he sees Ichinose barely damages the statue. The protagonist knows that the gravity fraction has a big impact on mana points, but he can't face this monster without his skills. He thinks things will only get worse over time, and it's time to finish this. So, after dodging an enemy attack, he gets ready to counter. With a very fast move, he jumps over the enemy again and lands on top of the statue's sword. Now he faces his opponent, but with gravity active, he jumps back onto the statue's head. Seeing this, Utsunomiya realizes the protagonist's body is really light and concludes this is his class ability. Back to Ichinose, he's still up high and uses gravity manipulation level 2. He didn't expect to use it so suddenly, but he ends up upside down on the ceiling, having inverted gravity on himself. Since it's his first time doing this, he's impressed with himself. Now he thinks that if he's up high, he can definitely make his next move. He again uses double gravity, along with the extra speed from increased gravity to finally attack the statue. He tells the enemy it's too late for it. The protagonist then performs an attack called Barra de Meteoro, hitting the statue's stone face head-on. This completely dismantles it, and he gains experience points. He also levels up from 16 to 23, specifically because he defeated a stronger enemy. Somehow, the protagonist thinks he won. His level increased a lot after defeating an enemy almost double his own level. Now he's out of combat. He jumps from a high place, but his fall resistance keeps him from getting hurt. Ichinose is happy to have this skill because it lessens the impact. Utsunomiya sees this and thinks this power is crazy. He thinks that even if he had resistance against the enemy, his lightning still wasn't effective, but he didn't expect the protagonist to save him. He wonders why he was saved, especially after he embarrassed the protagonist in front of the whole guild. Utsunomiya then figures the protagonist is trying to embarrass him too, by defeating an enemy that Utsunomiya couldn't handle. Next, Ichinose approaches him and asks if Utsunomiya is okay. Utsunomiya feels a bit awkward and can't even answer properly. He just thanks Ichinose for his generosity and says that was a close call. Sometime later, they return to the Adventurers Guild. The receptionist is impressed to hear they encountered a level 30 statue, even more so because the protagonist defeated it. She says she can't believe a rookie adventurer did that alone, but Ichinose shows a crystal and says this should serve as proof. Seeing the item, the receptionist starts to believe him, saying the crystal is a bit questionable, but she understands and will send the records. She also asks if the protagonist will sell the item. She can't give a definitive appraisal, but says it should be worth around 240,000 yen. However, Ichinose doesn't intend to sell the item now. The crystal is just for him to show off his achievements. After this, Utsunomiya appears to talk to him. He says he was looking for Ichinose because he wanted to properly thank him. With that, Utsunomiya says he has good news for the protagonist. He says he'll let the protagonist join his team, the Thunder Knights. Since the leader spoke loudly, everyone around notices this and comments that this group is the fastest growing team right now. So, if the protagonist is being invited, it's because he's truly an amazing person. Utsunomiya says Ichinose is very lucky to be noticed by him. He also tells Ichinose not to be shy since he's his savior. However, Ichinose says he has to refuse the offer. The people around are in disbelief that he rejected joining the Thunder Knights. The leader asks if he wasn't looking for a team, but the protagonist says he changed his plan. This leaves Utsunomiya shocked by the refusal. Ichinose thinks that if he keeps leveling up at this pace, he might be able to go to the portal that will appear soon, called the Theater of Mad Dreams. He's also interested in the unique item this portal drops, which is absolutely powerful. He remembers the mess he made in his previous life, and now he's going to use his best strategy to get this item. A short time later, the protagonist returns to the guild and asks to exchange some items for money. Some people are impressed by this. The receptionist asks if he hunted all this again, even though he was alone. Ichinos replies yes, and not just that. He also wants her to prepare the documents for his promotion to rank D. There's a ranking system for adventurers, starting at F. You become rank E after choosing your class. Those eligible to respond to disasters are rank D or higher. The receptionist says the protagonist needs to be at least level 25 to level up, but Ichinos says he has enough level. The receptionist is surprised he leveled up so much again, especially since he's a magic class and doesn't have a team. She also says this leveling speed is completely abnormal. She asks the protagonist if his class is really that strong. Ichinos confirms he is officially rank D now. He knows his class is strong, but he's an X rank S and has experience and knowledge about the coming years. He might be standing out, but he absolutely needs to hurry. Reaching rank D exponentially increases the number of portals he can enter. Having many achievements also makes it much easier to get invited. In a few days, the Theater of Crazy Dreams portal will appear, and Ichinos knows it's possible to get a famous unique weapon there. In his previous life, the adventurer who got this weapon received a sudden power increase. After that, he became a portal criminal. He also attacked and killed several adventurers. That's why the protagonist wants to stop this guy from getting his hands on that weapon this time. For this, he needs teammates to help him get through this portal. Too many people make movement difficult, so he wants to choose his team carefully. He plans to start with just a duo. He needs someone with the best compatibility with a gravity user, someone who fits well with the destination portal, and at least someone who understands his solo achievements. Ichinos wonders if he can find someone like that. He doesn't have much time, so he thinks he'll check out some people at the guild, but he spends half the day walking around the guild. After all that, he doesn't find anyone. He concludes this will take more time than he expected. Then he overhears a conversation between two girls, and one calls the other useless. The girl apologizes to Aoi, but Aoi says apologizing won't help anything. The protagonist realizes they are fighting. Aoi tells Satsuki that she's fired. Even so, the girl begs, saying she'll improve next time. But Aoi says her efficiency and skill power are too low, and trying to improve a little won't help. She also says she wishes Satsuki would pay her for taking care of her all this time. The girl looks devastated by this. She's about to burst into tears. Seeing all this conflict between them reminds the protagonist of his past, where the same thing happened to him. It's unpleasant to watch, but he thinks he can't help. He can't risk his life by choosing his team based on emotions. Even after dismissing the girl, Aoi keeps humiliating her, saying she chose a trash class, something clumsy and without a future, just like her. She also says she could honestly tell that the shaman class would be like that just by its name, and the girl should give up being an adventurer. However, hearing that the girl is a shaman sparks the protagonist's interest. This class has the best compatibility with a gravity user. Plus, it's very useful against the boss of the Theater of Crazy Dreams. Aoi asks the protagonist what he's looking at, telling him this isn't a display and he should go. He apologizes, introduces himself as Ichinose, and says he came to the guild looking for team members. Aoi sees his D rank certificate. She tells him he'd be useful on her team, saying they just had an open spot for a new member. But he completely ignores her because he's interested in Satsuki. Satsuki is surprised he asked her to join his team. This makes Aoi furious that she was rejected. The protagonist knows a shaman on his team will be very useful, and he can't let this chance pass. Aoi says Satsuki has a useless class, and Ichinos should join her team instead. Satsuki notices the protagonist is D rank, and she says she hasn't even reached level 10 yet. But he says that level range is totally fine, and he needs her power, so he insists she accept his invitation. Satsuki says she's clumsy and will be a hindrance, but Ichinos offers to help her. She insists, saying she has no confidence, and wonders if she should give up being an adventurer. But the protagonist says he just needs a little time to give her the confidence she needs. Even though she thinks she's useless, Satsuki accepts. She says if he's okay with it, she'd like him to take care of her. Seeing this, Aoi says shamans are very useless and warns the protagonist not to regret it later. Ichinos thanks her for the warning, but he says he thinks he's a bit more informed about classes than she is. He knows that having a shaman on his team will cover the gravity user's weakness, and she'll also be able to help him a lot in the Mad Dream Theater. Ichinos thinks that with her around, getting the unique weapon will be easy. After a while, they formally get to know each other. The protagonist learns her name is Satsuki Kisaragi and says it's a pleasure to meet her. Then he breaks all expectations by saying the shaman class is indeed useless. He also says his own class is ridiculed since it's a rare magic class, but he states this trend will change in a few years. Satsuki asks if that's true. He says yes, and now he wants to talk about the upcoming portal. Satsuki then asks which reserved portal they're going to, but the protagonist replies that the portal he wants to go to is a new one that will open soon. Its recommended level is 30 or higher, and it's called the Mad Dream Theater. Satsuki realizes the level is very high, and it's also unexplored. Portals like this are the opposite of reserved portals, which are for leveling up. It's a portal without much information because it just appeared. So, Satsuki says it's impossible because she's at a low level and has a useless class. but the protagonist says he definitely won't let her be in danger, and he will be on the front line. He read all the records about every portal as much as he could in his previous life, so he knows the Mad Dream Theater perfectly. Then, he tells Satsuki that the two of them are definitely enough to get through this portal, and he asks her to trust him. Based on his information, there's a weapon he wants to get by entering the portal. Satsuki first asks what he means by "will open soon." Ichinose can't give details, but he states it's thanks to a rare item. Satsuki says there's no way something can tell if a new portal will appear. But then, an alert goes off on every adventurer's phone. Satsuki sees that the protagonist was right. The alert says a portal disaster is about to happen, and it will appear in a district right next to them. The protagonist is happy, and Satsuki asks if this is the portal he mentioned. He says yes, and they will go the next day. Ichinose knows it won't be cleared for at least a week, but the portal boss needs to be defeated. The next day, they actually go to the objective, which surprises Satsuki. When they arrive, they see the Demon Defense Agency has been working hard all day too. A woman approaches and asks if they are adventurers. She says the monster's structure and abilities are different, and she asks them to bring back any information they can get. She also tells them to be careful inside because the death count is higher in unexplored portals. Ichinose says he understands and is ready to go in. Satsuki asks the protagonist if he plans to clear the portal. He replies that if he were honest, they wouldn't let him in. As they enter, Satsuki says this is definitely a strange portal, and Ichinose asks if she's worried. She says yes, and the protagonist feels bad for bringing her, but he says he'll fight on the front lines, and if things get dangerous, they'll retreat. But that's not what Satsuki wants. She says she'll do her best. She also says she'll show her close combat skills and can be bait if needed. Ichinose tells her not to exaggerate and says he's looking forward to seeing her skills. He also comments that her best skill is one she recently learned, called Mana Drain. This magic steals mana points from the target, making it very good in long battles and against stronger opponents. It can also be used to steal mana and give it to an ally, and it's great with a gravity user because they use a lot of mana points. With this, the protagonist can fight without worrying about losing too much mana, and finally stay in a portal as long as he wants to level up non-stop. Satsuki, however, says this magic is slow and its mana point efficiency isn't very good, stating that other magic can cause much more damage. Ichinose, however, says this is what happens when inexperienced people are together. He will try to keep the enemy focused on him as much as possible, leaving an opening for her to hit it with her shaman magic. Right after, they encounter a level 26 circus bear. The protagonist tells them to put the plan into action. Satsuki uses her skill called Dark Ball, while the protagonist distracts the enemy. She hits it directly. Ichinose asks if she sees the opening. He immediately advances on the weakened enemy. With his double gravity, he jumps over the bear, attacking its head. After easily defeating the enemy, he brags about it, saying the bear's level is something he can handle. Satsuki realizes she leveled up 3 times faster. She's happy, but she feels like she's just a dead weight to the protagonist. Ichinose tells her that her power will become much more useful later. They are a team now, so it's important for her to level up too. She's happy to be on a team, saying this is new for her, as it wasn't like this with her previous team. Then she says that since she leveled up, she'll try to be more useful in the next battle. Ichinose tells her to do her best, but within her limits. He's a bit worried about her confidence, but it's good she has motivation. It seems his battle intuition isn't rusty yet. This makes the protagonist more confident he can defeat the portal boss and get the rare item. In his previous life, the man who got this weapon became a criminal after gaining its power, even one of the portal criminals. If the protagonist gets the item before him, it could change history. Ichinose wants to stop this guy from getting power. He says the day the criminal takes over the theater of crazy dreams is still far off. He thinks it's only the second day and they're doing fine. But what he doesn't know is that the future assassin is already active. He's already in the portal, fighting other people. Not only that, but he seems to be enjoying himself as he kills those who appear in front of him. Zaibi Kaoru uses parrying thrusts. He says you need to look at your opponent carefully so you don't die. Then, he realizes he leveled up. He says the opponent gave him a lot of XP, even though they were low level. Sarcastically, he says the opponent didn't want to kill or die because humans are much easier to hunt, even if they're the same level as monsters. Back with the protagonist, he's in a new fight. He uses double gravity against an enemy called Jack in the Box. Satsuki thinks that even though she's just shooting magic from the back, it's still very intense. She apologizes, feeling like she's just a burden to the protagonist. She thinks he could probably handle all these guys by himself. Ichinose says monsters at this level aren't a big problem. There's no difficulty once you understand their attack patterns. He says he's told her this many times before, repeating that Shaman is a strong class, even if she doesn't feel it. Satsuki asks if they shouldn't go back soon, as she thinks their mana points are getting a bit low. The protagonist says she might be right. After all, he relies a lot on gravity manipulation to boost his body. According to the guild, you should try to retreat when half your mana is gone. so he says it's time to do something. Satsuki asks what exactly he means. Soon after, they come across a clown goblin. Ichino says everything is ready. He tells Satsuki to use mana drain while he holds the enemy. Satsuki is a bit confused by this strategy, but she realizes that if there's a monster they can safely contain and use mana drain on, they'll basically have infinite mana points. She also knows that another use of mana drain is to transfer mana points to someone else. Now Satsuki understands the theory behind it, but she asks the protagonist what it looks like. He just replies that monsters get stunned by skill effects. So she uses mana drain. Afterward, she says she feels kind of bad doing this, unlike the protagonist who got what he wanted. Next, Satsuki says she'll start the mana transfer now. The protagonist tells her not to be so embarrassed because it's making him uncomfortable. Anyway, she performs the transfer procedure. Ichino says his mana points went up from 16 to 25, but Satsuki thinks it's not very efficient. They spent a long time restricting the enemy just to get 9 mana. The protagonist says they should get more goblins to drain their mana. Satsuki asks if they'll do this 6 more times until they have enough. The protagonist says it's perfect for leveling up, so he attacks the goblins. After the 6th one, he seems to recover all the mana he spent. Not only that, but both of them level up. Satsuki says he was right. If they keep doing this, they can keep exploring the portal without worries. Ichino says that normally if they took it slow and recovered mana points slowly, they'd have an accident, and it would work against them. But with the current monster levels, the protagonist doesn't think he'll fall behind, even if he fights them 100 times. When Satsuki checks her status, she's impressed they leveled up so much in just one day. She says this is completely different from the portal explorations she's done before. She also says that according to the guild, if you find a monster with a higher level than yours, you shouldn't challenge it. Instead, you should run away. But this doesn't match what the protagonist thinks. He says the guild has no choice but to teach that. But if you don't use your knowledge and skills to challenge monsters whose levels are higher than yours, you won't level up quickly. Hearing these words, Satsuki realizes it makes sense. They've advanced a lot through the dungeon. They even stayed inside for a day, until they reach a specific location. Ichino says the boss of the Theater of Crazy Dreams portal is behind this door. He's sure that not even the demon's defense force expected this portal to be conquered in 2 days. But when she hears there's a boss, Satsuki gets super nervous, saying it's her first time seeing one. The protagonist asks if she's scared. He then says they can go back to the entrance if she wants, but she says no. She knows one of the reasons Aoi was mad was probably because of her scared nature. That's why she wants to change. She states that if the protagonist says he needs her power, she'll do her best to help him. Ichino likes hearing this from her. He knows he made a good choice bringing her to his side. Now he has everything he needs, and he tells her they'll both go after the boss. But Satsuki asks if this really has to be the strategy to beat the portal boss. The protagonist says yes, and reminds her he said this from the start. He said the shaman class has good compatibility with this dungeon. Then they open the door and head towards the boss. Inside, they come across a scary clown. The system calls it a Palazzo Loco. Satsuki sees a portal boss for the first time. This is different for the protagonist, who is a veteran. He thinks that if he defeats this boss, he can get the unique item he wanted in his previous life. So he tells Satsuki they will stick to the plan. Meanwhile, someone is watching them from a distance. This person smiles, about to do something. The boss gets ready to attack them, but the protagonist takes the lead, saying he will draw the aggro first. He explains this will let Satsuki keep some distance. Portal bosses have high HP and good regeneration, so they can't win just by relying on their levels. The protagonist thinks he will have to be a bit unfair. The boss doesn't seem to want to back down, so it immediately attacks the protagonist. But Ichino, with his half-gravity ability active, moves faster than the attacks. He thinks he needs to keep a distance of 1.5 meters to avoid many attacks. Meanwhile, in the back, Satsuki starts the mana draining process. But as she does this, the clown seems to notice what Satsuki is doing. Satsuki gets scared and stops the process. Noticing this, the protagonist tells her to run. He says the boss is going to use the gate, and she will get trapped if she doesn't go through the middle. As Satsuki runs from the danger, the clown chases her, spitting fire and trying to hit her. But the protagonist, wanting to help her, tells the clown not to forget about him. Ichino then charges towards the enemy. The boss turns its attention back to him, which is exactly what the protagonist wanted. From a distance, Satsuki says the fireballs are scary and fast. She also thinks it might be better to retreat a bit. However, the enemy has no intention of letting them do that, as it's using the gate repeatedly. Satsuki worries about the protagonist's safety, but he uses reverse gravity even before the enemy's fire hits him. The clown thought it had hit him, but Ichinose ends up stuck to the ceiling using his ability, putting the enemy in a tough spot. The boss doesn't seem worried. Ichinose thinks it was a bit closer than he wanted, but everything is still going to plan. He and Satsuki planned all of this earlier. He told Satsuki not to attack directly because the Theater of Mad Dreams boss has fast magic attacks. Anyone who approaches slowly would just turn to ash, but attacking the boss from far away gives them a chance, because this portal boss has a big weakness. Back in the fight, Satsuki uses mana drain again. The clown really doesn't like that, and he gets furious with her. She realizes she might have gone too far trying to cover for the protagonist, but Ichinose tells her it must be almost time. She then protects herself with a magic barrier. This keeps the enemy from hitting her. The protagonist notices the clown is out of mana points. Repeatedly detonating fireballs and teleporting at the same time takes a lot of mana. And the mad clown relies completely on skills for attacks. So, he stops attacking Satsuki and goes after the protagonist instead. Ichino sees this and gets ready to act. He takes a big jump, then he uses his Meteor Strike skill to attack the boss. After that, he says the clown is slow if he can't use his movement skills, and he shouldn't think he can run away now. Satsuki doesn't hold back either. She acts as they planned, using her Dark Ball skill. The clown feels the attack. Ichinose also attacks with double gravity. This makes his sword strike even stronger. He determines that the Theater of Mad Dreams portal boss is defeated. With that, both he and Satsuki level up and gain skill points. Satsuki is super happy they beat the boss. The protagonist says the portal is starting to close, and they need to leave before it does. Satsuki asks if they'll get trapped if they don't leave in time. Ichinose tells her not to worry about it. He says it takes at least half a day for it to close, and no more monsters appear. She's surprised because she didn't know that. Next, she sees the clown's body melt and asks what's happening. The protagonist says what he wanted has finally appeared. It's a rare item dropped by the boss called the Crown Blade. He thinks it probably has the highest compatibility with a gravity user, and it's a balance breaker. Satsuki asks if this is the weapon the protagonist wanted. He confirms it is, the Crown Blade. It's a rank C weapon, a boss drop. Satsuki asks if it's not supposed to be strong. Ichinose clarifies that it is very strong. He explains that its rank and attack power are just extra benefits. The effects are the most important part. It helps raise the standard of all an adventurer's abilities. It's a completely broken balance-breaking weapon. This is especially true for gravity users, who usually create an opening when they switch skills during a fight. It also covers mana point exhaustion and the problem of using skills consecutively. With this weapon, it helps cover the protagonist's weaknesses really well. After his explanation, Satsuki understands. The protagonist remembers that in his previous life, the person who had this weapon made it all the way to rank A using its power. That person was an adventurer, assassin, and a criminal, so Ichinose thinks he's managed to interfere with that aspect as well. He feels like he's hit two birds with one stone. Satsuki acknowledges that it's a weapon that covers a gravity user's weakness, but this makes her a bit uneasy. She says the protagonist won't need her anymore. However, the protagonist says he'd still like to hunt with her after this. Even with the weapon, his mana points still run out easily. She's happy to hear that, but she still looks at the weapon suspiciously. She still sees it as her rival. Ichinose decides he should assign some PH since his level went up. He tells himself that if he's aiming for the top, he can't afford to be a jack of all trades. He should only increase the special abilities of a gravity user. He sees a change in his system and makes his selections through the system. With that, he levels up gravity magic and gravity manipulation. He also gets a new magic skill. The system names it Super Gravity Orb. Ichinose knows he relied heavily on gravity manipulation, but thanks to this new weapon, casting magic will be a bit easier. He then says he has something else to test, adding that these kinds of things are the most fun for him. Then someone appears, saying they apparently arrived too late. They mention that the protagonist already claimed the prize. Because of this, they say he's definitely strong. Ichinose thinks the timing is too good. He wonders if this adventurer used stealth to hide their presence. The protagonist figures the adventurer was waiting for them to be defeated, just observing to get information about the boss. That makes more sense to him. It's not a very nice thing to do, but this kind of behavior wasn't rare even in his past life. He tries to remember where he knows this person from. He finds something familiar about this adventurer. Suddenly, the protagonist recognizes him as Zaide Kaoru, the former owner of the Crown Blade in his previous life. He's the adventurer assassin. Ichinose is confused because he remembers that in his previous life, it took this assassin a long time to conquer the Mad Dream Theater. But this time, they just ran into each other in the boss room. However, he concludes that this guy always waited in his previous life. To get the weapon drop, he would attack adventurers who were tired from fighting the boss. Satsuki senses the tension and asks what's wrong, but Ichinose says it's nothing. Then Zaide Kaoru asks if this strange weapon is the boss drop. He also asks if he can see it for a bit. The protagonist says yes. Hearing this, the assassin thinks the protagonist is an idiot. He thinks the protagonist is careless and believes he can kill him in one attack. After that, he plans to have some real fun with the girl. Zaide Kaoru tells the protagonist to pay attention to what's under him. Right after, the assassin attacks. He tries to kill the protagonist, but Ichinose dodges the attack, and Zaide Kaoru goes right past him. As soon as he realizes the protagonist dodged, he gets ready to attack again. But Zaide dodges because the protagonist attacked first. The protagonist missed, and Ichinose thinks about what to do next. He tried to hit the assassin while he was distracted, but missed because Zaide Kaoru is very fast. He also knows the opponent's level is higher than his, and Satsuki's combined. Zaide Kaoru says this is strange. He asks how the protagonist knew. He says there was only an insignificant group, but it looks like the protagonist can handle everything alone. Satsuki asks what's going on, and Ichinos tells her this guy is an adventurer killer. He's also from a class that's good at surprise attacks and speed. Zaid then realizes the protagonist knows a lot about him. He says if the protagonist knows his goal, then he probably doesn't need to say much. Right after, he demands the protagonist hand over the weapon. He claims he'll let him live if he does. Ichinos says one good thing about portals for criminals is that they leave no evidence behind. He also says he knows the assassin has no intention of letting them leave alive. Zaide Kaoru is surprised the protagonist knows so much. Then he starts to laugh. He says the protagonist thinks with his head and has guts. He then threatens the protagonist. He says he wants to see him vomit blood in shame as he dies. With this, Ichinos knows what to expect next. The protagonist thinks this is getting bad, because Zaide Kaoru was known in his previous life. He was a lethal adventurer killer, and also the previous owner of the Crown Blade. Ichinos thinks he should have known there was a chance the assassin would be in this portal. Based on their contacts so far, Zaidi is a higher level than him. Satsuki sees the protagonist hesitate and tries to help, but Ichinos tells her not to step forward. He knows assassins rely on speed and sudden attacks to land a fatal blow. For a backline class like a shaman, this means death. Satsuki's heart will be cut out the second she takes a step, so he tells her that no matter what, she shouldn't get close to the assassin. Ichinose says he'll handle it. His opponent is challenging, but Satsuki fighting Zaibe is simply impossible. Her class is the opposite of his, and the assassin has more experience than she does. But the most important thing of all is this. Satsuki will be tainted by this guy's evil if the protagonist doesn't act to protect her. Knowing this, he prepares and uses half-gravity. The two clash. Zaibe says the protagonist handles his sword well, but he knows the protagonist has never taken a life. Unlike Zaibe, who has killed many people, and he believes this gives him a huge advantage over his opponent. The assassin says that while they're fighting, he'll create an opening by increasing the pressure. However, the protagonist doesn't give him the opening he needs. This leaves Zaibe a bit confused. He thought this fight would be much easier. He realizes the protagonist's sword won't break, and he's starting to read Zaibe's movements. This is unbelievable for the assassin, because a lower-level opponent is fighting him as an equal. Watching their fight from afar, Satsuki knows the protagonist isn't just good at using his head, he's also very strong. Ichinos is happy this is happening after he got the crown blade. He believes that thanks to the blade, which increases his skill speed, he can quickly switch between gravity fraction and double gravity. This means he can delay his attacks, and if he hadn't reduced his mana point usage, he'd already be exhausted. Frustrated that he's not getting what he wants, Zaibe says the game is over. He takes the deepest breath he can, then he blows, using his skill called Poisonous Needle. But to his surprise, the protagonist manages to dodge the attack. Zaibe sees this and thinks it's impossible. The protagonist managed to block his poisonous needle the very first time he saw it. Next, Ichinos wastes no time and goes on the offensive. The assassin manages not to get hit, but he realizes he's running in circles. He realizes he can't let his emotions get the best of him, so he attacks with more intensity. He realizes he can use his parrying thrust, but the protagonist defends with double gravity. This pushes the assassin's dagger away. Ichinos notices the enemy is speeding up his arms and launching multiple attacks at his opponent's weak point. Unlike him, his enemy can't predict his moves. The protagonist says that because of this ability, Zaibe's movements become simple. And it's not an ability he can show people often, because it makes him easy to predict. Noticing the enemy's distraction, Satsuki decides to act even from a distance. She attacks the assassin with the dark ball, trying to capture his mana. This leaves Zaibe vulnerable, allowing the protagonist to attack him. When a sword strike hits him directly, the enemy says it hurts a lot. He realizes his eye is hit. Ichinos understands the assassin's abilities, but he states he won't be stopped just because he's never taken a life. He can easily follow his movements with gravity manipulation. The only problem is his mana points. Almost nothing is left because of the boss fight, and there's a time limit once he runs out of mana, but he still hopes to overcome this. His enemy thinks he's being tricked, though he still wants to push forward. Finding himself cornered in the fight, Zaibe wonders why he's being pushed back. He knows that the longer this fight goes on, the more the protagonist will be able to read his movements, and he wonders why he's so strong. The assassin finds it strange because the more he thinks about it, the more doubts he has. He realizes the protagonist's sword is in his blind spot. So, to dodge the next attack, Zaibe uses the Shadow Step ability. Ichinos notices that even injured, the enemy can still fight, so he tries to act faster. The assassin thinks that even though the protagonist should have the advantage, he's rushing to get results. This makes him conclude that Ichinos was affected by the boss battle. He also states that the protagonist is powerful, and if he survives, one day he'll be called a hero. However, the assassin doesn't intend to give him that chance. The assassin says that won't ever happen if it's up to him. It's just bad luck the protagonist ran into him here. The enemy laughs, but Ichinos just protects Satsuki and thinks about what's next. He laughs hard at the protagonist. Zaibe attacks without hesitation, but Ichinos dodges, and Satsuki uses her dark orb. The enemy sees the magic attack coming, but he moves quickly to get away. Then he goes after the protagonist. Satsuki thinks she's completely invisible because he ignored her. From a distance, she watches them fight. Even though the protagonist was making progress, she wonders when things changed. Meanwhile, Zaibe moves forward and says it's kill or be killed. He says that's the beauty of fighting each other, and wants to have more fun in the fight, unlike the protagonist who just wants to end this quickly. Ichinos strikes his opponent, but Zaibe scoffs, saying he missed. However, Ichinos then lands a kick, and Zaibe feels the hit, so he backs away. But he doesn't give in, saying the protagonist can't really do anything to him. Ichinos thinks that if he moves with a fraction of gravity's lightness, acrobatics and movement will be as easy as walking. Zaibe is just attacking him with brute force. This makes the protagonist think avoiding him is easy, but he realizes the enemy noticed he's using a ton of his mana points. The assassin stares at the protagonist from afar and says the light of his ability is finally showing. He also says it's probably a body transformation type ability, and when it finally ends, it will be the protagonist's end. He also says he knows the protagonist is at his limit. Ichinose resists the counterattacks and realizes he doesn't have enough mana. He thinks he has to defeat the enemy with the next attack, so he performs a jump. This leaves Zaibe very impressed, because he knows he can't reach him in the air. Next, the protagonist faces the enemy and increases gravity 10 times while in the air. He thinks that with this next attack, he'll put in all his remaining mana points. The MC performs the meteor strike, hitting the enemy directly. Zaibe wonders about this crazy attack power. He tries to resist as much as possible, but his defense breaks and the protagonist hits him. Ichinos is super exhausted after this. From a distance, Satsuki watched everything. She says he managed to defeat the enemy, but Ichinos' face doesn't show satisfaction. He looks at her, apologizing and saying he messed everything up. The enemy gets up again, and Satsuki realizes what Ichinos was talking about. Zaibe tells the protagonist his tank is finally empty. Realizing the danger, Ichinos tells Satsuki to run while she still can, because the enemy doesn't have the stamina to chase her. The assassin watches this and says the protagonist is definitely a man fighting while exhausted after defeating the boss, all to protect that young lady. He also states that even with an obstacle, the protagonist can still face an enemy, and he's impressed. He demands the protagonist's full name. Satsuki, in turn, asks if she's an obstacle. She thinks if she had just done what Aoi told her to do earlier, Ichinos would never lose to a guy like this. But then she remembers the protagonist previously said he needed her power. This gives her the motivation she needed, and Satsuki becomes determined not to abandon her teammate. The protagonist tells the enemy he doesn't need to tell someone like him his name. Zaibe says that's very rude, stating that the protagonist is the first guy he can respect. He also says he'll do Ikoma a favor and remember his face. But before the protagonist is attacked, Satsuki uses the dark ball. This time, it hits the enemy and stops him from attacking Ichinose. After being hit by this magic attack, Zaibe is also hit by the girl's staff. She decided to use everything she had to push him away, hitting the assassin right in his blind spot. The girl runs to the protagonist, and he asks why she's doing this. He told her to hurry and run, but Satsuki says she won't run. After all, he was the one who told her she could achieve things. So Satsuki uses mana drain and transfers her remaining mana to Ichinose. The enemy doesn't like being hit and wants revenge. He sees that Satsuki's back is unprotected and tries to use his deadly impulse to attack her. But Satsuki isn't caught off guard. She notices the enemy getting closer. Before anything can happen, the protagonist thanks Satsuki for saving him and gets ready to fight the enemy. Ichinos stops Satsuki from getting hit. Zaibe sees that the protagonist's ability light is stronger, and he has recovered his mana. He immediately calls it cowardice. Ichinos first says that he's on a team, and that Zaibe is dying while he has recovered his mana points. Then he says he wants to know who will win. The protagonist then attacks fiercely. Zaibe feels the attacks more intensely, and Ichinose gives no openings for a counterattack. His blows become more impactful, but the enemy doesn't want to be defeated yet, and he tries to use his double knife. Satsuki notices the enemy making a move and tries to do something about it, but the protagonist anticipates it, using his gravity magic guarantee. He thinks the enemy's magic is too slow. He also thinks his previous version would have used this magic much faster, thanks to the crown blade. The assassin gets frustrated because he can't fight back. He realizes he won't win. Right after, the protagonist's magic attack hits him, trapping Zabi in a magic sphere. He can't believe he's about to lose to someone with a lower level than him. The protagonist knows that the laws about what happens in portals weren't developed in time. Even the Demon Defense Agency implicitly stated this. The result is just poor and slow information about deaths in portals. This time, Satsuki is also there with him, so the protagonist tells her he'll keep an eye on the assassin. He asks her to call the Demon Defense Agency people from outside the portal. Monsters disappear after the portal boss is defeated, so the protagonist thinks it shouldn't be hard for Satsuki to leave alone. A defeated Zabi stares at the protagonist. Zabi thinks he underestimated the protagonist, seeing him as just a kid. But when he looks into the protagonist's eyes, he realizes something. The number of fights they've been in is clearly different, and he wonders who this person is. Later, Ichinos and Satsuki are outside the portal. The protagonist reads in the newspaper that the adventurer serial killer is captured. He thinks they managed to capture the killer safely in the end. Satsuki says she thought the Demon Defense Agency would question them more than they did. Ichinos explains that portal crimes are hard to make public unless someone is clearly guilty, so the defense agency will drop the investigation. He knows the country changed after portal disasters started. Crimes outside portals dropped sharply. The government also became a dictatorship because of the extreme circumstances. Many people fell into poverty due to these big social changes, and their well-being became secondary. Satsuki then says she knew portals were lawless zones, but she didn't expect to find a serial killer there. Ichinosi asks if she's scared, telling her that this kind of thing will be common if she wants to keep being an adventurer. This is just the world they live in now, and it's not like being an adventurer is the only way to make a living. Satsuki says she'd be lying if she said she wasn't scared. She then thanks Ichinos for saving her, saying that in that moment it felt like she truly became his partner. She also says she's happy because she's sure there will be scary and tough situations in the future too. But she states that with Ichinos, she wants to try her best. The protagonist gets a little embarrassed, but he says if that's the case, they'll keep getting along just fine. Satsuki gets really happy about this, and just like that, they solidify their partnership. After they talk for a bit, the protagonist decides Satsuki is definitely a good person. Meanwhile, she thinks she's bad at getting to the point, and her words are all over the place. She can count on one hand the times she's thought about acting on her own for someone else. Aoi also hated this about her. Satsuki even developed a complex about Ichinos, but she thinks if she's by his side, she might be able to mature a bit. Even though she thinks she's incompetent, she tells the protagonist she'd like to stay by his side, if it's not a bother. Ichinos gets awkward again. He knows Satsuki is a good person, but her way of speaking bothers him. Still, he likes the way she shines when she's in a good mood. Meanwhile, other adventurers around them are watching. They realize these are the two from recent rumors who defeated a portal in a single day and captured a serial killer. Ichinos then comments that the place suddenly got crowded, but then someone shows up and says it's hard to see things right under your nose. Sho Utsunomiya mentions that the protagonist has become the talk of the guild recently. He adds that even though their names aren't out, they're all over videos and blogs. The media is making a big fuss, trying to gather all the information they can. Even without names, you just need to look at the line to figure it out. Sho Utsunomiya thinks they're creating something pretty interesting. He says he always knew the protagonist had the potential to be a star. He tries once more to recruit Ichinos for the Thunder Knights, but then Aoi shows up and cuts him off. She says she was looking for Satsuki. The former leader apologizes to Satsuki. She admits she was a bit harsh with what she said before, but after rethinking her decision, she realizes she needs Satsuki on her team. After all, they're friends and can't just split up like this. With that, Aoi tries to win Satsuki back to her team. She points out that Satsuki has leveled up a lot recently. She also says she can trust Satsuki to cover her back from now on. However, Satsuki just tells Ichinos that it's gotten too noisy, and she wants to leave. Aoi and Sho Utsunomiya are left talking to themselves. So, Satsuki and Ichinos leave the place. On the way, Ichinos brings up Satsuki's friendship with Aoi. He asks if it's okay to just leave her behind. But Satsuki says that if you look closely, Aoi is just another stranger to her now. The protagonist understands her point of view. Satsuki mentions that the video of the incident is definitely circulating. Ichinos says this is how some people make a living from portals, since there are even people who live stream inside them. He adds that they aren't his favorite people, but they make a lot of money and know how dangerous those places are. Satsuki gets scared and says people are trying to chase them. She asks if she should unsubscribe from those channels. The protagonist replies that it's her personal decision. Far away, a streamer checks her phone and sees she's hit 1 million views again this month. Her name is Hoshina, and she tells herself she's the best. Then, she sees that a mysterious adventurer captured a serial killer. This video is getting more views than her most recent one. Her companion says that trending topics naturally get more views. She concludes she needs to get something more interesting than that, and going through a portal of that degree should do the trick. But then she finds the idea unpleasant. Anyway, Hoshina Fujiwara isn't going to give up. Satsuki and Ichinose talk again. Satsuki asks about her weapon. The protagonist explains that leveling up has more to do with the quality of monsters than their number. So, the benefits a weapon can give are crucial. To make up for the shaman class's lack of firepower, he says Satsuki needs quality equipment. Ichino's wants to make their next portal a place where they can earn money. Satsuki says he's going too far just to get a weapon, and she feels bad about it. However, the protagonist tells her there's no need to worry. He says it's good for him if his companion has good equipment. Satsuki likes that he sees her as a companion, and she says she sees him that way too. This makes the protagonist wonder if Satsuki will get attached to a bad guy in the future. Anyway, she changes the subject and asks about a portal where they can make money. Ichino says he's already found one, called the Old King's Tomb. It's an undiscovered portal found the other day, with a very high item drop rate. This is a special type of portal, a rare portal. Ichino thinks that so far, no one knows the Old King's Tomb is a rare portal. He knows this because he read all the portal records in his previous life. The money they can get from selling the drops is good, but what he really wants is to find rare and useful items too. Luckily, no one else has this information yet, which gives the protagonist an advantage and time to get as much as he wants. Satsuki looks at the protagonist and wonders about the evil smile on his face. A little while later, they head to the portal and walk in search of their goals, until Satsuki notices something strange. They both come across the first enemy in the area, which the system calls a white knight. Ichino's quickly uses gravity fraction. He moves fast towards the enemy, leaving Satsuki behind him. As he advances, the protagonist attacks the enemy. With just one hit, the white knight is struck and drops an item. Satsuki watches the protagonist act, and, as expected, she thinks he's very good at fighting. Ichino knows that blunt attacks aren't very effective against this type of bone monster, so he quickly tells Satsuki to launch a magic attack. She understands the order and does it. Meanwhile, the protagonist keeps fighting the monster, using his shadow orb magic. This, combined with Satsuki's magic attack, helps them defeat the White Knight. They even gain more XP. From a distance, Satsuki says something appeared with the magic crystal, and she feels lucky today. The protagonist finds an item called the Relic Knife of Ancient Times, Class D. Then he says this item is excellent and could even sell for about 400,000, which impresses Satsuki. Ichino says it's hard to find a suitable price for weapons, since there's demand for them even when they don't have any special effects. Satsuki, not knowing much about these things, asks how much he plans to make from this raid. The protagonist says he wants 3 million yen. He explains it will take at least that much to find a strong, usable weapon. That goal sounds unbelievable to Satsuki, but Ichino points out that rare portals don't happen every day, so they need to take advantage of this chance. He adds that transporting the items will also take time. They plan to spend these 3 days exploring and removing items. Satsuki asks if that means they have to make 1 million yen a day to hit the target. She feels like she's stepped into a crazy world. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks he hears a battle happening nearby. He says they should check it out quickly, so Satsuki goes with him. Nearby, a mummy-like creature is about to attack. It turns out Hoshina, the streamer, and her adventurer group are fighting it. The knight with her rushes into attack. He fights with sword strikes, hitting the mummy from several different directions. The knight tells Hoshina she can defeat the enemy quickly, but before she moves, she asks her manager if the camera is ready. He confirms it's ready. The knight then casts a quick fire enchantment spell. Hoshina's sword bursts into flames. With that, she moves into action, attacking the mummy, which is practically made of cloth. It catches fire easily and burns to death. For the cameras, Hoshina introduces herself. She tells her viewers that she's raided an unknown portal. She also claims she defeated the enemy with a single sword attack, and that it was much easier than she expected. From a distance, Ichino and Satsuki watch everything. Satsuki says she's seen this streamer on a video site a while ago. She even gets a little excited. But when she looks at her teammate, she sees that Ichino is not happy at all with what he's watching. She remembers what he said earlier. He had mentioned he doesn't like streamers. Anyway, Hoshina's team has recorded everything they needed. Then the manager notices the presence of other adventurers. Hoshina immediately speaks to them. She tells them they're blocking the camera by standing there. She also says she put a lot of effort into positioning the camera for a good video, and she doesn't want them to ruin it. So she tells them to move to the side. The protagonist remarks that Hoshina is certainly brave to claim she defeated the monster in a single blow, especially since someone from her team already attacked it earlier. Hoshina retorts that you need charisma to be a portal streamer. She then asks her manager if it was good enough and if the previous footage is usable. The manager replies that it might be a bit difficult, even with editing. Hoshina says that even if the footage is cool, it's impossible to use if anyone else appears in it. The protagonist tries to talk to her, but Hoshina doesn't like how he addresses her. She states her name is Hoshina Fujiwara, a famous streamer. Ichino apologizes for how he spoke earlier, introducing himself and his companion Satsuki Kisaragi. He also apologizes that she can't use the footage she took. Hoshina says it's fine. They were busy looking for good content, so she'll forgive him. Ichinos asks why she's a portal streamer. She says her motivations are obvious and the question is simple to answer. She does it for money. She adds that portals are exciting and sensational, easy to make content from, and attract a lot of commercial attention, which increases ad revenue. Not only that, but it's also a way for adventurers to become famous directly. If an adventurer becomes famous, it's almost like being an idol. However, Ichinos says being an adventurer is more complex and challenging than she imagines. He also tells her to get rid of her assistants before she starts speaking loudly. The protagonist then states that a portal of this level isn't a place for someone like her. He says those who come without conviction usually end up regretting it. Hoshina is very upset. She says that even after he ruined her video, he still says whatever he wants without caring about her feelings. Even Satsuki agrees the protagonist went too far this time, but he doesn't back down, saying he only gave genuine advice. One of Hoshina's companions tries to calm her, but she already knows she should ignore haters and not let herself be shaken. Then, she asks the manager for the camera. Addressing the protagonist, she says if he has the courage to scold people like this, he must have a lot of faith in his abilities. So, she suggests a dispute to see who can collect more magic crystals. She says if she wins, the protagonist must apologize and retract the harsh things he said, and do it on camera. Hoshina even tells him not to worry about his identity, as they will censor his eyes with a black line. In contrast, she states that if the protagonist wins, she will agree to any condition he wants. Ichinos doesn't hesitate to agree to the bet. Hoshina says it's decided, and they will meet at the entrance in 3 hours. She tells the protagonist that since he accepted, he shouldn't run away. After this, she and her team move forward, and one of them asks why she did it. Hoshina asks if defeating an adventurer who started a fight isn't great content. She states they need more interesting content like this because this month's earnings will be great. She also says it's frustrating to be scolded like that. She really didn't like the protagonist saying she has no conviction, and she plans to make him regret it. On the other side of the dungeon, Ichinos and Satsuki are already fighting. They face another mummy that appeared. The so-called White Knight tries to attack them, but their team is smarter. The protagonist lands right on top of the enemy. He hits it with a meteor strike, gaining XP and leveling up right away. Ichinos figures undead monsters are usually slow. He floats above them using inverse gravity. Then he attacks with double gravity, easily finishing them off. And they get another drop. It's a D-rank item called Ancient Gauntlet. Satsuki asks the protagonist if he really had to accept that challenge earlier. Ichinos says it would be bad to have a video of him losing, but he has no intention of losing in a portal exploration. He also thinks if Hoshina loses in a big way, maybe Hoshina will rethink things. But it's going to be hard to carry everything if items keep dropping like this. Satsuki mentions she's also carrying an item bag. They keep going until they hit a dead end. Then a sphinx, which was just standing there, starts to move, looking like it's about to attack. Satsuki notices the movement. They look back at the exit and see a gate has trapped them. Ichinos says this is a portal trick. These tricks are special events in some dungeons. Most are just traps, but some can be really helpful. The protagonist is in a rare portal, so he sees this as an opportunity, even though he's about to face a really strong enemy. The Sphinx tells them to answer its questions and show their wisdom. It says the questions will keep coming until they make a mistake. It also warns that if they don't answer more than 3 questions, it will take their lives. Satsuki asks if it's a monster. Ichinos explains it's a trick where adventurers have to fight, and if they fail the conditions, there are consequences. He adds that the enemy is very high level, so they need to be careful. Satsuki doesn't like hearing that, but the protagonist tells her not to worry, saying he won't lose a battle of knowledge. The statue gets ready to ask the first question. It asks about the total XP needed to go from level 1 to 10. Satsuki has no idea how to figure it out, but the protagonist answers 45. The Sphinx says that's correct. Ichinos knows he only has 2 more questions. He made sure to research all the details in his previous life. After some time, the statue is already on the 19th question. It asks about a magic monster with 3 faces and 4 legs, but before it can finish, Ichinos answers. He says it's the scary doll. He remembers the Sphinx said it would continue until he made a mistake, but he wonders if this will go on forever. The statue looks a little frustrated. Satsuki tells Ichinose he should just get one wrong already. But the Sphinx wants to ask the 20th question. What monster releases green slime mucus? However, the protagonist knows that the portal with green slimes doesn't exist yet. You can only create one using alchemy skills. He calls the question unfair. The statue didn't expect him to get even that one right. Even so, the statue judges the protagonist as brilliant. Then, the entrance gate opens. Ichinos thinks the stone statue must have been shaken, and half the questions were tricky. But Satsuki tells him something is wrong with the stone statue. The protagonist actually notices it. He sees an item dropped, called a rank B storage ring. He says this item is very useful, calling it super rare. Satsuki asks if it's valuable. Ichinos replies that if he sells it to someone who wants it, it could go for at least 10 million. This amount really surprises Satsuki. Ichinos thinks that for an item of this scale to appear in the portal, it must have been a trick that gives rewards based on the number of correct answers. Satsuki then says it took a while, but asks if he thinks he can win the bet. He replies that with this item, they no longer need to worry. Ichinos thinks that if anything changed, it's that it became easier to get items. He also says that defeating these simple monsters isn't difficult. He knows White Knights have strong attack power, but it's nothing in front of him. And if he leaves an opening for Satsuki to use her magic, they'll be easily defeated. Mummies are slow, so gravity manipulation can damage them a lot. Satsuki's mana drain also helps a lot. A little later, Ichinos levels up to 33. He thinks everything is going as planned, since a rare portal usually has great drop rates. He even picked up some old knives and stored them in his warehouse. He says his item is definitely convenient, and since they've already collected 6 magic crystals, it's probably enough to win the bet. Now he wants to focus on getting money, because he has plenty of time to hunt undead. Back with Hoshina's team, she says they won. After defeating some mummies, she says these enemies are tough with the amount of power they have. But one of her companions says they only defeated 2 of them, and that's not a good pace. He also says it's an unexplored portal, and normally that would be pretty satisfying. So, he worries if the protagonist's group is fighting well and asks Hoshina what she'll do if they lose. She says she'll give them money to act like they lost, but her companion tries to warn about the problems of a fake video. But then, Satsuki and Ichinos appear. He tells Hoshina it looks like she has time for a break. She says they still have time and asks Ichinos about his magic crystal collection, saying she'll forgive him if he apologizes now. But Ichinos uses his warehouse release. He shows her how much he's collected so far. Hoshina can't believe what she sees. She asks about the amount of crystals, magic items, and that ring he has. But the protagonist knows there's nothing wrong. He repeats what she said earlier, saying he'll forgive Hoshina if she asks for forgiveness now. She says the challenge isn't over yet and tells her team to move forward. As they leave, Satsuki asks if Ichinoshi isn't bothering them too much. He replies that he just wanted to stir things up a bit. He confesses he got a bit carried away. Unlike him, Hoshina isn't excited at all. She's worried. So, the protagonist says he hopes she doesn't do anything over the top. Satsuki asks if the protagonist holds a grudge against the portal streamers. The protagonist explains his actions weren't because the streamers didn't take adventuring seriously. Ichino states that being an adventurer carries the risk of losing your life. It's not something you do in your free time. He warns that if you keep going without conviction or determination, you'll regret it when the time comes. Meanwhile, Hoshina thinks she needs something big to beat the protagonist. She's bothered that she can't win just based on numbers. Her companion points out they're in deep trouble and don't have enough mana points. Hoshina knows they should save mana for their return, but she can't just go back like this. She's also doing this with strong determination. The story flashes back 8 years. The world was in absolute chaos with many more portal disasters than now. Hoshina was just a child. She saw her father die cruelly while protecting her younger brother and shielding him from the scene. But all she could do was run, holding her brother's hand. She ran desperately, crying. Afterward, she ended up in a shelter for tragedy victims, where others knew what had happened to her. At the time, she was with Kun-san, one of the country's 5 rank A adventurers. She hated feeling powerless, only able to run. She kept studying and learning, driven by those feelings. The incident even made the news, which surprised her. She believed she could become someone's courage in the face of all these tragedies. She didn't think she could be as strong as that adventurer, but she wanted to give courage to people she could reach. Back in the present, she doesn't want to be called someone without resolve or conviction. Hoshina is determined to make the protagonist apologize. She hasn't gotten good footage yet, so maybe a big monster is what she needs. Her current goal is to defeat a big enemy on camera, even though her team members don't think it's a good idea. With that in mind, just as she considers turning back, she hears a monster and runs toward it, hoping it's a monster she can defeat. But she finds an adventurer who is almost dead. This adventurer tried to fight the level 40 necromancer Pharaoh, the boss of the ancient king's tomb portal. Hoshina's expectations crash. She didn't expect to find the boss, and she doesn't believe she can beat it. One of her companions says someone must have lured the boss out after fleeing its room. They should run because there's nothing for them here. Hoshina seems to agree, thinking the monster won't chase them if they run down a narrow path. But then she sees a girl adventurer begging for help. This reminds her of the tragedy involving her family, where she hated feeling powerless and only being able to run. Now she understands why she was so drawn to that adventurer. She just doesn't want to keep running and asking for help. So, in the present, she tries to help the girl and tells her group to fall back. She stops the monster from hitting the girl. She says she'll keep it busy and the girl should hurry and run. The girl does, thanking her for the help. But as soon as the girl runs, the monster attacks again. Then, one of Hoshina's group members shows up to help, saying he won't abandon her. She asks why the manager did that, and he replies that he's her #1 fan after all. He couldn't just run away now. He also admits he's not good at fighting, but even he can be a decoy. He wants her to run, offering to stay in her place. However, Hoshina is still standing while her group members fall trying to help her. The manager tries to summon a magic shield. It's meant to protect them, but the enemy's attack is so strong that in just one hit it breaks the magic barrier. This makes Hoshina realize she lacks power, speed, and all the qualities of a good adventurer. This is a high-level portal boss, one she hasn't faced before. She sees the next enemy attack approaching. Hopelessly, she gives herself up to her fate. But at that exact moment, the protagonist appears, telling her she was reckless. Ichinose counterattacks the enemy. This stops the girl from getting hit. With inverse gravity active, he saves her. Hoshina asks why he did it. Ichinose replies he was wondering if she was going to do something stupid. He also heard from a fleeing adventurer that she was in trouble. The protagonist reminds her that he told her before if she kept going without conviction or resolve, she would regret it when the time came. But Hoshina had said that if she won, Ichinose should apologize and take back what he'd said. So, he thinks he lost the bet, and he takes back everything he said about her not having conviction. While talking to her, Ichinose is stuck to the ceiling. But as he holds the girl, he realizes the enemy is still below, and it's about to attack him. So he moves quickly, returning to the ground. Using his gravity fraction, he counterattacks the enemy. Still holding Hoshina, he defends against the attacks. He knows that gravity fraction decreases the force of gravity. This makes it easier to receive the spear blows. From a distance, Satsuki helps him. Satsuki summons her shadow ball at the monster, but the enemy is too strong and it takes no damage. Satsuki knows her attack hit, but it had no effect. Ichinose says they can't run away with two seriously injured people. The situation is bad because the enemy is a high-rank portal boss. Even though the Crown Blade helps gravity users amplify their power, this opponent can't be easily defeated like the Mad Clown, especially not with a simple strategy. Ichinose thinks their chances aren't great. Hoshina says her group came with her because she asked, so she can't abandon them. The protagonist tells her not to worry. He likes fights with a good chance of success, but he also doesn't hate a difficult fight. He asks Satsuki to restore Hoshina's mana. Ichinose says he'll keep the enemy's attention on himself. Hoshina used fire enchantment before. She's a swordswoman who can use specific support magic in fights. Ichinose thinks she might be able to heal too since she's a magic swordswoman. So, he figures she can use healing while he buys time. They can slowly recover using the shaman class's mana point transfer ability. Satsuki transfers mana just like the protagonist asked. The gravity fraction increases agility, but reduces attack power. The lack of attack power isn't an issue if the goal is to draw the enemy's attention. However, the level difference between them is too big to keep running forever. He's not sure if he can keep this up with just the gravity fraction, but even while down, one of Hoshina's group members helps him. They apply support magic to the protagonist and tell him to be careful and look after Hoshina. Ichinose says he will. Then, realizing he's about to be attacked, he dodges. He says the enemy's strength is its size and speed. A crazy fast attack is also strong. This must be its strongest move. The protagonist thinks he needs to watch out for when that attack comes. Lying on the ground, the manager is surprised he's still alive. He thinks his body feels like lead, barely able to move, but he still worries about Hoshina and asks where she is. When he looks at the enemy, he sees the protagonist facing it. He wonders about this crazy speed. Without wasting time, he grabs his camera and tries to film the protagonist's fight with the monster. Ichinose shows off his gravity abilities, and the manager manages to capture everything on video. He judges Ichinose's movements as beautiful. Ichinose thinks it's probably because of the gravity fraction and the difference in their levels, but he's barely done any damage to the enemy, believing it's practically impossible to beat it alone. Satsuki uses reverse mana drain on Hoshina. She thanks him for the help, saying now that she has it, she's ready to fight again. Then she uses her healing ability, saying she can finally join the fight. Satsuki doesn't want to be left out and says she'll help too, which makes the protagonist think the situation has changed. But there's still one thing. Fighting this boss for a long time is out of the question, so he needs to defeat this monster quickly. The enemy keeps attacking the protagonist, but he quickly dodges all the attacks. Then Ichinose gets close to the boss and faces it head-on. Satsuki worries her teammate is cornered. The statue focuses on the protagonist, and he uses his gravity fraction, successfully changing its weight. From there, he throws another statue at the enemy, creating an opening to attack. Then he tells Satsuki to hit the boss's face. So she does, using her magic ability called Dark Orb, aiming it at the Sphinx. But watching from afar, she realizes the attack had no effect. Ichinose says that's good enough, and the enemy having tough armor means it has something that needs protecting. Meanwhile, Hoshina attacks, saying she's in the enemy's blind spot, but the statue notices her approaching and attacks, forcing her to retreat. Hoshina realizes there's no opening because of the enemy's 4 arms, and she can't get close without being seen. She also notices the enemy took a frontal attack from the protagonist, making her think the statue might like close-range attacks. Next, the protagonist says he'll create an opening for Hoshina, telling her to break its mask with a magic ability. Magic swordsmen have an ability called Break, which takes a while to charge but can penetrate even the toughest armor. Hoshina understands what he said, but she thinks creating an opening isn't easy and wonders how the protagonist will do it against that that monster. The protagonist knows the necromancer pharaoh's 4 arms are its strongest feature, but if he can get rid of them, its movements are the same as any other monster at its level. So, the enemy also has a big weakness. Knowing this, Ichinos attacks and creates a gravity link. This magic usually ties up a monster's body, but he uses it to tie up the enemy's arms. Normally, it could break the link easily, but because of its shoulder position, the statue can't apply enough force. This strategy is only possible because of its large body. Seeing what the protagonist is doing, Hoshina realizes she can attack now. So, she prepares her magic attack and uses the ability called Break. Both Ichinos and Satsuki wait expectantly to see if the plan works. Then a crack appears on the enemy's mask, which it removes from its face, revealing its true face. Ichino says its weak point is exposed. Hoshina asks what's wrong with the enemy's face. The protagonist just says they should finish it while it's still restrained. So, Ichinos moves towards the boss, using his reverse gravity ability. Seeing the enemy move, he realizes he's seen that stance before, an attack that uses all its power. The protagonist knew the boss would resort to this if its arms were restricted, and the weakness of this attack is that it lowers its head. With that, the protagonist declares it's over. He then moves in for a precise strike, using his Meteor Strike ability. The enemy gets hit directly by the protagonist's Meteor Strike. After that, it falls immediately. The Ancient King's portal boss tomb is finally cleared, with complete submission. Ichinos even levels up and gains skill points. After this, Hoshina uses her healing ability on her group, and the manager thanks them for the help. Satsuki analyzes the defeated enemy and notices it dropped something, an item called Cursed King's Staff, rank C. The protagonist says it's normal for rare items to drop from bosses, and this time it's a staff. He tells Satsuki this item is perfect for her. He also thought defeating the boss would hurt their cash profits, but it's good they have this staff. Satsuki asks if it's okay for her to keep the item, since she already took the equipment from the Mad Dream Theater. The protagonist says Hoshina and her group also helped, so they should share with them too. However, she tells the protagonist not to worry about it, stating that he saved them after all. She even wants to give him her magic crystals and weapons, believing that way they'll be even. Ichinos, however, reminds her that he said earlier he lost the bet and he'll take back his words as promised, stating Hoshina is an adventurer with determination. She agrees, as long as he knows that. The way she talks even makes Satsuki uncomfortable. Ichinos says being an ideal adventurer doesn't require doing crazy things like this. But the manager disagrees, saying being an adventurer isn't very stable. Ichinosi agrees, but says at their level, they should be able to make a decent living. The manager says Hoshina has her mother, whose foot was injured during the portal disaster, and 5 younger siblings to take care of. Her father passed away, and he states being an older sister these days is very hard. Hoshina, however, tells the manager not to expose her family like that. Hearing this, the protagonist apologizes, saying he was acting superior while meddling in her business. Hoshina says it's not like she's doing this because she has no other choice, stating that everyone is afraid of portal disasters, and she wants to make people smile in the way she feels best. Ichinozi says that's a good goal, and he'll be rooting for her from now on. Hoshina didn't expect that, and feels a bit embarrassed by his words. Anyway, they meet with the guild staff and report what happened. After that, everyone leaves the portal. Hoshina asks the manager if the video equipment is working. He replies yes, and even has a video of an adventurer fighting at incredible speed, stating he's happy there are no defects for now. So, the girl is happy to hear that. However, he says they have few magic crystals, making it hard to make a video like that. He knows it's good to be alive, but things will be a bit difficult from now on. So he asks if it wouldn't have been good to accept the protagonist's magic crystals. But Hoshina replies she doesn't want to accept anything related to charity or pity. She then asks if he has any materials they can use, saying anything will do. The manager checks his camera and sees that the only moment he captured was the protagonist's fight with the creature. After some time at the Marima Branch Adventurers Guild, some people pass by and gossip about what's coming, because Satsuki and Ichinos are already becoming known among others, until Satsuki shows a video to the protagonist. He says instead of getting information from a portal video, they should look for a data expert for that. However, he soon realizes the video itself is about Hoshina, reporting the appearance of an unknown but strong adventurer, meaning himself, which also has a lot of views. Not only that, but several comments praise his performance. Ichinozu doesn't want to show his emotions, but he can't help it. He's happy about these reactions. He was wondering why he felt people were looking at him recently, so he concludes it's because of this video. Satsuki says it hasn't even been a day, and the video already hit 1 million views, as expected from her teammate. Meanwhile, Hoshina, at home, checks the results and is satisfied with what she achieved, telling herself she's the best. Until suddenly she gets a notification on her phone about Ichinos. They exchanged contacts so they could share information. She answers the phone and says Ichinos certainly contacted her quickly, asking if he became a fan. However, the protagonist asks about her making a video about him without warning. She replies they agreed that if she won, he'd let her make a video, but if he doesn't like it, she says she can delete it. But she asks the protagonist if he knows how hard it is to be an older sister these days. Ichinos replies he just wanted to complain a little. Hoshina says she understands, and that's good. She also says she had an idea. since he gets a lot of attention, and suggests they make a video together. However, Ichinose hangs up on her. Satsuki notices Hoshino was trying to say something when he hung up, and Ichinose says he'll act like nothing happened. However, he thinks at this rate, he'll be able to get the super rare item he gave up on in his past life, called the Ring of Wisdom. Ichinose thinks if he gets his hands on it, he can greatly change the world's destiny. At the guild, the receptionist confirms the protagonist is above level 35, and he seems to have a good record too. His adventurer rank successfully increased to C. Satsuki says, as expected, her teammate is rank C. Ichinose says she'll be able to promote soon too. Everyone is surprised because the protagonist is the fastest person in history to reach such a level. It's faster to level up by defeating higher level opponents, and if the adventurer is inexperienced or lacks knowledge, it becomes an even greater challenge. Satsuki says people with rank C or higher are considered high by everyone around them, and she wants to do her best to follow her teammate's example. Ichinose, in turn, says he wants to get to rank B by the end of this month. This impresses Satsuki, as she thinks it's impossible to get that rank in just 1 month, since the number of people who can do that is 1 in a million. But Ichinose says there's an item he wants to get, and it's in a place you can't enter unless you're rank B or higher. The high difficulty portal called the Illusion Library. He wants to get a drop from this portal's boss, the Ring of Wisdom. Satsuki asks if he knows of another boss drop that hasn't been defeated yet, and if it's because of that rare item he was talking about earlier. The protagonist replies basically yes, and he's focused on getting the Ring of Wisdom, stating that this item might be related to the root of the portal phenomenon. Satsuki is impressed. The Ring of Wisdom has a strong possibility of having a hidden effect, but in the protagonist's previous life, its whereabouts became obscure before any research could be done on it, as there were rumors it contained information about the cause of portal disasters. Considering the time he has, it might be a bit difficult, but Ichinose would like to get it if possible. But the protagonist says he'll just be dragging Satsuki along with his personal goals, and he thinks it will be difficult without her, so if he can bother her a little. However, before he finishes, Satsuki says she's in, claiming Ichinose has already done a lot for her, and she's happy he still trusts her. Ichinose thanks her for her help, but he states it's really difficult to reach rank B within a month, and for that, Satsuki says it seems achievements are more important than levels. The protagonist tells her not to worry because he already has a plan. For now, he says they will both clear portals and accumulate achievements. They even encounter the Wild Tribe party, Red Troll Portal Boss, level 32. However, they easily defeat this enemy. After that, they find the Lake of Sirens, Siren Portal Boss, level 30. And again, with Meteor Strike, the protagonist defeats them all. He does the same in the Mixed Insect Nest, Agro Arachnid Portal Boss, level 36. So, they clear 3 portals in 2 weeks. Satsuki knows they were low-level bosses, but asks if it shouldn't be harder to defeat them. Ichinose says bosses are strong and have high attack power, but at this level their movements are still very simple. They also don't have any crazy special abilities. That's why he chose portals they could clear easily. He thoroughly researched all the portals that were easy for his level range, and with that, he now has 5 portal achievements above level 30. So, he expects to be promoted to rank B. Then he goes to the guild again, and the receptionist says it certainly looks like he can be promoted, stating that having so many achievements in such a short time is something to consider. Ichinose asks to be promoted, and the receptionist says they have a rigorous inspection process for rank B and above, and they'll be in touch in a few days. But someone approaches, saying they can't believe it, because he just saw a kid is about to go up to rank B. Ichinose sees this man as an adventurer contracted by the guild. Adventurers with significant achievements can sign contracts with a specific guild to work for them. They mainly do jobs like portal management or responding to portal disasters, or advising the guild on unexplored portals. Their influence within the guild is quite large, so the adventurer is impressed a kid is at such a high level. The receptionist says this is because the protagonist is almost level 40, and also has some achievements in intermediate rank portals. The adventurer finds it hard to believe a skinny kid defeated a bunch of portal bosses, because he himself took 7 years as an adventurer to finally become the first rank B adventurer of the Marima branch. And then a kid appears out of nowhere and challenges his achievements. So the protagonist realizes a problematic person is watching him. The man says he can't accept that a rookie with less than a year of experience is a rank B adventurer. Ichinose knows his name is Oga, and he's one of the few contracted rank B adventurers in the guild, and he won't be able to be promoted to rank B if he ignores him there. Ichinose also knows that promotion requests are limited to the adventurer's place of residence on their residency certificate. He thinks he can't avoid Oga, but he's already dragged Satsuki there, and also has information they can't refuse. So he turns to Oga and says if he wants to refute his request, he'd like to hear a proper reason. Oga says the protagonist's time in portals is short. He claims portals aren't for kids like him because Rank B Adventurer isn't a title they should be handing out so easily. He also asks if the protagonist is disrespecting adventurers. Even Satsuki is embarrassed by this question. Some people were wondering what all the commotion was about, and seeing Oga, they feel bad for the kid he saw. Ichinos, in turn, says the age requirement to become an adventurer is 17, and asks if Oga knows how many young people that age have become Rank B. Oga asks what he's talking about. Ichinos says it's been 15 years since portals appeared, and 6 people across Japan advanced to Rank B in less than a year. So, he asked if Oga is saying those promotions were mistakes. Defeating higher-level monsters, as long as the adventurer can do it, makes it possible to reach a high level quickly. The protagonist says his level and achievements meet the requirements for a promotion, and if Oga is going to use his experience as a reason to reject it, he needs a good explanation. He also says the rules and laws regarding portals are still being worked out, and they should be listening to those with a lot of portal experience. But they should also consider past examples and circumstances. Rules shouldn't be based on someone's feelings. They're made from an accumulation of the past, after all. So, the protagonist believes that should be guild policy. Hearing this, the receptionist says he's exactly right. Satsuki thinks it's amazing, because even when the other person is a veteran contracted adventurer, her teammate clearly has more knowledge and charisma. Some people also heard and say Oga just lost that argument. So, Oga thinks a kid is mocking him, so he won't forgive him, saying he'll make him regret it. Then he asks the receptionist what the kid's class is. She replies Ichinos is level 38, and his class is Gravity User. Oga says he's never heard of that class, and wonders if it's a rare class. However, he thinks it's more likely a magic class, and if the kid has a strong vanguard in front, his leveling speed might make sense. Ichinos, in turn, says he's a bit stubborn, stating that rejecting an application without thinking it through is a bit much. However, Oga states he has conditions, saying he'll personally make sure the protagonist is fit to be a Rank B adventurer, and tells him to go to the guild's training ground if he has determination. So, the protagonist does that along with Satsuki, and other people gather to see what happens. Oga says he'll let Ichinos be promoted if he convinces him in a simulated battle, but if he can't, he'll be rejected. Some spectators say Oga left 2 people almost dead in simulated battles before, and they think it won't be much different with the protagonist because doing this to inspect his abilities is just a cover-up. Oga stares at the protagonist and thinks it was a mistake for him to try and make a fool of him, stating that the kid's level is 38, while his is 47. Also, the protagonist is from a magic class, and probably thinks too highly of himself for being carried by someone else. Oga is from the Beast Warrior class, a class that can harness the power of beasts. He also thinks when it comes to class, level, and experience, he wins in all aspects. Besides humiliating him, he wants to make sure to leave the protagonist in a state that prevents him from being an adventurer again. Ichinose, in turn, thinks the opponent's class is based on pure stat power, and he's not an opponent to be taken lightly. So he concludes he should use the skill points he has saved. Now that he's enhanced gravity manipulation, his control over his own body should be better. Ichinos wanted to increase the level of gravity magic, but he has no choice. Oga notices the protagonist is using his skill points before the match, and says he must be very calm. He states that any accidents during the simulated battle are inevitable, warning the protagonist to be careful with his body. Ichinos thanks him for the warning, and for Oga letting him participate in this simulated battle. Oga thinks the protagonist is just a naive kid, and he wants to show everyone watching what happens when someone messes with him, stating that Ichinos will learn what it's like to be on the verge of death. Oga says the protagonist can attack whenever he wants. He says he'll restrict the use of his own abilities, but Ichinos can use his as he wishes, saying the public execution now begins. He can't even hold back his laughter, imagining he'll publicly humiliate the kid. The protagonist, in turn, prepares with gravity fraction. Oga thinks his opponent is low level with little experience and has a magic class with few physical abilities. Common knowledge that mages can't win a fight like this, and there's no way any of his useless attacks will reach him, stating that it makes the protagonist a good example. Ichinos, however, doesn't intend to lose. He attacks at full speed, leaving Oga stunned. He wonders how the kid is so fast, thinking this isn't a speed that matches his level. Oga wonders what's happening, because the protagonist jumped towards him, which he thinks he can reverse if he corrects his position. But Ichinos appears high up, surprising his opponent once again. So, Oga realizes something is wrong with his balance. Ichinos doesn't waste time and shows no mercy, hitting Oga directly. The blow makes Oga bleed. Oga doesn't give up, saying Ichinos wasn't very smart with that combo and knee kick. Other spectators see that the protagonist is fighting an equally strong guild adventurer. Someone else says it's just a ranking inspection, and the adventurer is probably going easy since he's not even using his skills. Meanwhile, Oga thinks he can't take advantage of this situation. He reached rank B after years of hard work, but he also thinks he can't beat the protagonist because the MC won't let him. Oga intended to publicly humiliate the protagonist, but now it seems he's the one being made fun of. The protagonist is a lower level and younger, so Oga can't believe what's happening. Ichinos tells Oga he's mistaken. He knows the gravity user is the strongest class, able to freely change physical ability with gravity manipulation in a short battle that doesn't use all his mana. Ichinos doesn't think he's behind any class, even if the opponent is a higher level. Fighting without using skills is just disrespectful. He thinks even Zybe showed more respect in battles, and his combat skills were better too. The protagonist doesn't even feel any dark or murderous intent from his current opponent, so he decides to end this quickly. He attacks Oga again, this time using his double gravity skill. Oga feels the blow and notices the protagonist's sword got heavier. He realizes the MC isn't just fast, but then he realizes the protagonist has vanished, thinking this isn't possible. He wonders where the MC is. He didn't even notice Ichinos was right above him. Ichinos appears behind him, pointing a sword. Ichinos thinks he lightened the gravity on his body the moment he hit Oga. He used the collision's recoil to jump behind Oga. Since he immediately entered Oga's blind spot, it looks like Ichinos had disappeared from Oga's perspective. Spectators from afar see the protagonist crushing a B-level adventurer. Even Satsuki admires the way the protagonist fights. Unlike Oga, who still feels like a joke, telling the protagonist not to play with him, he claims he won't accept this. Ichinos wanted to end the battle now, but when he looks at his opponent, he realizes the intention isn't mutual. Oga stares at him with a murderous look. Then, using his Beast Claw skill, Oga attacks, breaking through the protagonist's defense. Ichinozi isn't hurt by the attack, but he had lowered his guard, thinking the fight was over. Oga notices that even with a surprise attack, the protagonist managed to defend. A spectator calls it cowardly, pointing out that Oga used an ability he promised not to, even though the battle was already decided. Oga realizes his reputation is now being questioned. Ichinose asks what's wrong, and if Oga is really going to continue this rank promotion battle. But Oga can only think about this kid staring him down, basically saying he won't accept the outcome. Ichinose insists that's enough. Oga doesn't want to acknowledge the protagonist, especially since he feels pressured by a kid whose level is lower than his. He also thinks if this rumor spreads, the guild won't ignore it, and continuing might seem pointless. Right after this, he tells Ichinose that his request for a B-rank adventurer promotion is rejected. Oga says the protagonist might be a bit clever, but there was no decisive blow, and no monster he faces will forgive that. He even let the protagonist push him back to this point on purpose. To make things worse, Oga claims the protagonist was hurt by his ability, even though it's clear he looks fine. The spectators find this disgusting, thinking Oga never intended to acknowledge him in the first place. But Oga hears this and gets pretty irritated. One spectator tells another not to speak too loudly, saying he doesn't know what will happen if Oga notices them. But to everyone's surprise, Sho Utsunomiya shows up and asks Oga if he has no shame. The protagonist is surprised to see him. Sho also says Ichinose was winning from start to finish, and the last hit only happened because Oga broke the rule about not using his abilities. Hearing this just makes Oga even more irritated that someone is talking to him like that. The protagonist tries to say something, but Sho Utsunomiya tells him to leave it to him, saying he's his best friend and will make sure to tell the truth. Ichinose, for his part, says he's grateful but asks Sho to stop. Still in the arena, Satsuki watches him. She knows her companion won the match. She believes there's no reason for Oga not to acknowledge him. The protagonist knows he fought clearly to show the difference in their abilities. But all of this was hurting Oga's self-esteem, so he thinks he should have held back a bit, especially after all this embarrassment. It must have had a bad effect on Oga. After this, someone shows up asking what all the commotion is about. Oga recognizes the guild's vice president, Serizawa. Serizawa says he was looking for Oga and asks what he's doing here. Oga replies that he was just conducting an admission exam, but says it was a waste of time. Serizawa says accidents happen in simulated battles, but no one should get hurt under normal circumstances. Oga, for his part, says it was just a scratch, but the vice president doesn't seem to like hearing that. Then he tells Oga he needs to speak with him urgently and asks him to go upstairs as fast as possible. As Oga leaves, he says the promotion match is over and that he's a busy guy, unlike the protagonist. Sho watches and calls him a coward. He can't believe someone like that is at the top of the guild. Satsuki comes up to Ichinose and asks what they should do next. Ichinose says he'll have to find another way. Meanwhile, Serizawa asks why they need a simulated battle for an exam. Oga replies that some weakling was talking about trying to become a B rank, so he gave the kid a taste of reality. This makes Serizawa think the protagonist might see adventurer work as easy, which is exactly the kind of person Oga hates. Oga then asks the vice president what he wanted to talk about. Serizawa says it's about the Mausoleum of Pests, the B-rank portal in Morima. He thinks it would be good to keep this portal under supervision. If adventurers' levels go up, they can also get more magic crystals. But he also knows that the monster distribution has reportedly changed a lot. Serizawa says its magic power concentration is at an unusual level, and they have to do something about it. It's not about missing an opportunity. A portal disaster is much worse than some extra money. Oga asks if the vice president wants him to clear the Mausoleo das Bestas before something happens. Serizawa explains that some people in the Demon Defense Agency want to leave the B-rank portals alone. The guild is also unsure about clearing a good source of money, so it's up to a talented adventurer like Oga to investigate if this portal is safe. They don't know much about portals, and Serizawa thinks Oga's words are firm and confident enough to convince them. He wants Oga to give his opinion and convince the guild master. Oga then says Serizawa always calls him for the most boring tasks, but Serizawa says they haven't finished their conversation yet. Oga says he's very persistent. He picks up some papers and throws them on the floor. Serizawa tells him to at least look at the data. Oga asks what he'll learn by looking at some data. He claims that with his experience, he can say there's no problem. Even if something happens, he says he'll conquer the portal in a moment. But Serizawa says if something happens, it will be too late. He also says Oga doesn't know what kind of portal disaster might happen. Even with these warnings, Oga ignores him and leaves. The vice president knows his goal is to protect the city, but he thinks it would be great if nothing actually happened. He doesn't know the dangers that await the adventurers. Later, Satsuki talks to the protagonist and says the whole situation was very unpleasant. She says she didn't imagine someone like that is a contracted adventurer for the guild. Ichinos knows that rank-up registrations are linked to the guild closest to his home. He can't ignore Oga if he wants to reach B rank. He needs to be at least B rank if he wants to challenge the Library of Illusion. Ichinos thinks Satsuki can raise her rank at another branch, but her level is too low. Because of this, he doesn't know what to do. Suddenly, Hoshina appears. She says she heard what happened and asks if Ichinose really fought a contracted guild adventurer. She says information definitely spreads fast, and one of her fans sent a video of the duel between Oga and Ichinose. Hoshina is exposing the guild's true state and Oga's tyranny. She presents this to her audience, claiming her subscribers will activate the flames, but the protagonist thinks she's just after views. Hoshina says she owes Ichinose because she was hoping he'd be useful. She also admits this increased her earnings, so she's very happy with the whole situation. Ichinose tells her not to do anything excessive because portals are full of things they don't know yet. He also says the guild has no choice but to listen to those with real experience. Plus, Oga doesn't seem like the type to change even if he's criticized. The protagonist says it will just make Oga mark him. Hoshina says she understands the advice, but Satsuki pays close attention to this conversation, looking a bit suspicious. Hoshina then says the protagonist is worried about her. Satsuki asks if she's interested in Ichinose. Hoshina, looking embarrassed, asks what Satsuki is talking about. She claims the protagonist is rude, inconsiderate, and arrogant. He seems a little cool, but other than that, he's not attractive at all. She says she just thought he saved her life once, and she should try to return the favor. She also says she's an idol streamer, so she can't have romantic relationships. She asks Satsuki why she looks so doubtful, but Satsuki says it's nothing. But a phone ring interrupts their conversation. Satsuki checks and sees a disaster notification for a rank B monster. Everyone gets the notification. Hoshina says the origin is the North District, a beast mausoleum flood from a preserved rank B portal. A flood is a type of disaster where monsters escape from inside a portal. There's only one way to stop it, to subdue the portal boss and conquer it. But for the protagonist, this is strange because such a disaster never happened in his previous life. He wonders if it's a coincidence. He also questions what's different between his previous life and this one. Hoshina is puzzled by a preserved portal developing. She knows the guilds should have done much better to prevent these things. She's never entered a rank B portal before, and her level is clearly too low. But she worries because she knows there are people in the city who don't even have a level. That alone is enough for her to decide she's going on this raid. Ichinos doesn't stay behind and says he's going too. He doesn't know what will happen, but the longer this disaster lasts, the worse it will get. There's a possibility that multiple phenomena could happen at the same time during a monster disaster. It would be great if it were just a flood. At the location, other adventurers have already arrived. They are talking about a level 34 werewolf. Oga, however, activates Berserk mode. He says the monster is in his way, calling it a little weakling. But even after defeating the wolf, he knows there's a limit to how bad things can get. Thinking the vice president was right makes him nervous. He thinks this will lower his reputation even more. Oga still hasn't gotten over what happened in his last encounter with the protagonist. Some people there say that, as expected of a B-rank adventurer, Oga defeated a monster of this level with one blow. But Oga tells them he doesn't want to talk to them, calling them demon defense agents who are almost like C-rank. Instead, Oga asks where the high rankers are. One of them replies that there are only a few B-rank adventurers and above right now. They say they've contacted everyone, but they don't know when they'll arrive. Oga thinks this situation is bad. He figures if there's more damage, his position will be at risk. But if he gets to fight the boss first, defeating it shouldn't be that hard. The boss is a level 47 Ghost Fox. Oga thinks if he defeats it and then passes the responsibility to Serizawa, he'll become a hero of Marima. So he says he'll defeat the boss as fast as possible. But the others aren't as excited as he is. They didn't expect to face the portal boss. Meanwhile, the fox gets closer, and it doesn't look happy at all. The guild representatives say this is completely different from the information they received, and seeing the ghost fox up close, they wonder what's wrong with this creature. They realize it's an evolution. Not only does its level increase significantly, but the monster's appearance and form also change. They even gain new characteristics and abilities. It's almost like a completely different monster. Most of them are born from the magic power accumulated at the center of a portal. They usually appear along with a portal disaster. Oga realizes that not only a flood, but also an evolution has happened this time. One of the guild representatives asks what they should do with a monster like this. The other replies that they should retreat and regroup with a larger group. They need to buy time until the Demon Defense Agency and adventurers from other areas arrive. But Oga doesn't like this idea, thinking his position is at risk. So he yells at the others, saying he's a B-rank adventurer. He claims he's had to overcome problems like this many times before. Then he tells the others to get ready because he's going to crush this monster with one blow, but the representatives don't want to do that, saying it's very dangerous. They believe they won't last even 10 seconds against this creature. Oga, however, thinks they're cowardly idiots, and he says if they can't help, then he'll give them a push. He uses his berserk skill. He attacks his own companions. This warrior skill increases the target's attack power for a short time, making them less rational and more violent. It was a useful skill Oga used a lot when he was adventuring to escape. Even though it's been a long time since he used it like this, now he orders his allies to quickly attack the creature. Oga plans to use them to create an opening and then deal a fatal wound with his own skill. He claims you're not an adventurer if you don't finish with a clean hit. However, the enemy doesn't just stand there. The fox reacts by using a poltergeist skill. Debris around them starts to float. The fox is about to use them. Oga sees this up close. He doesn't understand what's happening, but he orders his allies to attack on a stupidly large scale, but they can't move. So Oga calls them useless. He attacks alone, defending himself from the stones the enemy is throwing. He realizes the creature has telekinesis. Still, the attack is on a huge scale. It's also his first time seeing a level 55 monster, but he didn't expect it to be this different. The fox wastes no time and goes on the offensive. Oga knows he has to act fast. He thinks about escaping while the distractions are still there, but he can't. He's surrounded by stones and debris. Then, for a moment, he sees the fox getting closer. With a single attack, Oga is on the ground, wondering what's going on with this monster. He thinks the fox is unbeatable and he's not sure what to do. Then he remembers that as a beast warrior, he has an ability to play dead. When he activates it, he looks dead after taking damage. The fox stops attacking him. Oga uses this chance to escape. He thinks it's not the right time to worry about responsibilities, but when he least expects it, the fox's attention is back on him. The enemy attacks him. Oga realizes the fox saw through his ability. He concludes that escaping is impossible, and he's not happy about a great warrior like him dying in this place. The fox quickly returns and gets closer. Oga notices it's using telekinesis again. He thinks the creature is just playing with its prey. Not only that, but he sees a bizarre portal on the monster's back. Strange tentacles come out of it. One of them even goes into his mouth. This stops Oga from screaming for help. Sometime later, the protagonist arrives at the scene. He fought smaller monsters and even leveled up. Hoshina also shows up to help. She heals some injured people. Ichinos tells a man to go back to where he was, since there are no more monsters there. The man does as told and thanks them for the help. Hoshina tells the protagonist they can't keep doing this forever. She believes if they don't stop the flood soon, the disaster will spread. Ichinos agrees with her. He checks his phone and sees that over half an hour has passed, but the monster still isn't defeated. The protagonist thinks that if it's the boss of the Beast Mausoleum, the demon defense agents should be able to beat it. But too much time has passed, and this could mean the worst-case scenario. Meanwhile, back at Oga's core, he's attacking his own allies. One of them tries to calm Oga down, reminding him they are from the Demon Defense Force. But another says it's useless because the adventurer is losing his mind. The monster's ability probably messed with his head. Oga Sato is a rank B beastman warrior adventurer hired by the guild. To think someone like him would be so problematic when he becomes an enemy puts the guild representatives in an even worse situation. They even try to attack Oga, but his instincts protect him. He transforms into a true beast and fights back, giving the others no chance to defend themselves. Oga, in his beast form, becomes even more aggressive. Those who try to stop him get seriously hurt because he's using his beast claw. Seeing this, one of the representatives feels he has to stop Oga, but he's no match for Oga's beast form, as Oga is even more relentless, attacking his allies without mercy. One of them even screams in despair as he sees Oga killing his comrades. A fight to the death with a rank B adventurer is something they really weren't expecting. Oga's strange physical condition makes one of the representatives wonder if it's a side effect of this monster disaster. He also knows this isn't a disaster that can be handled by just the adventurers and teams present. Oga is about to kill one of the allies. Then the protagonist appears, using his gravity fraction, and interferes with the fatal blow. Soon, Ichinos confronts Oga and realizes Oga is being controlled by a monster with mind interference abilities. The saved representative tells the protagonist protagonist he's no match for Oga in this state, claiming just any adventurer can't defeat him. But as he watches them fight, he realizes the protagonist is beating a rank B adventurer. He's impressed to have this kind of rookie in the area. Meanwhile, Ichinos notices Oga's movements are much simpler now compared to their previous duel. He realizes this is because of the enemy's mental interference. Oga fights using his beast claw. Ichinos sees his opponent is getting impatient and is only attacking. To counter, the protagonist uses double gravity. He hits Oga so hard that Oga returns to his normal state. After this, he asks if the adventurer is awake. But as soon as Oga sees Ichinos, he remembers their previous fight. This awakens a hidden anger. Then he returns to his beast state, saying he will kill the protagonist. The mental interference skill is more powerful than Ichinos expected. Even though Oga is a higher level opponent, the protagonist says he doesn't have time to fight him. So he tells Oga not to hold a grudge for what's about to happen. With a charged mid-air attack, Ichinos uses double gravity once more. He combines it with his meteor slash. After the attack, he cuts off the opponent's right arm, and he also takes the strength from his legs. He believes Oga must be powerless now. Watching this from a distance, the guild representative can't believe a rookie was fighting a B-rank adventurer while holding back. He concludes the protagonist truly has no limits. Then Ichinos' friends show up, and Hoshina tells him he went too far. He apologizes, but says it was an emergency. Satsuki knows there's a speed difference between classes, but either way, she says they should take these guys to a safe place. However, the protagonist sees something coming closer. He says they don't have time to do that. The girls get scared when they see the enemy. It arrives already attacking, and it causes a big impact on the area, but the protagonist isn't shaken. He knew that at any moment the portal boss would show up. The fox stares at them. Satsuki wonders what's going on with this creature. Ichinos identifies it through his system as the boss of the Beast Mausoleum portal. It's called the Ouija Ghost Fox, level 55. He knows the level is much higher than what was reported before, and he didn't expect an evolution to happen. Now he thinks it's safe to say the response to this disaster was too slow. In cases of evolution, even he doesn't know what skills the enemy might use. But Hoshina says that as long as they defeat this fox, the monster disaster will end. Ichinos agrees, but says this opponent doesn't seem like one they can defeat with normal methods. Then the enemy summons the beast spirit, Ghost Guardian, and they charge towards the adventurers. Hoshina notices even more monsters are being summoned. She knows the longer this goes on, the worse the disaster will get. She also realizes the fox seems to be playing with them. The protagonist tells the two of them to handle the surrounding enemies and protect the injured demonic defense agents. Hoshina asks what he plans to do. Ichinos replies that he's going to hit the monster with his fast attacks and end the disaster. At first, she's worried, but she quickly calms down. She believes that if it's Ichinos, he might actually pull it off. So she tells him he can leave the rest of the wolves and the injured people to her. Satsuki and Hoshina stay behind while the protagonist moves towards the boss. But one of the representatives says this doesn't make sense. They're facing a boss that's a much higher level than them. He claims there's no hope of winning until teams from other regions arrive to help. But Ichinos isn't worried at all. He just keeps moving forward, leaving the rest to the girls. Satsuki trusts her teammate a lot. She knows what he's capable of. Meanwhile, the enemy uses its poltergeist ability again. It controls some debris from the area, just like it did with Oga earlier. But this time, it plans to attack Ichinose. The protagonist notices this right away. Not just him, the representative also sees it and wonders about the monster's skill level. The fox doesn't waste any time. It throws the stones at the protagonist. For a moment, Satsuki worries about him. Even Hoshina gets worried, thinking there's no way to handle all of it. The representative thinks it's obvious the monster is just playing with them. It probably thinks they're just toys. The protagonist knows what he's up against. Even so, he doesn't let it bother him and keeps moving forward. This surprises the guild representative, who wonders about these fast movements. He's never seen anyone move like this before. Ichinos knows this comes from countless life or death fights using the thief class, which relies only on speed. And it seems his previous life wasn't completely meaningless either. As he faces the fox from a distance, he asks if it's panicking. His massacre skill didn't work. His words seem to make the enemy angry, but that's exactly what the protagonist wanted. He uses gravity fraction to throw one of the rocks back at the fox. He tells it the fox has too many openings. The representative thinks about Oga, who is B rank, and wonders how many people can put pressure on a level 55 boss. He doesn't know the protagonist yet, but he's sure the MC has what it takes to be a high-class adventurer. Back to Ichinos, he tells the enemy he doesn't have time to play around. He explains that if he defeats it, the portal will close, and all the monsters that came out will disappear. So he wants to finish this as fast as possible. Ichinos is determined to defeat the enemy, but the fox isn't backing down. It uses its telekinesis to throw rocks and it roars fiercely at the protagonist. The protagonist sees the debris coming his way, but he dodges it with speed. Ichinos thinks that while the enemy's attacks are powerful and large scale, they're also too broad. He's pretty good at handling things like that. Next, he jumps under the fox. He uses double gravity and gets ready, then he attacks with Meteor Slash. The fox feels the attack. Ichinose strikes again with double gravity and asks the fox if it really thought he'd be defenseless just because he was in the air. He reminds it that he's a gravity user. He even taunts the monster, saying he's finally going to get serious. The fox attacks again, but the protagonist manages to dodge. He thinks that using this technique, human-type monsters are usually more effective than beast types. He also thinks he should be pushing the fox back, but their level difference is just too big. Plus, he doesn't have much mana left. He knew this would happen because even if they were at the same level, the fox would still be a tough opponent. So far, the protagonist hasn't taken any hits from it, but once his mana runs out, dodging attacks and not taking damage will be impossible. He wonders if he should save more mana, but he concludes he won't be able to win because of its automatic regeneration. The protagonist even considers calling Satsuki into the battle, but he decides against it because she wouldn't be able to defend against the other monsters. They'll just let the injured people die. Thanks to his battle experience from his past life, Ichinose understands this monster's attack patterns, defense, and HP regeneration. If things keep going like this, he'll run out of mana. It's frustrating for him to be cornered, but now he thinks maybe the best option is to retreat from the battle. Then he remembers Hoshina saying that the longer this goes on, the worse the disaster will get, so running away is out of the question. He knows his past self would never do that. With that motivation, he goes back to attacking the enemy. He thinks he needs to focus more on using his skills efficiently and moving precisely. All of this is to help the people from his previous life. Ichinose thinks he's being even more reckless than before, but at the same time, he doesn't see another choice. A situation like this is new to him. Then the fox uses a skill called Beast Spirit Summoning. The protagonist sees the enemy as using another big spiritual summoning. This is because the fox has a huge mana reserve, so it can still attack like this. Not only that, but it uses Poltergeist again. Even the guild representative notices the monster is just throwing out skills without caring about its mana. A single adventurer won't be able to defeat it. Hoshina thinks the same thing watching the protagonist fight the fox, saying that even she can't handle so many monsters at once. So she tells Satsuki they both need to help him. Satsuki starts to think Ichinose is getting completely cornered, but it's almost like the monster is being intimidated by him. Back to the protagonist, he really is cornered, but he tries to focus, even more than before, so he decides to counterattack. He uses his gravity user skills. Again, the guild representative is stunned watching the protagonist fight. He believes these aren't skills humans can use. Ichinose faces the enemy from above. He thinks its clear weak points left it defenseless. He then thinks it's now or never. With that, he attacks once more using Meteor Slash. After the protagonist hits with the Meteor Slash, the monster feels the pain of the hit. After it's defeated, the spirit wolves retreat into the portal. The danger is over, but the battle leaves its mark on the city. Ichinose checks his status and notices an insane amount of XP. Ichinose didn't expect to level up 6 times in one battle, going from level 38 to 44. The summoned Garmer also disappears. The monsters from the flood should have disappeared as well, but Ichinose thinks it happened one after another. Satsuki is happy her companion managed to defeat the monster. She says the flood disaster is finally over. Hoshina, on the other hand, thinks she's closer to protecting people. The guild representative sees that the boss was actually defeated by a single person. This makes him even more impressed with the protagonist. A few hours later, at the Adventurers Guild, Ichinose and the girls check in. The receptionist is surprised that he, a rank C adventurer, was the only one needed to end the flood disaster, and thanks to them, the number of casualties was kept to a minimum. The receptionist thanks them for their cooperation. Not only her, but other people also recognize the group for solving the flood crisis. They say it was a boss that even the Demon Defense Agency couldn't defeat. Hearing this makes Satsuki uneasy, as she believes Ichinose did everything alone, but he gives credit to the two of them, saying that if he had been surrounded by those Garmer, he would have run out of mana. Hoshina says they basically became famous overnight. The protagonist says it's a shame the cameras weren't working, but Hoshina says she wouldn't do something like that during a monster disaster, because there were injured people. Ichinose unexpectedly realizes she's very serious about these things. The guild vice president appears. He still hasn't processed the fact that a portal disaster happened after he failed to convince Oga to help. He knows the first demon defense forces that responded weren't enough to end the battle quickly. It turns out a common adventurer had to come and finish off the boss. He even wonders what would have happened if that adventurer hadn't been there. Then Serizawa runs into the three who defeated the boss. When he sees the protagonist, he thinks he's seen him before. He soon remembers that this is the boy who once fought Oga. He's surprised that this boy was the one who defeated the boss. Serizawa wonders if such a kid would be suitable for rank B. He also remembers previously concluding that the protagonist thought being an adventurer would be easy and that he judged him wrongly. Now he concludes that he apparently has a pretty bad eye for people. Far from there, in a hospital, Oga is furious, even though he's bedridden. Even though he's calmer, he has memories of being controlled. Not only that, but he also remembers that the protagonist cut off his arm. And now the protagonist is being treated as a hero for ending the flood, which leaves Oga quite frustrated. This is because he imagined this would happen to him, not some aspiring adventurer kid. He soon says he will use his position and status to make sure the protagonist is punished, wanting revenge for his arm. However, the guild representative appears and says it's the opposite. Not many people can subdue a cheating rank B adventurer without killing them. He also says that if Ichinos hadn't been there, Oga probably would have died. Oga asks if the representative is saying he would die to some lower-level defense forces. He also asks why he's being bothered like this. Oga gets scared when one of the defense members from that day appears. Oga can't believe he survived. Now he knows he's in trouble. The representative asks if Oga used his skill to make the defense member more violent. He also says that using a skill that affects someone's mind without consent is a serious crime, especially if Oga used it to escape. He adds that a contracted adventurer has no excuse for not knowing the laws about portal crimes. Now Oga is cornered by his own mistakes. Back at the Adventurers Guild, Ichinos checks on his rank change request. He's annoyed that it was denied. The receptionist apologizes, explaining that contracted adventurers have a lot of influence in the guild. If he was rejected by one of them before, he can't apply again for 3 months. Ichinos points out that he's currently level 44, which is above average, unlike before. It's even above the minimum requirements. The receptionist agrees, saying if he waits 3 more months, he'll definitely pass. But the protagonist knows he won't be able to conquer the Library of Illusions in time if he waits that long. So he blames Oga for the refusal. Satsuki speaks up for him, saying Ichinos is now Shumei's hero and has already defeated that contracted adventurer twice. But the receptionist clarifies that Oga was caught using skills on other people, which is why he was fired. She states that's just guild policy. The protagonist tells Satsuki there's nothing more to discuss. He thinks the Ring of Wisdom is an unmatched item and he'll have to find another way to get his hands on it. Suddenly, someone appears, saying he overheard their conversation. The receptionist is surprised. It's Serizawa, the vice president. The receptionist recognizes the vice president. The protagonist wonders why he came all this way. Serizawa, facing 2 adventurers, confirms with the protagonist if he is Ikoma Ichinose. Then, he says that using his authority, he will give special treatment to rank him up to B. Both the protagonist and the receptionist are surprised. She claims that if other adventurers start complaining, the vice president might get the guild inspector's attention, but Serizawa knows the guild master won't be happy either. However, he researched the protagonist's actions in the flood disaster and his previous achievements. The possibility that Oga denied the B rank due to his ego is very high. Serizawa says it's not impossible, and that delaying the protagonist's B rank is unfair. So, the receptionist can see this as a guild failure, even though the guild master doesn't like special treatment. The vice president says he will do something to convince him, and adventurers shouldn't worry about it, but Ichinos asks why he's doing this. Serizawa replies that he's helping adventurers in their activities, as protecting the country is the guild's duty. The portal disaster a few days ago was predicted by the guild and should have been prevented, so Serizawa thanks the protagonist for stopping the disaster and wants to show his gratitude as vice president. Ichinose shakes his hand, accepting the offer. The receptionist follows the vice president's orders and approves Ichinose for rank B. Satsuki is super happy and congratulates her teammate on the promotion. She says rank B is amazing. Ichinose's level is also high, so few people in the guild are better than him. The protagonist knows that even compared to his previous life, this speed of leveling up and ranking is insane. Even though defeating higher level monsters makes adventurers level up faster, he didn't think he'd reach level 44 so quickly. Satsuki quickly notices his change in behavior and asks why he's upset. Ichinose insists it's nothing, just something on his mind. He thinks it just happens that they can resolve the incident, but a rank B portal disaster is a big deal. However, it happened in the Shumei district, and there's no way he wouldn't know about it from his previous life. So, Ichinose concludes this incident didn't happen in his previous life, and wonders if something changed because he traveled back in time. But then he thinks there are many unexplained things about portals, and if he relived this life too, it wouldn't be strange if something completely different happened. First, he doesn't know how time regression mechanics work. There's also the butterfly effect, the idea that a small change can cause a big change in the timeline. However, Ichinose feels a noise in his chest and wonders what it is. Thinking too negatively is one of his bad habits. Anyway, this was his goal, and he finally reached rank B. After that, he decides to check his phone. He sees a news notification. He tells himself it finally appeared, the Library of Illusions he wanted so much. The news about the portal came out a few minutes ago, and thanks to the vice president, he somehow reached the top of rank B in time. Satsuki asks if this was the portal he was talking about so much. He says yes. He says he's aiming for the Ring of Wisdom that the boss will drop, as he thinks it's an important item to unlock the secrets of portal disasters. He also says they need prior application and inspection to enter rank B in higher portals. Ichino says he wants to fill out the registration now and asks Satsuki if she has any problem. She has no problem, as she's just as excited as he is. Sometime later, at the guild headquarters, the guild master is on a call with someone. He says the portal, the Illusion Library, will appear soon, and the boss drop from this portal is very problematic, so he can't let anyone get their hands on it. The other person asks if the guild master's team collects and takes care of it. With his authority, completely monopolizing the portal should be easy, but the guild master says that's stupid, as he can't let the country start to distrust him. Besides, he needs someone for official procedures and has some obedient dogs, but he doesn't think it's time to use them yet, because exposing his goals and identity won't be forgiven. So he says he needs someone who won't get in his way. The guild master tells the person to contact Chimera Fang as soon as the portal appears. The boss must be subjugated, the item destroyed, and all adventurers who enter must die. Finally, the guild master says that taking care of groups and changing family registration is that person's specialty, not a reason to get his hands dirty. After that, he ends the call. Someone knocks on his door. An employee says he wants to consult the guild master about preparing the demon defense forces, but he sees the guild master with his phone in hand and asks who was on the phone earlier. The head of the demon defense force, Kurebi Hoju, just replies that it's nothing important. Back to the protagonist. He says he has a strategy that will help them win. At the Kanagawa Prefecture Adventurers Guild, Urakura City Branch, Ichinos is surprised by some news. The local receptionist says it's a guild decision, and unfortunately she can't let him enter the Library of Illusions. She also says she knows they are unknown people from another guild branch, but recently there have been many adventurer deaths at the Urakura Guild branch, and if the numbers look bad, the guild head will continue to be pressured. In any case, she says her branch is quite strict right now, but Ichinos disagrees. He states that if the portal is left as it is, it will become unstable, and she should allow rank B adventurers to enter and solve the problem. However, the woman says that if it's just about managing the portal, then the defense forces are more than enough. And if it looks like it will drag on for a while, then the city can hire adventurers from elsewhere, much less a rookie rank B adventurer and his partner, who is only rank C. So, she apologizes, but states they aren't going anywhere. But then, someone appears, asking if they would also like to challenge the Library of Illusions. The protagonist asks the man who he is. He replies that his name is Seiji Jugoya, a monk-class adventurer, level 34. He also says he's rank B, like the protagonist, and also wants to conquer this portal, but there don't seem to be enough high-level adventurers. Ichinos sees this as an opportunity, believing that if he has Seiji and other adventurers, the guild might be less restrictive. He planned to level up with Satsuki inside the portal before going to the boss anyway. He was worried if they could subjugate it in time, but with the monk, there are no worries. However, Ichinose is unsure if he can trust him. Satsuki, in turn, says this is a relief, as they can challenge the portal now that they have company. The monk confirms the protagonist's identity, welcoming them. He also invites him to join his team, but realizing she might be left out, Satsuki asks if she was also invited. Seiji says he's trying to enter a dangerous portal and looked at her documents. He noticed that the girl is a shaman class, which is known to be difficult to use, even among mages. He states that her achievements are also quite scattered, and that he can't have waste in his team. Realizing his companion was embarrassed, Ichino says that if the monk excludes her, he's out too. Seiji doesn't seem to like the refusal. He says he's not trying to use them for profit or anything, but he mentions he already has 2 very superb members who are the vanguard of his team. So, he honestly wants to conquer this portal. The protagonist says the shaman class can use mana drain and restore mana for the entire team. This is very useful for people who use a lot of mana, like the 2 of them. So the monk says it's fine, and he wants to exchange information and contacts, because he wants to get permission from the other members first. After that, they can register together and meet in front of the portal. Then Satsuki asks if the monk is okay, because it looked like he saw her as a bother. Ichino says he just seemed a bit calculating, but apparently, they can trust him at least. He also says it's better to point out what you're unhappy with first, rather than later. And he thinks the monk is the team leader, so he wants to be sociable and avoid disputes. And the monk probably won't do anything to harm his reputation. But the monk thinks his team isn't in a position to be selective, and he knows that the more members he has, the harder it will be to secure the coveted item. However, if they can't enter the portal, they'll have no hope. So, having 3 high-level members would be a relief, as there would be less worry. However, when he tells this to the rest of his team, Shion Inoue, level 40, tells Seiji that's not what they agreed on. She states that bringing 2 people with strange classes before going to the portal is embarrassing. Seiji, however, says it had to be this way because the guild's restrictions won't end, and everyone agrees they don't have enough members. Shion says she wanted a support and magic damage caster with someone who could fight up front and also be an all-rounder. She claims the monk ignored classes on purpose, as if he was fine with anyone, but Seiji only cared about the number of people. When introducing the two, he says Ichinose's level is high and Satsuki's is too. Satsuki thinks they all group up without problems, but the atmosphere is really strange. So, she asks the protagonist if this is okay. Ichinose thinks he found Seiji suspicious before, but now that he's met the other members, he realizes they inspire even less confidence. In turn, Shion says directly that if they are useless and take their share of the profits, they will die. But the protagonist says he agrees with a system where only those with achievements earn, and he says that's better for him. Shion calls him bold. Then she asks Kasai, the other team member, what he thinks. Kasai Hiru, who is level 45, says he doesn't care as long as they can enter the portal and he doesn't want to be bothered. Ichinose knows everyone's level is very high, so he figures he just has to ignore everything else about this team. He reasons that forming an impromptu team to go straight into an unexplored portal has big advantages. They can sell information to the guild. They can also get rare items. People talk about them a lot, so even just the name will be easy to sell. Still, he thinks Senji could have picked a better team, but he also realizes he's not in a position to be picky. The monk says a hastily put-together team might lead to complaints or unsatisfactory things, but gathering adventurers of this high level is a miracle. He thanks everyone and says they can now go to the illusion library. Each of them is driven by a feeling, whether it's ambition, pride, or arrogance. Either way, they've united for a common goal. This makes the protagonist conclude that it will be like nothing problematic ever happened. They arrive at the illusion library. The group walks through the corridors. Senji says this is a difficult portal, even among other rank B ones. He calls it an interesting and refined place. He also says it's rare for a portal of this caliber to appear, and if they conquer it, everyone will be famous soon. Shion talks to the protagonist. She says Senji already mentioned this, but confirms they are only there because his team doesn't have enough people. So, she asks him not to do anything to get in their way. Satsuki, meanwhile, thinks Ichinose's level is higher than theirs. Ichinose himself says they came from a different city just to explore this portal, and they don't plan to leave empty-handed. But Shion doesn't like his answer. Ichinose says he just wants her to understand his feelings too. He states he knows they need more people, and he won't take part in any unnecessary attacks or actions. Unwilling to back down, Shion just tells him to know his place and says she doesn't think they'll need them anyway. Satsuki wonders if her companion is okay, thinking that at this rate there's no way they'll deliver the boss item. The protagonist says it's a bit worrying, but at least they've entered the portal. In any case, they should focus on conquering it first. He knows the Illusion Library is a rank B portal. It won't be easy to conquer just because a group of high-level adventurers has teamed up. His perspective on conquering portals is based on his prior knowledge, and he thinks they can't just let things play out without acting. But a short time later, Senji finds something intriguing. He opens a book and can't identify the language of the writing, but he thinks this is what they call otherworld culture. Ichinose knows that objects found inside a portal that aren't items or magic crystals disappear as soon as they leave the area. In the future, research into portal cultures will advance. They will discover more about level distortions and how cultures weren't clear. The language found inside portals is practically not a language at all. There's a high chance it's just a sequence of random characters. Some counter theories were presented against this, but most had no real evidence and could just be summarized as illusions. It's said that the Ring of Wisdom from the Illusion Library is a rare item that could unravel this mystery, and Ichinose doesn't want to lose it again. After walking for a while, an attack approaches, and Seiji activates a shield. He manages to protect himself from the fireballs. From the other side of the area, a level 40 librarian goblin attacks them with magic. Kasai tries to attack the enemy from behind using his shadow steps. By the time the goblin notices him, it's already too late. He gets executed and loses his head. Ichinose doesn't even need to act this time. Seiji says Kasai's skill and performance are incredible, just as he expected. But Kasai tells him he doesn't need compliments because they're annoying. Then, Kasai tells the protagonist and his companion to collect the magic crystals, saying that's what they're there for. Shion says something similar, stating they came from Tokyo and aren't just going to stand around. But Satsuki points out that Shion doesn't seem to have done much herself. This makes Shion angry, as she says it wasn't her turn to attack yet. She asks if Satsuki wants to start a fight. Satsuki says no and apologizes. Ichinose thinks both of them make quick decisions and use their skills well. This reassures him because their skills are genuine. After seeing these skills in action, he's also sure of something else. This guy named Kasai has something hidden, so Ichinose goes up to him and starts a conversation. But Kasai tells the protagonist he's being too informal. From a distance, Satsuki notices her teammate trying to talk to the grumpy guy. Ichinose describes the skills he saw, Shadow Step and Execute. He asks if Kasai is from the Thief class. Satsuki sees this and isn't sure what he's trying to do. The protagonist gets excited, saying that from this point on, it will be very hard to damage the boss. However, he says if Kasai is aiming for the top, he recommends reducing his skill point usage. Hearing all this makes Kasai wonder what's up with this kid. Ichinos continues, saying that whether he's a thief who draws aggro for his team or a specialized support class, he recommends focusing on one of those. Kasai gets annoyed, saying a brat shouldn't give advice. He asks what the protagonist really wants. The protagonist replies that he's just trying to help. But Kasai doesn't like this at all and threatens him. Satsuki asks her teammate why he's talking to this scary guy. He just replies that he knows a lot about the thief class and got carried away. He says this class needs to be aware of its low attack power, otherwise they become useless at higher levels. He thinks he doesn't want Kasai to follow the same path he did, but Shion asks how he knows so much about this class. She says Kasai is a top-class adventurer, even among other B-rank adventurers, and not many people in the country know more than him. Ichinose knows he was originally the best thief class user in his previous life, but he figures he can't say that. Anyway, Kasai is already searching the area. He says he thought the portal was a high-quality rare one, but now that he's here, it doesn't seem that way. Seiji says he's sure Kasai is very strong and is happy to have him on the team. However, Kasai then notices something approaching. He sees a level 45 clock rabbit. He says it's a stupid enemy, but it's a higher level than the goblins. Ichinos, however, knows these rabbits are nightmare monsters that wipe out entire teams. They're not monsters you should fight without thinking first. He says this rabbit won't start fighting unless they get close. He tells them to go around and look for a different route. However, Kasai ignores him, saying Ichinos has been annoying him all morning. He tells the protagonist not to tell him what to do. The protagonist knows if the clock rabbit uses its skill now, it would be bad. But apparently, the others have no idea. This makes Ichinos think it would be very difficult to fight this thing and try to protect everyone at the same time. A short time later, Kasai is already attacking the monster. Ichinos tries to warn him that the clock rabbit is more dangerous than he imagines, but the thief doesn't seem worried. He tries to attack the rabbit and realizes it's very fast. He wonders if this monster is good at evading attacks. He says it's small, but since it's high level, you never know what it might do. When he sees the rabbit use dash, he thinks this evasion ability is pretty annoying. But this special movement pattern is typical of a rare monster, so he expects some good drops if he kills it. Ichinos realizes that now that the rabbit has come this far, it won't forget about them. There's no other choice but to defeat it. So, he tells the others the enemy is about to use its ability, and they need to cover each other. If they let their guard down for even a second, they'll die. Senji asks what Ichinose is saying. He sees the rabbit is level 45 and thinks they should be able to defeat it easily, but he quickly notices the rabbit's ability and is astonished. Meanwhile, Kasai, being arrogant, says he won't take orders from a lower-level kid. He tells the protagonist again to stop saying meaningless things. But while he's distracted, the rabbit grabs its watch. Using this item, it pulls out several books. The books fly towards them. This ability is called Ars Magica, and Kasai has never seen it before. After this, the books start to transform. One of them even grows an eye. It transforms into a level 43 grimoire, and another turns into a level 42 grimoire. Then, Senji realizes there are 4 level 40 monsters in this cramped space, and he's very surprised. He sees the rabbit use its special ability. The protagonist tells Kasai to retreat, saying he won't be able to do anything if he gets trapped. But the thief still tells the protagonist not to try and boss him around. Next, one of the grimoires attacks him with fireballs, but he manages to dodge it. He tells the monsters not to underestimate him. His team gets worried, and Senji tells Kasai there's another one in his blind spot. When he realizes what it is, he sees the rabbit approaching fiercely. Kasai then notices the rabbit didn't run away like he expected. He also realizes he can't dodge this attack, but before he gets hit, the protagonist appears to help him. Ichinos arrives just in time to interrupt the rabbit's attack. He not only stops Kasai from getting hit, but as he gets close to the monster, he takes the chance to counterattack. The protagonist thinks that if he keeps up his gravity manipulation, he won't lose any fights in the air. Ichinos sees the rabbit isn't happy about being interrupted. He ironically says it doesn't look pretty even when it pouts. Meanwhile, Kasai backs away, thinking he almost died. He's also surprised the protagonist anticipated the rabbit's surprise attack and covered him. The monster uses its dash to escape. This reminds Ichinos that the clock rabbit doesn't go directly to its target. It just runs and uses surprise attacks. He then tells Senji he'll face 3 of the Grimorios, telling the others to handle the last one. Senji says this is reckless, pointing out that Ichinos' reactions were slow before, and Kasai was caught by surprise. But he also says they are strong, and asks for a little confidence. Ichinos just says there's no living twice. He asks the monk to duck. He knows the rabbit moves fast and is cunning when fighting multiple enemies, so they need to get used to surprise attacks. He points out that even the most reliable person in the group almost died to the monster. Shion is also slowly starting to panic because of this. Support classes like the monk and shaman need protection from vanguard classes to fight properly. Shion asks if the protagonist really plans to fight 3 of these things at once, believing it's impossible. Satsuki knows Ichinose has already made up his mind, so she decides to trust him, believing this is probably the best way to win in this situation. She then tells them to hurry and defeat the monster to help the protagonist as fast as possible. After this, one of the Grimorios approaches Ichinose, but with one attack, he pushes the enemy away. He realizes it has the ability to fly freely in the air. This ability is strong even at long distances, and its magic is also fast. Also, he has to be very careful about the rabbit's surprise attacks. He knows it was a very troublesome monster even in his previous life. Ichinose doesn't like fights that test his limits. Even so, he calls the enemies to fight, calling them wastes of paper, and says he will destroy all of them at once. In contrast, the clock rabbit is just waiting for the right opportunity to act. The 3 Grimorios approach the protagonist. Meanwhile, the monk summons his shield once more. This is to protect the others from the 4th Grimorio. Shion, for her part, tells them not to underestimate them. She takes advantage of the opening to attack. Her attack power is high. She thinks the enemy can use magic and has high movement speed. Because of this, she has to keep an eye on the rabbit. Then she loses her calm, thinking that fighting 3 of them at the same time in this situation is just idiotic. She wonders what the protagonist was thinking when he made that decision. Speaking of him, Ichinose is facing the Grimorios as he said he would. He uses his gravity fraction. This makes him faster to act. This way, he can attack and move with more agility. As he approaches one of the Grimorios, he uses the Meteor Strike. Killing the enemy gives him a lot of experience, more than usual, but he only thinks about having 1 less enemy. Meanwhile, Satsuki uses a dark orb against one of the Grimorios, and Kasai hits it with a wind slash. Shion says there are now 2 less, but suddenly the clock rabbit reappears. Using its Ars Magica ability, it summons 2 more books. Ichinose realizes the rabbit can control 4 Grimorios at once, and it's trying to replace the ones they just defeated. From a distance, Satsuki keeps fighting. Unlike Shion, who gets desperate seeing 2 new monsters approach, but she keeps saying not to underestimate her, claiming she'll defeat them. However, Ichinose tells her to retreat and get behind Seiji's shield. Like her teammate, she's stubborn and refuses to obey, thinking that even if the protagonist is good, it doesn't mean she's his puppet, so she decides she'll take down the monsters with a single attack, calling them out. But then she hears a different sound and realizes the clock rabbit is getting closer. She gets scared because the rabbit stops right in front of her. It deliberately uses a strange noise to confuse her. From afar, Seiji yells at Shion not to let the monster escape, but, distracted, she gets attacked by one of the Grimorios. Because of the noise, she didn't notice it approaching. The enemy bites her, and she falls to the ground, vulnerable. Unable to get rid of the Grimorio, she loses hope, thinking she'll die. However, Ichinose approaches, saying he'll have to remove the Grimorio by force. He tells her to brace herself. After that, he attacks, removing the monster but causing the girl a lot of pain. She moves away, feeling pain all over her body, but she realizes she would have died if things continued, and she was saved by the guy she once looked down on. Unable to move properly, she sees another Grimorio approaching, but once again, Ichinose appears to defend her. Then he tells the monk to heal her using white magic. Satsuki realizes the situation is collapsing and they're getting weaker. The protagonist also notices this but thinks they can still keep going. He knows Ars Magica uses a lot of mana points, so as long as they keep defeating the Grimoires, they can win by wearing the enemy down. Facing the rabbit, he says the monster thought the same thing, stating that its impatience shows in its actions. Without wasting more time, he uses double gravity. He knows the Grimorio's spines have high defense, and their mouths are protected by their fangs. He thinks of a strategy. He sticks his sword into the monster's mouth and creates an explosion through it. This defeats another Grimorio, and he even gains more experience points. Satsuki is happy about another one down, thinking they can win if they keep this up. But Seiji warns the protagonist that he's too far away. There are too many enemies close by. This is exactly what the enemies wanted. The rabbit takes advantage of the protagonist's distraction. It tries to attack him from behind. But Ichinose was ready for this and uses his inverse gravity. He disappears from the monster's sight. From above, he says, defeating 1 or 2 isn't enough. To take them all out at once, he has to kill their commander, the Clock Rabbit. Being cornered by the walls is actually helping the protagonist. He knows it must be hard for the enemy to launch surprise attacks on them here. He thought the rabbit would keep trying to rip off his head, but he says the rabbit failed in its own plans. Now the rabbit has its back to him. Ichinose knows the enemy reacts fast, so he realizes he needs to be even faster. The protagonist tries to attack the Clock Rabbit, but the enemy dodges. Ichinose is frustrated he couldn't catch it. He wanted to use his gravity to cut the rabbit in half, but the monster is faster than he expected, so Ichinose only manages to hit its sides. Its small size and speed make it a problem. Elsewhere, Kasai is attacked by a Grimorio. Senji tries to defend himself with his shield. Satsuki sees this and realizes they won't last long like this. Ichinose thinks that if they defeat the Clock Rabbit, the R's magic will break. He wants to finish it with one quick blow, but he knows he can't get close just by chasing it. The rabbit seems to be predicting his moves. The protagonist gets ready to attack again. the monster uses its impulse ability, moving away from him, but what it doesn't expect is a magic spell heading its way. It hits the rabbit directly. The protagonist sarcastically asks the rabbit if it thought it dodged, saying he predicted its ability's movement. He explains that this fast movement ability has many weaknesses, and its impulse ability makes its movements simple. There's an opening when the monster uses it, so if you time it right, it's easy to hit. The rabbit tries to attack, but Ichinose hits it, defeating the enemy for good. He also levels up to 45. Because of this, the grimoires that were transformed turn back into normal books. This surprises the rest of the team. Ichinose says they made it in time, and the R's magic is over. Satsuki thinks that's great. Shion, however, asks if it's really over. Satsuki notices she's crying, but Shion says no, claiming she just got something in her eye. Senji thanks the protagonist, honestly admitting he underestimated him. He also says he was trying to get enough members, but admits if that thing had appeared with just the 3 of them, they probably would have died. Next, he looks at one of the books and asks what it is. Ichinose picks up a magic crystal in a book. He says it seems to be an item called the B-Rank Clock Rabbit Skill Book, which can be used to learn the impulse skill. He says it's not useless, and there are many ways to use it depending on your class, but he wants to sell it to the guild for about 10 million, which surprises Senji. The monk says if they divide it among the 5 of them, each person gets 2 million, which he finds super interesting. However, he wants to go back for now, saying he looked in the library and his mana is also low. He also says Shion is trying to keep her head together. Ichinose thinks he would normally be more lenient, but he can't let anyone else get their hands on the Ring of Wisdom. The most problematic thing about this portal was that rabbit. He knows he can run and avoid the fight, and they can heal with their cleric skills anyway. Also, the protagonist says he has a way to recover his mana, and the monk asks how. Satsuki asks if he's going to make her do that again. He says goblins are simple and can give a lot of mana, making them the perfect food for low mana. Senji says he has no problem agreeing with Ichinose's ideas. However, Kasai says he doesn't want to go back after coming all this way. He thinks he can use it to achieve his own interests and get good results. Shion, in turn, asks if he's saying that after everything they've been through. The monk says she was about to be killed, and no one can blame her for feeling that way. But after discussing it a bit, they decide to continue. Far from there, at the portal entrance, one of the guards says he didn't hear any information about the demonic defense agency taking over, and another says it's a secret mission from the country's government HQ. So the guard apologizes and lets the others pass. The woman asks her colleague if it's really necessary to use such a troublesome method. She then throws away the ID. Meanwhile, her colleague says the rules around the portals are very strict and inconvenient. He also says her abilities make it much simpler. Arizu says the subjugation and collection of the boss item make her wonder why they want an item to be completely deleted. Her colleague says it's not something they should be worried about, and they just have to complete the Chimera's Claw task. He also says she has to get rid of the illusion magic soon, as it's a waste of mana. Arisu says her colleague is really flexible. She also says this is an order from the head of the Chimera's Claw, and they can't fail no matter what. And there's no way they can fall into a portal like this one. Meanwhile, Kyugoku Kikyu and Yumekawa Arisu are about to go in. Arisu asks if it's okay to kill everyone they find inside. Inside the portal, a level 43 book demon shows up. Shion is surprised, but then the protagonist steps in to defend her. Ichinose tells her to move back and reposition. This time, she listens and does what he says. The book demon is an attack monster that can stretch its body. Someone new to fighting shouldn't try to take it on, especially since Shion's mental strength doesn't seem very high. From the back, Satsuki uses her shadow hand. This lets her trap the enemy for a bit. Using the opening she created, she quickly moves towards it and hits it directly with her staff. She gets a lot of XP for defeating the monster. Seeing this, the protagonist realizes his teammate has really gotten stronger. The new ability she got from using her skill points after beating the rabbit seems like it will have many different uses later on. He also thinks using that ability on a book demon seems like a waste of mana. They need to reduce the number of monsters first. Anyway, he thanks Satsuki for a good job and says they need to take care of the other 2 monsters. But as soon as Satsuki looks at Shion, she tells her to get away from Ichinose. Shion immediately moves away, embarrassed. She says it's not what Satsuki thinks, and that she wasn't scared or grabbing him for protection. The protagonist points out that she's the only one saying that. Shion claims she just slipped and grabbed Ichinose, and Satsuki's stare scares her. She quickly defends herself, saying she's just grateful Ichinose saved her and that she'll behave from now on. Further ahead, another fight starts, and Seiji uses his shield. This creates an opening for Kasai to attack and kill the monster. Ichinose says there's only one more left, and then they're done. Next, Kasai attacks a goblin, but Seiji warns him, saying the protagonist told them not to kill it yet. Even so, the thief attacks without hesitation. He says Seiji doesn't need to tell him what he already knows. Kasai quickly subdues the goblin with a wire around its neck, then knocks it out. Ichinos knows that goblins have high mana points, which is perfect for Satsuki's mana draining ability. He says that out of the three, Kasai is the one who thinks the most, and even though he has a difficult personality, he's a hard worker. It's surprising that he ended up on Seiji's team. With the goblin knocked out, Satsuki drains its mana. Seiji gets the transfer and realizes he can now use a barrier too. At this rate, they could keep exploring the portal forever. He also says that if they catch 2 more goblins, they can fully restore Satsuki and Ichinos' mana, but the protagonist points out that body fatigue stays the same. He explains that it takes more energy to catch them than to defeat them. That's the trade-off for using mana drain, and it's the least they can do. So Seiji decides to trust him. They go deep into the portal, and it's time to discuss their plan. Ichinos asks Shion if she's going to challenge the portal boss with him. Kasai is surprised because he definitely didn't expect that. Shion is even more surprised, saying that challenging a boss isn't something you do just on a whim. She says it's impossible, and Ichinos asks if she's scared. Satsuki notices that Ichinos already knows how to handle Shion. Seiji thinks he originally created the team to defeat the portal boss. But honestly, just going around the portal and getting magic crystals and XP is already good enough. He also realizes he was too confident before. He asks the protagonist if fighting the boss now is too risky. Ichinos replies that he actually has some information about an item in this portal. He thinks they can easily defeat the boss with the current team members. Seiji didn't expect that answer. Even so, he wants the achievement of defeating a rank B boss. He imagines that just doing this will make higher-level teams appear around them. The protagonist says there's something they need to discuss. He asks if he can take the item the boss drops, explaining that this was his reason for coming to the portal from the start. He also says that if he gets that item, he'll give them all the magic crystals and items they've received so far. Satsuki already agreed to this. Ichinosa says if that's not enough, he'll add some of his own money too. This makes the monk curious about what kind of item makes him go to such lengths, but he thinks it's great to receive 3 times the amount he gets from the clock rabbit's dropped item. Shion doesn't seem to agree much, but Kasai says everyone else agrees except her, and asks if she wants to go home. She doesn't believe it, but decides to continue. She says she's only doing this to repay Ichinos for saving her earlier. After hearing this, the protagonist concludes that she's unexpectedly fair. Far from there, in a special room, an enemy named Akasha, level 60, the boss of the Illusion Library portal, waits for them. They finally arrive. The portal boss is behind this door. Before entering, Ichinos says they'll handle the skills as planned. He states that this boss has low mobility and its movements are big. As long as they don't rush, they can defeat it without any problems. Senji says if the protagonist's information is correct, they'll definitely defeat the boss. And with that, they'll get the experience of defeating a rank B portal. Shion asks if they really believe that, questioning if there's such a thing as an item that can give them information about a boss before they fight it. Satsuki says she was convinced before, but now she's changed her mind. Shion says she just finds it strange because they're accepting the existence of this item too easily, unlike her, who is suspicious. Senji says that as an adventurer, it's important not to talk carelessly about your strengths, and the protagonist isn't the type of person who says something without meaning behind it. Kasai says that even if the protagonist is talking nonsense, he doesn't want to defeat the boss after someone else has already beaten it. He tells Shion to go home if she's scared. Ichinos also says adventurers risk their lives, but if she's scared, they can go back. But Shion insists she's not scared. She was just saying they shouldn't believe everything they hear. Ichinos says he and Kasai will draw the boss's attention while Senji protects her, as this is all part of the plan. Shion asks if they're underestimating her, but Kasai replies no. He just thought she seemed scared. Kasai thinks she looks worried, but it seems she'll go with the flow. Challenging the boss and getting stronger is his goal. Even in the worst-case scenario, he imagines he can escape since he's the highest level among them. On the other hand, Ichinos thinks about using his skill points before the fight starts. He was planning to save them to level up gravity manipulation to level 4. However, the right thing to do before the boss fight is to level up gravity magic. His system notes that he unlocked Gravity Field, a new magic skill. He likes it because it gives him more options for the boss fight. Once they're ready, the protagonist opens the door and the whole group moves into the boss room. But when they get there, something catches Ichinos' eye. The boss is already waiting for them. As soon as they step into the room, she notices their presence. The system then alerts them that she is Akasha, the level 60 boss of the illusion library. They're surprised to see the boss, but they think she doesn't have much mobility. Senji tells them to stick to the plan, and they do. But the boss doesn't just stand there. She attacks them with her Thunder Break skill. Ichinos knows she mainly uses fast lightning attacks, just like the old documents mentioned, but the power of lightning magic depends on range, which is why Kasai and he are the targets in the front, not the ones in the back. He figures he can increase his movement speed by using half gravity, and Kasai is a thief class, specialized in movement. So there's no way the boss, who lacks mobility, can hit them. Now he just needs to wait for an opening after she uses her magic. In the back, Satsuki uses her Dark Orb. Shion, meanwhile, uses her Slash skill. The boss just defends herself, but she still gets hit. Then she turns to Satsuki and surprisingly, she apologizes. Satsuki is shocked to hear a monster talk. The protagonist notices this and says the boss is probably sending an area attack towards Satsuki and the others, so he tells Kasai to hurry back to Seiji. Kasai doesn't like taking orders, but he says he'll obey this time. Next, the boss unleashes a wave of fire. Shion thinks there's no way to avoid getting hit, but Ichinos thinks they just need to defend instead of running away. The whole group gathers around the monk. After that, he summons his magic shield again. Since area attacks cause less damage, a magic barrier is enough to block it, exactly as Ichinos calculated. Seiji says they can handle Akasha's magic attacks with their skills. As long as they're careful, they'll only attack when they have a chance. Akasha has multiple large-scale attacks but no movement ability, which makes her an easy portal boss to fight. Ichinos says this is how they'll subdue her. Seeing that the boss is acting just as they planned, Shion gets excited and now believes they can actually do this. Kasai, meanwhile, thinks things are going great. He wishes some people would get destroyed, but he concludes that Ichinos is pretty excellent. Seeing how the protagonist acts, Kasai thinks he has to start with him if he wants to destroy this team. Anyway, Kasai and Ichinos attack just like they planned, but the boss doesn't just stand there, she prepares a magic attack. She summons Zeus's sword. With it in hand, the boss strikes, but Ichinozi manages to dodge. He gets close and counterattacks. He says sarcastically that, as expected, the boss is weak in close combat. He asks what happened to her strong long-range attacks. From a distance, Shion says this is easy, as long as those two with high-speed stats draw aggro. She claims a portal boss at this level is unexpectedly easy, and they'll probably finish really fast. But Satsuki knows Shion is the most timid of them all. Meanwhile, Seiji thought Ichinos was just being optimistic. But now that the fight has really started, he sees how precise Ichinos actually is. He sees that Ichinos accurately understands the enemy's strengths and picks the best, lowest-risk path to victory. Plus, his skills and courage are incredible. It's true that the attack mostly relies on pure brute force, but he'd be dead if he got hit by it. Going in without thinking, despite that danger, is only possible if you have experience and confidence, which the protagonist has a lot of. Speaking of the protagonist, as soon as he sees the boss use her Rock Pillar ability, Ichinos thinks this will change the direction of the fight. The boss created a barrier against attacks from the rear, and at the same time, it restricts movements from the front, but their protection against long-range attacks also increased. So he tells Seiji to pull back the rear line. Meanwhile, Kasai stays hidden, waiting for the best opportunity to attack. The boss seems to notice something, but before she can do anything about it, she's attacked from several different directions. Shion says this is good because having a shield to attack from a closer range is a very good advantage. She also says the boss has really bad movements. Ichinos, however, sees that Shion is too far away, but this positioning is actually correct. So he runs to her, apologizing for what he's about to do. Shion doesn't understand at first, but right after, the protagonist uses her as a stepping stone. He jumps to the top of a pillar. Shion gets annoyed, asking how he dares to use her for a boost. However, the protagonist is already focused on something else. He thinks he couldn't get close before because the boss was watching him, but he can use gravity to create a surprise attack from above, and he does just that with the meteor slash. When he hits her, one of the boss's horns even breaks. Through this, Shion realizes the protagonist succeeded, but he says it's not over yet. The boss's defense is higher than he expected. From afar, Kasai watches everything and concludes that it looks like it will end soon, no matter what happens. Even though he thinks the protagonist is very good at what he does, he thinks he needs to make the boss take damage right now. The boss gets ready to attack again and summons some kind of energy ball. Ichinos realizes this is the Ruin Explosion magic. It has a long cast time and huge mana cost, but once it's active, it's untouchable. Some portal bosses go into a crazy state when cornered, and in this case, it's the Ruin Explosion. So, he concludes he has to defeat her before she uses this attack. He thinks that luckily, Kasai is on the other side, and the backline is also out of the way. This way, it won't be hard to defeat the immobile boss. But then he sees a dagger flying at him and manages to defend himself. Kasai, who threw it, notices the protagonist reacted immediately, in a shockingly fast time. So he pretends he missed the throw and apologizes. But Ichinose isn't stupid. He realizes the thief did it on purpose. He He thinks this isn't the right time for that kind of thing, saying the large-scale attack is coming. He tells everyone to do their best to dodge. Even while still hidden, Kasai wonders what that is. Even Shion gets scared, thinking it must be a joke. What they all see is a huge magic sphere about to be thrown at the area. Knowing this, Ichinose goes to Satsuki. He knows the dangers of this magic attack. It's a super powerful magic bullet that doesn't stop until it uses all its mana. But if they get through this, the rest should be easy. He knows this is the last obstacle to getting his hands on the Ring of Wisdom. The full attack hasn't even charged properly, but some remnants are already hitting the area. Ichinose thinks the boss must have only a little HP left, but he can't get close enough to attack her. But he thinks he has an advantage because the boss is marking him. While he tries to advance, Kasai stays hidden. Seeing Ichinose, the thief didn't expect him to have such crazy power, but he feels safe as long as he's on the pillar, thinking he'll have a good view of the battle. However, the pillar gets hit, making him run. Kasai immediately wonders what's up with this power. He also knows he won't be able to avoid it forever, blaming the protagonist for bringing him to a crazy place like this. Meanwhile, Ichinose thinks Satsuki and the others will eventually get hit, and being in a stalemate is bad, so he tries to force an attack. Seeing him do this, Shion can't believe it. She asks what he's thinking. Even Satsuki worries about her teammate, so she tells Senji for both of them to attack too. She says the boss's HP must be at its limit. Plus, she's practically focused on the protagonist, only attacking him instead of the whole group. Even with Shion worried, Senji agrees. He says they need to work as a team because they're relying too much on Ichinose. They can't let him take all the risks. They need to put themselves in danger too. Our MC approaches Akasha's remains and finds the reward left by the Illusion Library boss. He smiles, holding the Ring of Wisdom, a B-rank item that lets him summon Akasha, the Great Witch of the Illusion Library. Satsuki asks if this item will solve the portal mystery, and he thinks it will. She suggests giving it to the monster extermination forces, but he says that's not a good idea. Ikoma has 3 reasons not to trust them with the ring. First, an authority from the Monster Extermination Ministry lost this item in his past life, so he can't give it to them unless they give it to someone more trustworthy. Second, only a high-rank hunter can increase the ring's power, and he's the best person for that since he was once S-rank. And third, it makes no sense to give up an item he worked so hard for. Satsuki smiles, seeing how happy he looks. She tries to ask what the ring does, but someone shouts Ikoma's name, interrupting her. Seiji comments that they'll be famous for defeating Akasha. The priest says he saw Ikoma get hurt and offers his healing powers, mentioning he just did it a moment ago. Our MC says he didn't take any direct hits, but he'll accept the help since everyone is there. The man uses his staff to cast healing magic, enveloping the MC in its light. He thinks about how incredible the mage is and can't believe he met someone like him. Seiji remembers being alone, dealing with projectiles. He chuckles, realizing he never took portal exploration seriously until now, and he's happy to have met a hunter like Ikoma. Meanwhile, Cyan says she almost died and doesn't want to face another boss for a while. Hiru thinks they defeated the boss and got many items from this portal, so it's time to stop pretending. People usually relax after a victory. He runs towards the protagonist, knowing he's been waiting for this moment. The MC won't be able to dodge because Hiru is a rogue with stealing skills, moving faster than any other character class. He activates his rogue attack and goes for the protagonist, but Ikoma looks his way at that exact moment and quickly blocks the attack with his sword, using his Gravity Master skill. Hiru is surprised and asks if the MC has eyes in the back of his head. Our MC increases gravity and gets ready to strike back. He lands a solid punch right on the traitor's face, sending the rogue flying backward from the mage's hit. Seiji asks what's happening, and Ikoma explains that Hiru betrayed the team, warning them to stay alert because the fight isn't over. Hiru had some doubts about the boy, but didn't expect him to attack first. Ikoma asks if that's why Hiru was saving energy during the battle. Hiru warns that he still has mana to use. The protagonist asks if Hiru really thinks he can defeat all 4 of them, but Hiru interrupts, saying that's not what he wants. Hiru explains he already achieved his goal the moment his attack was blocked. Then the protagonist realizes Hiru took not only the Ring of Wisdom, but also the inventory ring. It seems the attack was just a distraction to steal the items. Seiji is shocked to see that Hiru stole the inventory ring, which lets you store other items. This ring is rare on its own, and it also holds all the items and demon stones they collected while exploring this portal. Cyan is furious and hopes this is some kind of joke. Otherwise, she'll take down that cursed rogue. Hiru starts running, saying they can't catch him. The only one who can compare to his speed is Ikoma, but the wizard's speed comes in small bursts of movement. None of them have what it takes to get close to a rogue. The protagonist thinks Hiru is right, as frustrating as that is. The protagonist didn't think Hiru, being B rank, would use such a low trick, but it seems he was wrong. As he runs, Hiru remembers he got stronger by stealing and threatening other people, because that's what rogues do. Soon, he couldn't join any team because everyone in the region already knew about his treacherous past. That's why he went to Kanagawa, but even in that city, some people had already heard rumors about him. He planned to stay quiet for a while, but then he found a team leader who was crazy for money and a kid with rare items and valuable information. Hiru gives an ironic smile, realizing he got lucky. Seiji is sad, knowing they lost a huge pile of demon stones and the equivalent of 500,000 ries in rare items. Ikoma apologizes for letting his guard down and says they'll need to report Hiru to the monster extermination forces. But the situation is complicated because of portal laws. Plus, they didn't make any contract and it's just a robbery, so no one will probably care. Despite all this, the protagonist knows he needs to get the Ring of Wisdom no matter what. Suddenly, he hears a voice commenting that the boss has already been defeated. Another figure responds that they had already warned someone else would get it done before they arrived. Satsuki gets worried, realizing other hunters are there, and shouts for everyone to be careful. Hiru immediately jumps to attack, while Satsuki tries to warn everyone to protect themselves. Hiru tells them they're in his way and should get out of there. The woman tells Gikyo he can handle this one, and Gikyo grabs his weapon. Hiru believes the two of them are idiots because he's level 48 and one of the most powerful B-rank hunters. But Gikyo hits him squarely in the stomach, lifting Hiru with the impact of the blow. Hiru is surprised, realizing this guy is extremely fast and strong. His body slams backward against a wall, breaking part of its surface. Then he slides to the ground, completely out of strength. Seiji, Satsuki, and Sion are in complete shock watching this. Ikoma thinks this man took down Hiru with just one hit and wonders who these people are and why they seem so familiar. Then he feels a shiver as he remembers something. He wonders if these two are who he thinks they are. Gikyo looks at the fallen Ladino and says it was kind of boring. Hiru's eyes are open, but his expression is blank. Eris adds that he wasn't even worth their time. Sion can't believe what just happened. Her teammate was strong, but he was defeated, and she's scared by how easy it was. The blonde thinks the ring is really pretty and wants to keep it. Eris asks her friend if she can have it, saying it looks good on her finger. But the guy thinks this ring is the item they're supposed to destroy. The girl looks at the system data and questions this, saying no one will know if she keeps it. Gikyo tells her that if she messes up the mission, he'll take care of her too. Seiji thanks the bald guy for taking down the Ladino, since he was a traitor, but then he asks if it wasn't a bit much. Eris is a bit confused by what she just heard. She says the others seem mistaken about what kind of people they are. She holds her knife and asks her friend if he minds if she sends them all to their graves. The bald guy says she can do whatever she wants, since their orders are to destroy everyone they find. All the members of the random team are shocked. Ikoma watches everything and realizes he already knew who they were because of their disturbing aura, strange clothes, and abilities. He says they are the Chimera's Fang. The blonde is surprised the mage knows who they are, as she didn't realize they were famous yet. Satsuki asks her friend if he knows anything about the two weirdos. Sion thought the Chimera's Fang was just an urban legend. This secret organization gained power in the criminal underworld through portals. In his past life, they were so powerful within 10 years that they even manipulated the government. They became known as the leaders of the crime rings, but were still seen as a kind of urban legend. The protagonist met the two of them in a portal in his past life. For now, they don't seem to have the same power and influence they once did, but that doesn't mean they're less dangerous. Ikoma doesn't understand why they decided to show themselves now. They usually don't appear to other people, so this can only mean they plan to kill all witnesses. Sion yells that they're going to attack. Seiji realizes their only option is to fight. The priest says his team has the advantage in numbers with 4 people. He warns them not to fight alone and to attack their blind spots. Our MC thinks they'll lose, even if they pair up to fight each of them. Eris asks Gikyo which one he wants, saying she wants that one. But the bald guy tells her to take things more seriously. The Ring of Wisdom is extremely important for discovering the truth behind the portals. Ikoma decides he can't let them have this item and jumps into battle, which worries his friend. His blade clashes with the blonde's, making a loud sound that echoes through the area. He tells his teammates he'll handle the strange girl. Then he asks the others to fight the man, thinking it won't be easy, but it's the best they can do. The sorceress thinks her partner is crazy and won't be able to defeat the weird girl alone, but the priest thinks he might be right. Seiji explains that he and Satsuki can only offer support and can't do much in this kind of battle. Then the man looks at the scary bald guy. He says it's better to help Sion since her level is lower than the protagonist's. It won't be easy, but the 3 of them need to fight together for now. Also, the guy who defeated Hiru must be the strongest of the 2. Considering Ikoma's level and skills, this is the best strategy they can use right now. Gikyo warns them not to underestimate his friend. He says the girl is much stronger than him. The priest is shocked to hear this. Meanwhile, our MC fights the shark-toothed hunter. Eris comments that she's happy the guy chose her, but if he thinks he can defeat her, he's very wrong. Ikoma is still at a disadvantage even after boosting his attack with gravity control, and he notices her level is too high. The crazy girl wants to tell him something. Gikyo's level is 54, but her level is 57. Eris bets the wizard's level isn't even 50, and says he'll never defeat her because of that. The protagonist says he already figured that. The girl laughs and asks if he's lying. Hunters who take risks evolve faster, even if most fail doing it. Arrogant people like her only get respect because they have talent. She asks why she was chosen if he already knew this. Ikoma explains that small weapons indicate hunters who can defeat multiple enemies at the same time. Longer weapons have more advantages in fights against a single enemy, but they expose weaknesses in combat against multiple opponents. Battles between rogues can lead to unexpected results, so the protagonist plans to defeat the girl and then help his colleagues. Eris seems a bit surprised by his boldness. Our MC thinks this is the only way to get through this situation. Seiji wonders if the wizard thought of all this in just a few seconds. Then the shark-toothed girl chuckles. She questions how he dares to provoke her, saying she'll fight him because he made her curious. With one hand raised, Aris creates a reddish mass of light, which is part of an ability called Illusion Blade. She asks Ikoma to show what he can do, and hopes he didn't lie about his abilities. Several sharp objects appear in the air above Eris. The illusion of blades forms a bunch of magical blades to attack the enemy. Ikoma already guesses what the girl's character class might be, and if he's right, it means it will be hard to fight her. And now the crazy girl wants to see the protagonist do a TikTok dance to dodge her attack. Our MC flies through the air, quickly moving away from the blades. Eris notices he's light and very fast, probably using an ability that enhances his physical attributes, but he'll need nerves of steel to dodge so many knives. She licks her lips and says she loves this. She likes to see brave guys like him, especially when they get scared after she covers them in ketchup. Ikoma hits his sword against her knife and the impact generates an energy wave around them. The level difference between them is too big. He used his gravity-reducing power to attack as fast as he could, but it didn't work. Increasing gravity won't help, and using more mana, even less. He can't find an opportunity to attack, but the protagonist needs to finish this fight to help the others. Behind him, his 3 teammates are fighting the strong bald guy. Ikoma wonders why she isn't fighting properly, since her spells won't hit him. He thinks his attacks aren't working, so he wants her to attack. Ikoma tells her that the blade illusion is a ready attack. He asks if she didn't know that because she messed up her skills, saying an illusionist should be better. Eris is surprised to find out he knows her character class, since she thought no one else knew it besides her. Illusionists use illusion spells to create visual tricks and confuse their enemies. The shark girl finally says she'll show what she can do and activates another ability called Scattered Ghost. Our MC thinks there are many blades, but he knows half of them are just illusions created by the Scattered Ghost ability. The blonde warns that no hunter or monster has managed to dodge this power. She wants to wipe that smirk off his face. Ikoma jumps very high and fast. Eris admits he's fast, but says it's still not enough to escape her ability. Scattered Ghost doesn't use much mana, and she can use it with other spells to confuse her opponent. But the best part is the fear it causes. Guessing if an attack is real or not is much worse than just dodging real attacks. Now the baby shark wants to see terror on her enemy's face. The protagonist sees a knife coming very close to his eye. He realizes it's just an illusion and advances through the battlefield as the fake blades pass through his body without causing any damage. Eris is surprised to see this reaction. Our MC thinks that no matter how many knives are in the air, he can identify the fake ones by looking at the light and shadow of the object. The blonde can't believe he can dodge so many things at once, even if he knows which ones are real. Ikoma manages to avoid another attack moving quickly. Eris gets annoyed when she sees things aren't as easy as she imagined. Then she's shocked to realize something. The protagonist managed to get close and is now right behind her. The girl realizes he's not a common hunter. Besides being skilled and brave, his experience and knowledge are greater than anyone she's ever faced. She's fought treacherous people at higher levels than her, but this boy fights better than all of them. His sword cuts the air as Eris wonders who this wizard is. Ikoma makes a move that takes him in front of his opponent. The girl laughs and comments that she wasn't very careful. She says the protagonist surprised her by dodging all her knives, and she questions if he's even human. Our MC is frustrated he didn't land his hit, since it should have been a decisive attack. At that moment, a drop of ketchup falls to the ground, and Ikoma says he at least managed to make a small wound. Eris finally realizes her ear has a cut. She looks at her hand, which is all dirty with ketchup. She's speechless for a few seconds. Then she just starts laughing maniacally, like she just escaped an asylum. The crazy girl puts her hands on her face and shouts that this is impressive and incredible. She says she's loving it, and maybe Ikoma can even put her in a grave. Ikoma is a bit disturbed by so much craziness. The baby shark says she even got goosebumps and in return will show him something really cool. She normally doesn't like to use this ability, since it makes it harder to fight. But as two shadows form with the power of clones, the girl says maybe the wizard can survive. Our MC knows she has this ability. It's one of an illusionist's strongest secret weapons. Now Ikoma has to fight 3 high-level enemies at the same time. If the protagonist loses focus for even a second, Eris and her clones will finish him. Facing the 3, he remembers that clone ability is an illusionist's biggest secret weapon. This power lets someone create clones with the same physical stats as the original. Ikoma tries to attack 2 of them with his sword, then dodges a hit from another. But a third one is already waiting, ready to fight. He thinks he can't keep fighting. Eris notices he can't keep up with her pace. She asks if he can dodge this, smiling and getting ready for another attack. He blocks with his sword, but it's clear he's struggling. Of course, the clone ability doesn't make someone invincible, but he thinks he can't defeat her anymore because her level is higher. The baby shark asks if that's all he can do. The protagonist looks at the ring and thinks he's in a very difficult situation. He realizes there's only one way out of this. Meanwhile, Gikyo looks like a giant cabinet as he faces his opponents. Sion, Seiji, and Satsuki look at their opponent and seem a bit worried. The priest remembers the guy showed impressive strength defeating Hiru, but they have the advantage in numbers. If he attacks one of the 3, the other 2 will get a chance to strike back. He knows this, which is why he hasn't moved yet. Their plan is to overwhelm him and wait for the right moment to attack. Seiji yells to the other 2 that now is their chance. The sorceress launches her shadow ball, while Sion activates her scythe's cutting ability. At that moment, Gikyo uses his fire dragon fang's power, creating flames around his body. The priest is confused and wonders what it is. An invisible dragon covered in flames speeds across the battlefield. The goth girl runs to Satsuki, and Seiji tries to get away, her cape flying behind her. Everything in that area gets burned. Sion hugs the other girl after protecting her. The sorceress thanks her for the help. The fake tough girl just says that support character classes are too slow. The priest asks what kind of powerful spell that was. He knows if they get hit by that power, they'll all be in tiny pieces. Gikyo was going to wait for Aris to finish and join him, but it seems the crazy one is back to her old sick habits. But that doesn't matter, because the bald guy believes he can finish off these 3 by himself. The man activates his indestructible body ability and gets all ugly looking, saying that their ridiculous attack attempts will now stop. Sion asks if the guy is some kind of monster or something. Indestructible body is a combat class ability. This power makes the body hard as stone and also improves physical stats. Seiji warns that this ability uses a lot of mana, so he must want to end the fight as fast as possible. Gikyo makes a fast and precise move with his spear. The priest steps in front of the girls, trying to protect them. He activates his shield, but thinks the guy is too fast. Then Seiji gets hit right in the stomach. Sion appears ready to strike back, asking if the bald guy really thinks he's that strong. But when her scythe touches the man's skin, it causes no damage. The tough girl thinks it was like attacking a piece of metal and she can't believe it. Then Sion gets hit directly and flies far away from the impact. She even spits out some blood. The priest thinks this guy is just too strong. He wonders if the guy is even human, but then he remembers Ikoma's opponent is even stronger, and he can't understand how that's possible. Meanwhile, Eris is laughing and asks if the protagonist isn't even going to try to attack her. She says she wants more, much more, and wants things to get more interesting. Gikyo realizes her colleague used clone power and wonders if her enemy is really that strong, but she thinks it doesn't matter because everything is about to end anyway. Sion is leaning on her scythe next to Satsuki, and she's not happy about the situation. The sorceress also thinks the bald guy is very strong, but she knows she needs to hold on for now because her friend will finish the battle soon and save everyone. But then she stops herself, thinking she can't act this way. Remembering her past, she thinks she doesn't want to be a burden or depend on other people to save her. Satsuki wants them to be partners, capable of keeping each other safe. She questions why she expects her colleague to solve everything when everyone's lives are at risk, so she calls out to Sion and Seiji. She asks if they can still fight, and they are surprised by her attitude. The sorceress spins her staff in the air and says they need to defeat this guy. That way they can help Ikoma. Gikyo can't believe she keeps saying nonsense, but she admits Satsuki is very brave. The bald criminal is impressed that Satsuki isn't afraid to fight someone stronger than her. Then he says he'll let the 3 of them die in a way worthy of warriors. Seiji thinks the guy's indestructible body makes him hard as steel. They outnumber him, but they can't win a close quarters fight. The sorceress notices they can't defeat the man alone, and she thinks they won't last long as he has mana left. She closes her eyes to think of something. Satsuki tries to figure out what Ikoma would do in a situation like this. She imagines the battlefield as a big chessboard. Gikyo will defeat them if the fight takes too long, so they need to create an opportunity to attack with everything all at once. The girl tries to think of a way to create opportunities to attack a man with such incredible defense, and then she thinks about the upper part of his body. The sorceress imagines that maybe they don't even need to attack him. They might succeed if they can just overpower him. Suddenly, Gikyo starts to move. Sion warns her colleagues that the sinister bald guy is coming. She asks the other girl what they can do, since they don't have a chance against this guy. Satsuki says she will try to control the man with her ability. She tells Sion to use this chance to throw her scythe at his right arm. Sion comments that the scythe isn't the kind of weapon that comes back after being thrown. She questions if she'll have to fight against a big guy like that without any weapon. But the sorceress ignores her and tells Seiji to use his ability as soon as the scythe is thrown. The priest agrees and promises he will try. Sion asks why her colleague agrees with this absurd plan, but he says this isn't the best time to argue and that they need to work together, so he will follow the girl's plan without complaining. Sion doesn't like it much, but she knows she doesn't have many options. Satsuki quickly raises her staff. She activates her shadow hand power, looking confident. Black hands with a purple aura move towards the target of the spell. They grab his body, making it hard for him to move. Gikyo says the ability isn't bad, but won't work, as he breaks the shadows trying to grab his arm. Seiji decides to run at the man with his shield active. He charges forward with a yell. Gikyo says the shield is weak and will break into pieces. At that moment, shadow hands emerge from the ground and grab the fallen scythe. They launch the weapon through the air with a lot of force. The bald man is surprised by what just happened. He raises his arm to try and defend himself in time. His hand gets hit and injured, but Seiji continues his shield attack. He pushes the man with all his strength. With that, Gikyo drops his weapon to the ground. The bald man punches to break the priest's shield, but he's shocked when he realizes something. Satsuki was faster and grabbed the man's spear first. The sorceress throws the weapon far away, like a child throwing a tantrum. Now the two stare at each other as the spear falls a good distance away. Seiji joins the girl and realizes she's very clever. Character classes that rely on weapons can only use certain abilities when armed, so Gikyo can't attack now. The priest is surprised Satsuki came up with such a plan so quickly and thinks she's braver than she seems. He admits he didn't have much faith in the girl, but now he understands why she was already working with Ikoma since she's very skilled. Our sorceress knows they aren't strong enough to defeat the man, but they managed to steal his weapon. This guy won't be able to fight like this. Gikyo thinks about how the girl held him with her ability to disguise the second scythe attack, and he knows he fell right into her trick. Sion runs to get her beloved scythe back. She then tells the man they're in control now, and he should give up and surrender. The bald man suddenly raises his arm. He punches the ground with so much force it causes cracks. He says he has a mission to complete. He tells them if they think they've won just by taking his weapon, they're wrong. Meanwhile, Eris jumps and goes after Ikoma, holding her knife, and the boy is ready to defend himself. She says his movements are getting slower and slower. The girl understands he wants to save mana, but she knows he won't be able to block all her attacks without using his abilities. Eris says things will get even harder for him. She smiles and asks what he'll do now. The protagonist knows his clone ability uses a lot of mana, and the fight can't last long. He could attack the clones, but he'd run out of energy. It's almost impossible to get past the clones to reach the original, so he's out of options to beat her. But our MC also knows he can always create new options. Satsuki raises her staff and casts her good old Shadow Ball, but Gikyo keeps running at full speed, acting like nothing happened. The sorceress wonders how this guy lost his weapon and still doesn't fall. The bald man pushes Seiji, who tries his best to stay standing. Sion appears in the air with her scythe, ready to land a big hit. She lands a bit away from the guy, who is just standing there. The tough girl is shocked by what she sees. Gikyo is all beaten up but still standing, and the huntress wonders how he keeps defending so many attacks, even without his weapon. Seiji knows the bald man can't land any strong hits right now, and his ability's time is almost up. The three know they'll win this fight no matter what, but the enemy won't give up, so they wonder why he's so stubborn. The man is tired, and thinks these hunters are stronger than he expected. The mage must be as strong as Eris, which means things would get really tough if he joined the other three. For his mission, Gikyo needs to buy time until the other battle finishes, even if it means he ends up dead. On the other side, Eris uses her illusion blade power again. Ikoma gets hit right on the shoulder and loses his balance from the impact. He's frustrated he couldn't dodge it. Eris thinks the boy lasted a good while, but now the fight is over, and she says she had a lot of fun. She thanks him for their time together, and her clones move in to attack. The two clones try to strike with their knives at the same time, but the protagonist blocks them. Next to him, Eris gets ready to act. She holds her weapon and says it's time to say goodbye. The two clash, and a sound echoes. Ikoma uses his ability to grab his opponent's hand, stopping her attack. Eris is surprised to see he can still use his power. The boy explains he knew the original would want to land the final blow because of her unique personality. The two clones look at each other after hearing this. Our MC says he pretended to be surrounded and waited for the enemy to fall for it. Aris holds a knife in her other hand. She says she gets that she fell into his trap, but she claims it doesn't matter. She shouts it won't work and tries to hit him with her weapon, but he blocks it just in time with his sword. Aris laughs as the mage gets hit and blood splatters. Ikoma is a bit shaken from the injury. Aris admits his plan was good. He pretended to be hurt to lure her in and used his saved mana to fight back, but she says it's still not enough. She thinks this is the best he could do and congratulates him for trying his plan, but the protagonist says his plans always work. He asks who said his plan failed and shows her the ring of wisdom on his finger. The blonde recognizes the ring he picked up earlier. Aris tries to figure out how he stole the ring so fast. She calls it a tricky talent. Our MC was a rogue in his past life. Ikoma says the clone ability is powerful, but it also has weaknesses. He admits he doesn't have an ability as strong as the clones, but the ring should fix that, which is why he saved his mana. Aris thought he couldn't use his powers because he was out of mana. She wonders if he really saved it just for this ring. She tries to figure out when the protagonist started planning to steal the ring. She thinks he also knew about her clone ability. She asks if this was all planned, but then tries to convince herself it's not possible. Aris asks if he really thinks he can use the ring. She knows it was her reward for defeating the boss. In his past life, Ikoma researched this ring a lot. He never had one before, but he used similar items. The protagonist raises his hand and activates the summoning power of the ring. Our MC calls out for the Great Witch of the Library of Illusions. A blue light appears above their heads, lighting up the whole area. The air forms circles around the light, then the light starts to shrink. A small akasha appears from it, floating in the air. The little witch slowly opens her eyes, then she gives a cute little smile. Aris is shocked to see Ikoma use the ring to summon a monster. Now our MC is finally ready to fight. He looks determined as he says he'll defeat the baby shark quickly. Ikoma stands next to the cute version of Akasha and says he'll finish Aris off fast. Aris thinks there aren't many items that allow summoning. She's seen one that uses mana to bypass a monster's powers, but most of these items are pretty useless and hard to use. This ring came from the portal's boss, and the protagonist just got it, so he probably doesn't even know how to use it yet. Aris makes a face and looks annoyed. She looks at the little witch and believes he's lying. She thinks he's giving up by using an item he barely knows. But he explains he took the ring to get rid of the clones. In fact, he says he made this plan as soon as he met the baby shark. Aris is silent for a few seconds. Then she smiles with her sharp teeth and asks if that's really true. The three blondes jump at the mage, asking if he can defeat them with his little ring. Ikoma knows Akasha is in a weaker form, but her stats and abilities are the same, so he should be able to use his mana to access her powers. The protagonist tells the little witch to get to work. She activates her fire wave ability, burning everything around her but leaving him untouched. Aris wonders if this spell is one of those that works from a distance. Looking at her opponent, she knows she can't dodge an attack like that. The illusionist tries to use her arms to protect herself from the fire. She realizes the flames aren't very strong because they're so big, but both of her clones get hit by the fire. Their bodies start to fall apart from the spell's power. Aris knows that clones can only take a certain amount of damage. Ikoma thinks that even though this spell uses a lot of mana, the fire wave doesn't do much damage. Using summoned monsters to cast spells isn't very efficient because it costs too much mana. The extra steps in the process use even more mana, so he can't keep doing this. But he knows clones are vulnerable to ranged spells. The only way to block the fire wave is with defense or escape skills. But illusionists don't have those kinds of powers. To make up for the mana cost, the protagonist can use different spells through summoned items. With that, Akasha looks like she's about to fall asleep and starts to disappear. Ikoma says his opponent used a lot of mana to keep her clones, but they're not there anymore, and now it's his turn to attack. Aris thought the guy would be useless, and she wonders if he was planning this the whole time. If things keep going like this, she's going to lose the battle. Even worse, she'll lose to some random low-level hunter. The baby shark starts laughing like crazy again. She thinks this is all great and is impressed that the protagonist survived her attacks and even managed to fight back. The crazy one has a sinister look as she comments that it's been a long time since she's been this excited. But she warns him that he hasn't seen all her abilities yet. Then she activates a power that creates a kaleidoscope of blades around the guy. The crazy one tells them to finish this fight quickly. Ikoma realizes this ability is a mix of illusions and dangerous spells, so it must cost a lot of mana. Aris knows the protagonist will need a lot of focus to tell which objects are fake, and she believes he won't be able to defend himself because of that. And with that, she'll have a good chance to attack. The guy thinks most people would find this kind of attack impossible to dodge, But that's not the case for our MC, who just waits for the right moment to act as all the weapons get closer. Eris approaches with her knife, thinking this is the best moment, but she's surprised to see that the guy has simply vanished. She questions if he really disappeared, and she tries to figure out where the mage went, not noticing he's right above her. At that moment, Ikoma takes the chance to use his power and decrease gravity. Then he gets momentum, quickly leaving the ceiling. Only then does Eris understand that the protagonist was up high, but he's already on his way down with his powerful meteor fall. The impact from the guy's sword makes cracks form in the metal of his enemy's knife. She realizes she won't be able to defend against this attack, and she notices the guy is too strong. Right as she ends up losing the test of strength, her knife breaks, and she loses her balance. Eris simply flies across the battlefield, not even able to react to the guy's hit. Ikoma sees the girl on the ground and says the battle is over. The protagonist looks at the broken knife and starts talking, sounding annoyed. He mentions that his opponent didn't get to see all his skills. In the other battle, Sion attacks Gikyo with his scythe and yells. The gothic girl gets frustrated because her opponent won't give up, no matter how many times she attacks. The bald guy is completely beaten up, but his willpower keeps him standing. Seiji wonders if the attacks aren't affecting this guy, but then decides that's impossible. The indestructible body skill makes a person stronger with each attack they take. It seems this power has dulled some of his senses. He'll probably keep fighting as long as his body and limbs are intact. The priest advises them not to rush, saying they can defeat the bald guy while he's unarmed. Gikyo knows this is true and thinks Aris will defeat the boy. He believes he just needs to hold on a little longer to complete the mission. Satsuki says they still need to help Ikoma, then something happens right behind her. The girl and Seiji look back, looking surprised. The protagonist is standing near the enemy he just defeated. The sorceress is happy to find out her friend won the fight. The bald guy can't believe it and wonders how Aris lost. 4 years ago, the Chimera's Fang walks together as an extremely lethal group of fighters. Gikyo walks with a colleague looking at his surroundings. He then notices something and is surprised. Aris is alone in an armchair, and the bald guy knows she was always the best among them. Back in the present, the guy questions how Aris lost to someone of a lower level and wants to know who this man is. Ikoma comments that the illusionist and her group are dangerous. He hopes she doesn't take it personally. Gikyo finally admits his mission was a failure and understands there's only one thing left to do. The priest shouts to warn everyone that the man is moving. The bald guy runs so fast he almost disappears. He runs past Seiji, who is confused by what happened. The religious man turns his face to see where he's going. Gikyo's blurry vision focuses on his partner and Ikoma. The bald guy gets in front of the blonde just as the protagonist is about to use his sword, and ketchup sprays everywhere. Our MC is shocked by this scene. Seiji finally understands that the crazy guy wasn't trying to attack them, but was going after the wizard. Gikyo quickly moves his arm, pushing the boy away from him. He then picks up his friend and puts her body over his shoulders. Ikoma asks if he's running away. The bald guy says the protagonist won this time, but now he knows his face and will make sure to put him in a grave next time. Our MC says the two must be there on someone's orders and asks who that person is. But the guy plays dumb and stays silent. He turns his back and tells his colleague to hide. Eris activates a mirage spell, smiles, and says goodbye to the boy, commenting that it was fun. Ikoma doesn't seem very happy about it. The protagonist thinks they escaped with an illusion spell and wonders if they really left. He used all his energy and knows he would have lost if that guy had attacked, so he's happy they just decided to go. Satsuki approaches and apologizes to her friend. Seiji also apologizes, saying he didn't imagine the bald guy would run and thought everything was resolved. But the protagonist tells them they did very well. He didn't think the three of them could defeat the man, so he wanted to finish his own fight to help them. Ikoma can't believe Satsuki stole his weapon. He already knew she had changed, but he finds her evolution impressive. Either way, the Chimera's Fang is exposed, and their clients will know they lost to random people. This will affect their plans and prevent their success. The protagonist sees his teammates and thinks they didn't suffer any losses. They even managed to recover the Ring of Wisdom, so this seems like a satisfactory result. He's happy to have the Ring of Wisdom and thinks he can really solve the mystery of the portals. He believes this even more after the Chimera's Fang came after this item, and he wants to take a look at it right there. In his past life, the Ministry of Monster Extermination's Research Institute got the ring, and the criminals probably weren't involved. Ikoma wonders if someone sent the two of them there on purpose this time, since that didn't happen in his past life. Suddenly, a voice calls out to the 4 members of the random team. Hiru asks them to do something, or he'll die in this place. He wants his old teammates to help him heal and get out. Sion is upset and yells at the idiot not to tell them what to do. She says she might even send the rogue to hell instead of helping, but Seiji comments they don't need to get their hands dirty. Also, the priest says Hiru can't even run anymore even if he's healed, so they can just hand him over to the monster extermination forces. In another location, Gikyo holds Aris. She says she hasn't had this much fun in centuries and asks why he got involved, since he could have let her get dragged away. Aris comments that Mommy might get mad at them and wants to know why he ran. She says she could have finished off the boy if he hadn't decided to save her. The bald guy explains he wasn't sure if he could defeat the mage. He thought it was better to come back with information than end up in a coffin. As long as they know who has the ring, it will be easy to get the item back. Plus, they are with the former A-rank hunter. Eris pouts and seems a bit annoyed. She says she doesn't want to hand the guy over to that jerk. Ikoma reaches the gate exit, and Seiji helps Hiru walk. A guard asks if the four of them managed to explore the Library of Illusions. The priest is satisfied to realize that exploring a B-rank portal has already affected his reputation as a hunter. Sion says that's good for him, but she doesn't want to go near another high-rank portal. Someone comes up behind the protagonist and asks if he explored this portal too. This man is with 4 officers and comments that he thought this place would be perfect for training. He is Toya Mayumi from the Monster Extermination Forces, and he says he wasted his time coming there. Toya believes it must be nice to be a civilian and enter portals whenever you want to do whatever you want. Sion gets annoyed hearing this and asks if he has any idea how much she suffered inside this portal. The protagonist asks the man to ignore Sion, who yells that it's not fair, but he explains that fighting with the Monster Extermination Forces isn't a good idea. Many agents believe civilian hunters shouldn't enter portals, but it's allowed because of the ministry's decision. The presence of civilians makes the threat of portals easier to handle, so the guy should complain to the minister, not to them. Ikoma knows it will take a decade for the minister's decision to be seen as a good thing, and Toya will never see that outcome. A girl politely asks the sergeant to stop. She's Tsumuji Urakazi, and she says it's good that high-ranking portals are closed. The protagonist asks if the officers can arrest the man who tried to steal their items from the portal. Hiru just watches the situation. The sergeant asks what happened. The rogue claims it was just a misunderstanding, and they only had an argument. But Sion yells that the thief won't get away with it. Our boy wants the guild to investigate, because it seems the criminal did the same thing in other areas too. Any hunter who isn't crazy knows this kind of thing doesn't lead to anything good. The boy bets other branches have Hiru's name on a blacklist. Ikoma asks them to search inside the portal and nearby regions. Toya wants to know why. The young man explains they found the Chimera's fang inside and were attacked by a pair, a blonde girl and a guy with a shaved head. Hearing this, the sergeant is surprised. He asks if the boy really knows who he's talking about and says he better be sure. The mage tells them to send someone to the Aramu branch, where he'll explain everything in detail. Watching the boy, the sergeant wonders why he seems so experienced. He also thinks the boy is a bit unsettling. The man decides he can't ignore this. He asks them to contact headquarters, and Tsumuji says she'll do it. Sometime later, at the Hunters Guild branch, Ikoma and Satsuki talk with an agent. Then Sion and Seiji give their statements too. The agent types some things on his keyboard. More time passes, and the sun starts to set. The four walk through the streets, and the sorceress comments that the bureaucracy is finally over. Sion thinks it would have been much easier if that cursed rogue hadn't betrayed the team. The protagonist feels a bit bad, remembering he was also that class. The tough girl also says that character class influences a person's character, stating she'll never get close to a rogue again. The young man yells that class doesn't affect character. The gothic girl wants to know why he's so bothered by it. Seiji comments that everything is over now. They faced some problems but came out of it in one piece. The priest is happy, thinking they'll now get Hiru's share too. Sion asks if he's a bit evil. The man asks if the young man is sure he only wants the ring. He replies yes. That was always the only thing he wanted from that place. Actually, Ikoma believes they got the best part in terms of value. Someone asks if he's not from this city and says the train station is in the other direction. Seiji says it was a great pleasure to meet the two young people. The protagonist and his friend are a bit surprised. At first, the priest only wanted to explore the Library of Illusions to get famous and make easy money, but that doesn't mean anything to him anymore. His new companions made the priest want to challenge himself. One day, he wants to explore a B-ranking portal more independently. Our boy smiles, knowing he was an inspiration. Suddenly, Sion lightly elbows Satsuki. Satsuki blushes as she apologizes for treating the sorceress like a crybaby earlier. She offers her help if she has nothing else to do, and the two thank her for it. They know they can count on both of them. Ikoma walks beside Satsuki as the sky starts to darken. Satsuki asks about the ring, and Ikoma tells her it's a summoning item. He says he'll show her what it does. They reach a more isolated place. The protagonist gets into position and asks the item to summon the Great Witch of the library. Little Akasha appears in the air above them. Satsuki recognizes the witch who was the boss of the Library of Illusions. But she notices Akasha is small and cute now, and Ikoma explains that this is her weakest form. Through his mana, Ikoma can access Akasha's abilities, though in a slightly less powerful version. This uses a lot of mana, but it increases the number of spells he can use, giving him more options to exploit his opponent's weak points. The sorceress understands why the item is so useful, but she asks if her friend is really sure he can solve the portal's mysteries. Ikoma explains that among all monsters, the little witch has a very unique and special quality. Satsuki asks what it is. Ikoma looks at the cute Akasha and says she can understand people. His colleague is a bit shocked to hear this. She remembers when the boss said she would never forgive them. The protagonist continues, explaining that the level of the summoned monster changes to match the level of the person who summoned it. Our MC remembers the maniac clown and talks about details related to monsters. Some of them have special qualities that get better when their level increases. Akasha gains more intelligence at higher levels, and one day she'll even be able to talk. Then she'll be able to tell them why the portals appeared and what secrets the monsters are hiding. Ikoma bends down to get closer to the little witch. Then she starts making small noises, which surprises Satsuki. The sorceress thinks the cute little one is trying to say something and even asks her to say daddy or mommy, but Ikoma didn't even know it was possible for her to speak at this level. At that moment, Akasha opens her mouth to say that the end is coming. The little witch comments that in the near future, this world will come to an end, and that it's already decided. Ikoma and his friend are shocked to hear these words. The color of the sky shows it's already night. Now it's the next day, in that same luxurious building. A man looks angry as he throws his phone against the wall. He says the Chimera's fang failed its mission. Behind the angry man, a laptop screen glows. The gray-haired man then types something. The old man thinks that Wizard took down several boss-type monsters. He broke a record by getting promoted to B rank faster than anyone before him, and he controlled a portal disaster practically by himself. The boy even managed to defeat the Chimera's fang. He also got the Ring of Wisdom, but the man thinks he doesn't deserve that item. The minister realizes that Ikoma Ichinos is this phenomenon and that he's living his second life. The minister decides to capture the protagonist no matter what it takes. This time, a huge monster appears inside the Caverna della Cura portal. Our MC gets ready and uses his gravity power. The big monster gets trapped by the mass of gravity surrounding it and lets out a confused roar. Then the boy does some acrobatics like he's in a circus and delivers his final blow, earning 768 experience points. Satsuki comments that they handled the situation even though they were surrounded. Hoshina says she knew the mage would pull it off. The blonde girl laughs and wishes her agent was there to record it, but Ikoma says he wouldn't have let her anyway. The protagonist thought they could handle this portal without much trouble, but monsters above level 40 are smart and appear in groups, so he was worried he and the sorceress would be in trouble if they were alone. Luckily, he asked Hoshina for help since she was free because her agent is on vacation. Sometime later, near the Hunters Guild, the boy sits with the two girls at a cafe and thanks the blonde girl for her help. She just tells him not to worry about it. After all, she also gained a lot of experience points from it, but her eyes light up when she says she already has an idea for how she wants to be rewarded. The influencer would love to film cute Akasha, who is on the table admiring the donuts. Hoshina asks if the little witch is a monster, or rather a summoned creature. She says it would definitely go viral because she's so cute, but Ikoma can't let that happen, and the blonde girl gets a little sad when she hears it. The protagonist can't let Akasha be exposed online. She's the only monster capable of communicating with humans. Someone even hired dangerous people to get rid of the witch, and that's not even everything. The boy remembers the things the mini-boss said the day before. He knows he needs to take this situation very seriously. Akasha hasn't said anything else after that, but the boy knows she's the key to solving the mystery of the portals. Everyone knows portals aren't a common thing, but he wonders if the world is really ending. Watching the sorceress clean the little witch's mouth, he thinks maybe he should have taken the anomaly more seriously. Over the years, the number of portals decreases, but their difficulty only increases. If it keeps going like this, humans won't be able to control the portals anymore. If the end of the world is really close, then Ikoma is the only one who can stop it, since he's an S-rank hunter from the future. Unfortunately, the protagonist knows he can't handle high-level portals with just Satsuki's help, so he decides he needs a third person. The sorceress asks if he wants a new person. He says yes, and he wants someone cool who can take a lot of damage. A gravity master has many advantages, but they don't do well against character classes that specialize in a specific ability. A sorceress can use spells to trap an opponent, but they still need an effective fighter to explore high-level portals. Hoshina works as a streamer, so they can't count on her, and Sion isn't exactly the type of person who goes on the offense. Our MC remembers Keru and doesn't seem too happy thinking he might have to call him. Satsuki also thinks this night is a bit weird. The influencer puts her can on the table and says Ikoma is a B-rank hunter. She believes it won't be easy to find someone at the same level who's also without a team, and she thinks the protagonist is being a bit demanding. The boy admits she's right, but he remembers finding someone exactly like that in his past life, even though it didn't end well. His memory takes him to a moment where he's holding a woman in his arms, asking why she used her shield on him. The woman just smiles and says she's happy her friend is safe. She tries to apologize for not staying by his side until the end, and asks him to promise to be a great hunter. The woman then says the name Ikoma Ichinose. Back in the present, the protagonist wonders if she's alive in this timeline. Suddenly, one of the girls asks if something is wrong with him. Our guy says it's nothing, he was just thinking about something. That tragedy is still 3 years away and the mage isn't sure if he should call it the past or the future anymore. After a while, they see a sign for the Hunters Guild rooms. Ikoma and his friend walk through the corridors of the guild. A girl comments that the portal she wanted to visit is already explored, so her whole trip was for nothing. Satsuki says she's never seen this person around before. Suddenly, the protagonist is shocked. He recognizes the broadsword and the extremely strong aura. He wonders if it could be the woman from his memory. The sorceress calls out to her friend, but he ignores her and starts walking. He reaches the girl and asks if her name is Mio Kagurazaka. Her face turns to look at the guy who just spoke her name. Then the grumpy girl asks who he is. Satsuki asks the mage if he knows her. Ikoma thinks he can't tell her about his past life, so he just says he heard a rumor. The rumor is about a huntress with a big sword who seems to work alone. The protagonist says he's recruiting team members and asks if she's interested in joining. The girl says it's not the first time a random person has asked her to join a team. She says her answer is no, and tells the guy to think a little. The arrogant girl asks why she would join weaklings who would only get in the way. Satsuki thinks the rude girl must be talented since her colleague invited her to the team. But she doesn't seem very nice, which makes the timid sorceress nervous. The mage stays silent and thoughtful. Satsuki gets angry and says Mio didn't need to be so rude. Mio explains she was just being clear, because sometimes people don't give up and keep insisting. Ikoma says he and his friend are almost level 50, and they've also explored B-rank portals. He comments that it wouldn't be so bad, but the rude girl doesn't seem very impressed. The girl looks to the side and seems to scoff at their achievements. She says their levels aren't proof they're actually good, and the protagonist understands that she hates the idea of someone getting in the way. Mio stays silent, but seems frustrated. Then the guy has an idea and tells her to find out if they'll get in the way or not. Our boy suggests they have a test battle in the training hall. The mage understands she doesn't want to rely on someone incapable, but he asks her to test him to find out if his skills are as high as his level. Mio glares at the guy with an angry expression. Then she tells him to stop provoking her, pushing him away. She says he's not interesting at all and walks past Ikoma. The protagonist is surprised to realize the arrogant girl didn't fall for his provocation. Mio just keeps walking away. Satsuki asks if Ikoma was serious about the test battle. She points out he could get hurt fighting someone at his own level. Most test battles are for high-level hunters to train beginners. Plus, the guild might not even allow him to fight someone he doesn't know. But Ikoma insists he wasn't serious. He just wanted to figure out why Mio didn't want to join his team. Satsuki reminds him that Mio didn't want anyone getting in her way. Ikoma agrees that's true. Meanwhile, Mio watches two friends talk about places they want to visit. Ikoma thinks there must be another reason for her behavior. Satsuki asks if they really need Mio. Ikoma explains that Mio Kagurazaka has a rare character class, End Knight. End Knights use dark attacks and focus only on hitting the opponent, even when they're in danger. This makes them the best at offense. Beyond her class, Mio is talented enough to become one of the country's best hunters, but only if she survives. Satsuki says Ikoma wants someone he can rely on. She admits she might not get along with Mio, but Ikoma tells her not to worry. He assures her that Mio is very reliable, and Satsuki decides to trust him. Later that night, in a residential building, only one light is on. Ikoma is on his computer. Akasha is next to him just watching as he uses his mouse. Ikoma remembers that in his past life, Mio Kagurazaka entered dangerous, undeveloped portals as if she didn't care about her life. She was aggressive and didn't like being with others, so she worked alone even after getting invitations from many teams. Then Ikoma thinks about the most important detail. Mio sacrificed herself to save his life. Exploring high-rank portals without a team is crazy. Things might change in the future, but if she keeps going like this, she'll end up with the same fate. Ikoma knows Mio needs company, and it doesn't even have to be him. He asks Akasha how he can convince the stubborn girl, but Akasha doesn't answer, and Ikoma calls her name. Then her eyes glow in a strange way. She looks curious as she says someone is moving the clock's hands. Ikoma asks what clock she means and what she's talking about, but Akasha stays in the same position. When she turns her face, she's back to her cute, innocent self. Ikoma smiles and says he needs to level up quickly, but he seems worried about what he just heard. Sometime later, Ikoma is back in the past. A man comments that they need a close combat class to move forward. The then rogue says he has someone in mind, but she's very stubborn, so he needs some time. He finds Mio at the guild and tries to say hello, but she just ignores him and turns her back. Ikoma is visibly frustrated by the rejection. Later, a bookstore sign is visible under a blue sky. Ikoma offers a book to the sword girl. Now it's snowing at some kind of station. The guy doesn't give up and offers her a transit card. Some time passes and now it's raining at a portal entrance. Mio asks what the cattle is doing there again, hoping he won't try to say it's just a coincidence. Our Ladino stands with his arms crossed, not looking surprised by her comment. He looks at his friends and says it's common to find many people at the mission point. Several teams are there to explore the Cave of Solitary Curses, and Ikoma Ikoma wonders if it's a good chance to observe their skills. The rain continues to fall heavily outside. Inside the portal, people are breathing heavily, like they're exhausted. Something red glows in the darkness. The protagonist looks scared, and Mio is next to him with a determined expression. Suddenly, the guy wakes up from his dream with a start. He thinks he must have fallen asleep, wondering why he had to dream about that specific thing. His computer reports a portal disaster in Saitama, and he wants to know if any monsters escaped. Security was increased for anomalies after 2 monsters escaped a high-level portal, and now there's an emergency mission. It doesn't seem like a very serious issue, but it's better to be safe since strange things happen with anomalies. So, Ikoma reads the name of this portal. His eyes widen in shock. He jumps out of his chair, realizing this portal is the Cave of Solitary Curses. He thinks this seems impossible, since this portal should only appear 3 years from now. This is exactly where Mio died in his past life. The protagonist looks very worried, staring at his screen. He looks at the news in front of him and wonders what the heck is going on. The sky is clear above the Hunters Guild. Ikoma and Satsuki are together, standing in a corner. Seeing his new look, the sorceress comments that the new clothes look great on the protagonist, and he thanks her. She says it would be nice to keep mending the tears, but they really needed new clothes. She also thanks him for helping her choose hers. She tries to say they could do that again, but he's already too busy to pay attention. Satsuki tries to call her colleague's name, but he can only think about the Cave of Solitary Curses. The boy knows this portal should only appear in 3 years, and he looks worried. This portal, which took Mio's life, is near her house, so she will certainly join the mission again. Ikoma defeated the boss back then, but he's not that strong in his current life, even though he's evolving as fast as possible. The protagonist doesn't have the necessary strength for this right now. He remembers that stubborn girl and is sure of one thing. He won't be able to stop her from entering the portal. He knows it won't be easy, but he needs to participate in this mission too. But it will be too risky, so he can't involve Satsuki in this. The sorceress stares at her friend with a confused expression, not understanding what's happening. She asks if something is bothering the mage, who thinks for a bit before answering. The girl looks at Ikoma expectantly, but it seems the protagonist doesn't quite know what to say. Satsuki clenches her fist and calls his name again. Then she holds his hands and tells him he can tell her anything. The protagonist is surprised by his partner's actions. She reminds him that he once said he needed her help, and she was really happy about that. She wants to be there for him during tough times too. Our MC is speechless and grips his phone tightly. Satsuki looks at the mage and says she doesn't know what's going on, but she promises Ikoma he can always count on her. The protagonist closes his eyes and thanks her. Sometime later they are at a nearby cafe. Our MC explains there's a mission he wants to join. The sorceress understands there's an anomaly in Saitama and asks why he wants to help. He then asks if she remembers the hunter they met before. The mage explains her name is Mio Kagurazaka and she's going on this mission, but she won't make it out alive. Satsuki is shocked to hear the girl is going to die. Ikoma says Mio is very stubborn and won't listen to his advice. So, the only way to convince her is to join the mission himself. Satsuki asks if the protagonist really thinks Mio will join the mission, and what he means by her ending up in a coffin. The protagonist realizes he has to tell his friend the truth. The sorceress is confused and asks what he's talking about. Our MC reminds her that he once told her about an item that gives information about portals, but he says that was a lie. The truth is, he can see the future. Satsuki tries to understand how he can know the future. The mage says he would understand if she didn't believe him. Satsuki is frozen for a few seconds as a plane flies overhead. Ikoma stays silent, waiting for a response or comment. Then the sorceress says she actually believes him. This explains how the protagonist knew so much about the 2 undeveloped portals they explored. And more importantly, this means he trusts her, so she will trust him too, even if he says the world is ending tomorrow. The protagonist chuckles at his teammate's response. He's grateful for her trust, but he also knows a little distrust isn't bad. He's even a bit worried about her trusting him so blindly. More time passes, and now they are at a station. Ikoma and Satsuki are standing inside a train. The protagonist tells his friend that this mission will be the most dangerous battle they've faced so far. He warns her to be alert, but the ministry says the boss should be level 65, so the sorceress thinks it won't be much worse than Akasha. However, the protagonist explains that because the monster has evolved, it's probably level 80. This means they won't be able to defeat it. Satsuki is shocked to hear this. Our MC says they must avoid fighting at all costs. Their goal is just to investigate the portal, convince Mayo, and get out of there as fast as possible. Many teams will work together on this mission, so they might find a chance to leave after convincing the Knight of the End. The sorceress is thoughtful for a moment. She understands that he wants to save the other hunter because she might end up dead, but she also notices the mage seems more worried than usual. Ikoma comments that Mio certainly doesn't remember him. The protagonist remembers the knight's last moments. He explains that she saved his life once. Satsuki is surprised to hear that girl saved her teammate. A train passes through the city, making a loud noise. The two arrive at the entrance, saying they're there to help with the mission. The official thanks them for traveling all this way. She mentions they really need a lot of help. She then says they need to wait for 5 other teams, which makes Ikoma realize there are 7 teams in total. Mio appears with an unfriendly vibe, immediately catching the protagonist's attention. The knight asks what he's doing there. She asks if he's some kind of weird stalker. The protagonist repeats his line from his past life with a smile, saying it's common to find many people at the mission point. Mio doesn't buy his story and says she'll avoid missions in this area from now on. Satsuki thinks about how aggressive this hunter is and wonders if she really saved Ikoma's life. But then Mio asks why Satsuki is staring, and Satsuki tries to say she wasn't. Suddenly a man appears and asks if the 3 are joining the mission. This new tough guy comments that he only sees a beta and 2 chicks, and it's even worse than he imagined. Satsuki notices these guys are wearing uniforms, but they don't look like agents from the monster extermination forces. A logo on their jacket arm shows the letter N in 2 colors. The protagonist looks at this logo and tries to figure out if they're part of a corporate hunter team. After a while, corporations start training hunters to show their contributions to society and create businesses based on some hunters' skills. But it should still be a testing period for most companies, who probably don't even have many people on their teams. A man with light hair asks Mr. Hanagasaki not to say things like that, so he doesn't hurt the reputation of the Novo Poder company. The guy apologizes to the team captain, who seems like a calm young man and is known as Shiraki. He apologizes to Satsuki and promises to train his team better. She's surprised but says it's okay. Satsuki feels good about it and thinks this captain seems like a decent person. Ikoma hears a voice saying they'll count on him during the mission. The man hands him his card and explains his name is Ryo Shiraki, part of Novo Poder, the hunter unit of Kokure Construction. Our protagonist thinks about all his experience as a hunter. He feels like something is wrong with this captain, so it's better to keep an eye on him. Shiraki says he respects young and talented hunters like the protagonist. He then gives a suspicious smile as he tells them to do their best on this mission. Inside the Cave of Solitary Curses, 3 spider-like monsters known as cursed spiders come running and make high-pitched sounds. Suddenly, a blade quickly cuts through the air, leaving a red trail. Hanagasaki holds his weapon as he fights the big monster. He comments on the crowd of monsters, calling it quite the welcome party. Ryo remembers an anomaly happened here despite the small size of this portal, and maybe the number of monsters is part of that phenomenon. But since there are 7 hunters, he believes they can handle this situation without problems. The captain shouts for everyone else to stay calm right now. Hanagasaki uses his weapon destruction ability, delivering a powerful blow with his axe. The other team members also get ready to act. The braided girl activates her critical point power and moves onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ikoma notices how well these guys work as a team. It looks like the 2 strongest focus on reducing the number of monsters. Another one is positioned to handle any enemies coming from the other side. Their leader is ready to take care of anything the others might miss. He thinks the best part is that everyone fits their roles, and they all trust the leader. Then, Satsuki casts a shadow ball. The spell causes an explosion inside the cave, and one of the monsters screams. Ikoma uses his sword to make a precise diagonal cut. The lifesucker just makes another noise. The sorceress thinks these creatures aren't even bosses, but they have incredibly high health. She comments that her partner should maybe use his gravity powers, but he thinks it's better to defeat them one by one since they have the advantage. He also says they should save energy because a disaster could happen at any moment, and his friend understands his point of view. Mio is enveloped by her energy as she activates her red blade power and charges towards the enemy. A huge, powerful explosion lights up the entire area with a reddish glow. The Knight of the End lands perfectly, her hair falling over her face as she holds her large sword. Ikoma thinks about how powerful the girl is and believes she's always been like this, even though he met her much later in his past life. Looking at the stubborn girl, the protagonist wonders what her current level must be. In terms of skills, she's definitely stronger than other B-rank hunters. A little later, a big monster makes a loud noise. These monsters have very high health points, but they aren't that dangerous. Our MC asks Satsuki if he can steal mana from one of the creatures, and she says he can. But then someone suddenly pushes the girl, telling her to get out of the way, which scares her. Hanagasaki is just rude and uses his axe to activate the puzzle skill without even warning the others first. Shiraki asks if the big guy is trying to finish off all the monsters, and he says yes. One of the guys comments that he finally leveled up, and another goes to take a look. Ikoma explains that taking the last hit and getting the points when others did all the work isn't cool, but the jerk says it's their fault for being slow. Hanagasaki says it's a matter of attacking or being attacked, and that he can't leave monsters alive, but the MC knows he just wanted to steal points. The jerk says the protagonist is taking everything too seriously and that he's just a spoiled brat, exactly as he imagined. Satsuki senses a big fight might break out and insists she's fine, asking her colleague not to do anything without thinking. A hunter's greatest value is their level, and if you don't mind being an idiot, then stealing experience points is a way to increase that value. Our MC knows that being an idiot doesn't matter much because hunters rarely meet more than once. He thinks he can't count on this guy. Figuring out who he can or can't trust is more important than gaining a few experience points. The captain asks his colleague what the problem is, and Hanagasaki explains it's nothing much, just the brat being spoiled. He tells them to move on because they can't waste time with childish games, and they can't just come back empty-handed. Shiraki apologizes, realizing there might have been some kind of misunderstanding between the hunters. Ikoma thinks about how the weird guy chose to say it was just a misunderstanding, but he just comments that he shouldn't have said anything at all. The captain says he wants to make Novo Poder the most powerful hunter team in the world, criticizing the ministry's current methods for not focusing on the collective. He believes Novo Poder will serve as an example for corporate hunter teams, and that soon they'll be able to control portals efficiently. Satsuki smiles when she hears this, commenting that his plan is very ambitious, but the weird guy says it's not easy to make all team members level up, and that's why only 4 of them were chosen to enter this portal. The protagonist knows that if training B-rank hunters was easy, the ministry wouldn't struggle, but he thinks it's good that they already have 4 here. Shiraki explains his team doesn't obey his orders and apologizes for Hanagasaki's behavior once again. Our sorceress is pretty innocent and falls for his nice guy act. She says it seems hard and hopes things get better in the future. The captain believes the ministry hasn't reached this point in the portal yet. They need to explore and update the map, so he wants to follow a specific path. Ikoma and Satsuki walk a few steps away from the other hunters, who are now ahead of them. The protagonist thinks something is wrong with this situation. Shiraki showed all his leadership during the battle. The others clearly follow his orders, which means they respect him. In other words, this guy could have easily punished any bad behavior. Our MC stares at the weird guy, knowing his whole attitude is just an act. Someone comments that they felt nervous about portal anomalies, but now they think they worried for nothing. The hunters are positioned in pairs in the cave, except for the lone knight. One of the larger team members thinks they can even defeat the boss since it seems so easy. He believes that once they defeat the boss, management won't treat them like they're inferior. Hanagasaki and his colleague reflect on how they are treated right now. Shiraki chuckles and says ambition is good, but safety is always the most important thing. He says this isn't a private mission, so they need to think of others too. Satsuki comments that the guy with glasses seems to have more leadership spirit than the team captain himself. This mission won't be easy because portal anomalies never stop and are very difficult to contain when they happen in high-rank portals. In Ikoma's past life, this portal's boss had evolved, and maybe that evolution has already happened in this life. The protagonist needs to stop the exploration and can't let Mio face the boss. After that, he'll write a report to prove this place is too dangerous, and then the Cave of Solitary Curses will be marked as a high-risk location. To achieve this, he needs to take control of the mission, but right now, the corporation hunters are in charge. He could also try to convince Mio, but he knows she's too stubborn for that. Besides, the knight hasn't had a good impression of him so far. Suddenly, Ikoma notices something. He wonders why the new power captain is talking to Mio. Shiraki says he heard some incredible stories about Ms. Kagurazaka since he works in a nearby region. He heard she fights like a B-rank hunter, even though she's still C-rank. He finds this impressive because it's hard to find such talented hunters who still work alone, and he wanted to have this conversation for a long time. The girl isn't easily swayed. She says she won't be impressed by a few compliments and questions what the guy wants. The captain is silent for a second, then he smiles in a strange way. Shiraki invites her to join New Power and lead the team to success, saying she has what it takes to be by his side. He says if she does this, his team will be even more powerful than it is now, and he calls on her to save the country with them. Satsuki gets worried. Her friend wanted the knight to join his team, but this guy might get her first. But Mio just replies that she's not interested, shocking the sorceress because Mio didn't even think for a second before refusing the offer. Shiraki heard that the girl works alone because she doesn't want anyone to mess with her goals. But he guarantees she won't need to worry about that, promising he'll gather a group of hunters worthy of her skills. He even mentions he's a B-rank hunter and says he won't be disappointed, but Mio interrupts him, telling him to stop being stubborn. Mio repeats that she only works alone and would have handled this mission by herself if she could. She declares the conversation over. She walks past the protagonist, commenting that she's been dealing with a lot of stubborn recruiters lately. Mio joined this mission just to enter the portal, but now she thinks she shouldn't have. Ikoma says he heard that Mio always enters portals that are not for her level. Shiraki steps in to comment that facing high-rank portals alone isn't easy, and if she keeps doing it, she'll end up dying. Mio doesn't want to hear it, and just replies that it doesn't matter, since she doesn't care anyway. The protagonist watches her reaction in silence. Satsuki notices things are very tense, but she thinks Mio didn't need to be so rude. Suddenly, the tough guy calls out to the brats he hates. He explains that he doesn't go easy like his captain, but he figures they already knew that. With that, he warns them not to get in his way. Ikoma and Satsuki just watch for a few seconds. Then the protagonist says they came to a media-covered portal just to show off, and then they start recruiting every talented hunter they find. Our MC comments that new power must be desperate to prove their team's worth to management, which makes Hanagasaki furious. The man questions what he knows about his team. The sorceress asks her colleague not to make the guy angry, and she thinks it might be better to complain to Shiraki. But the mage says that wouldn't help, explaining that the tough guy is acting like an idiot so his captain can play the good guy and win people over. The boy realizes this is all a sham, and the two are shocked by what he said. Shiraki doesn't look very happy, noticing he's been found out. Satsuki is surprised and questions if the weirdo is really just acting to gain other people's sympathy. Ikoma says yes, and he says the team members act like idiots on purpose so their leader can come and comfort the victims. This is the sham they planned. The protagonist believes such a clueless man wouldn't take his captain seriously, but their teamwork is too good for that. Our MC comments that he doesn't care if he wants to create a script to gain an advantage in negotiations, but acting like this inside a portal can cause problems. He says it's okay to have other reasons to join this mission, but their lives will be at risk if they keep doing this. Shiraki tries to convince the boy that he just wanted them to get along and that it's just another misunderstanding, but he thinks the boy has already decided to hate his team anyway. The boy says they can get along if they stop acting, since he won't pretend to impress their boss. Then the two stare at each other in silence for a few moments, while Satsuki isn't sure what to do. Some time passes, and now the hunters reach another part of the cave. It seems the mood between them is terrible, as the silence there is deafening. The sorceress is a bit nervous and thinks her friend didn't need to say all that. Ikoma explains that the weirdo would keep making their lives difficult if things went his way, so he needed to know how he would react to his accusation. At least the man with sunglasses stopped bothering them. Shiraki thinks he's impressed, as he didn't imagine a teenager would have the courage to say all that. He also thinks the young man seems experienced and deserves the B rank, even though Shiraki didn't pay attention to him earlier because he was far away and had a strange class. The captain didn't see the protagonist's skills because he wasn't trying that hard earlier, but the boy is brave and might have another objective. Anyway, this is a great chance to level up and build a reputation, so the leader can't let a brat ruin his plans. Meanwhile, Ikoma thinks they shouldn't be fighting among themselves, and that's pretty bad. Suddenly, everyone hears a noise, and the protagonist, Mio, and Shiraki wait to find out what it is. Someone comments that strange monsters have appeared in a group once again. The captain sees this as a good chance to show the mage who's boss. After all, manipulating people is his biggest talent. The strange monster is an assassin mantis, and its scream sounds bizarre. The corporation team thinks it's just a stupid bug infestation and wants to start pest control, but Ikoma knows it's not smart to underestimate a level 47 monster. These bugs are different from the flies they found earlier. Even without considering their level, their skeletons are hard, their bodies are huge, and their legs form two big blades. Monsters with low agility usually have skills to make up for it. Close combat fights are tricky, so they need to be ready if they get tired. The protagonist calls out to Mio, saying it's dangerous to fight alone, and they need to set up some kind of formation. But Mio cuts him off and starts moving, saying she's told him 1,000 times she fights alone and doesn't want to get used to people who just get in the way. Our MC just watches as the Knight of the End uses her red sword to face one of the big monsters. She moves quickly, making a circle with her body as 3 monsters close in. Ikoma gets a bit frustrated seeing Mio go straight to the most dangerous spot, wondering why it always has to be like this. The boy tells Satsuki they need to work together to keep Mio from getting surrounded by the giant bugs. Shiraki realizes this fight won't be as easy as the last one. He wonders if this is a good chance to intimidate the boy and take back control. He then thinks about how the mage challenged him to risk his life for his stupid games. He gives a suspicious little smile. In another scene, a sign points to Training Area A. Hanagasaki gets stomped right in the face. Other people comment that they didn't expect Shiraki to go this far, saying he seems like a scary person. A new business based on physical strength is sure to attract some tough characters. The man in sunglasses apologizes for treating the future leader as if he were inferior. He tries to beg for forgiveness, but keeps taking hit after hit while the others watch. scared. Shiraki thinks the first step is to control everyone through fear. The captain remembers what Ikoma said again, knowing he's always risked his life for the most stupid games. He signals his colleagues to handle the monsters on the right, while he provides cover from the corners. Hanagasaki understands and plans to obey his leader's orders. Shiraki glances discreetly at Mio. She knows the others are strong and problematic, even if they're at the same level. She wonders if she should wait for a chance to get involved. An assassin mantis monster lets out another scream. The Knight of the End is ready for battle, but the clueless captain steps right in front of her. He activates a shield to protect her with his ability. He tells Mio not to try to act alone, saying he's there to help, but Mio says she simply hates being interrupted, and the jerk even gives a little smile when he hears that. With that, Shiraki takes the center position and wonders if he should stall because of Ikoma's condition. The protagonist dodges a blow from one of the monsters. Satsuki launches one of her fireballs again. The insect gets rattled by the explosion. Our guy shouts that his friend did a great job with her spell. Then he reverses gravity, moving past the monster with impressive speed. Now the boy is standing upside down on the cave ceiling. He activates his powerful meteor fall, dropping hard on the enemy and destroying everything in his path. The sorceress thinks her partner is using more mana than he usually does, which means he wants to end this fight as fast as possible. Ikoma knows he can't trust the other team and needs to stop Mio from messing things up, so he wants to finish this fight quickly, even if he has to go overboard. A mantis appears, making a slightly quieter noise than usual. The protagonist realizes these monsters are pretty tough, unfortunately. Shiraki watches the guy from behind with a strange look. The captain didn't know there was a character class capable of such strong and unpredictable attacks. He thinks he needs to keep an eye on gravity masters, but then he realizes he doesn't need to watch the class, but the boy who perfected his skills to create incredible movements. The weird guy knows this mission could define the future of new power. He tries to understand what his boss meant by scaling back the Hunter project. He remembers being in the office when the man in the suit said not everyone is so optimistic. The former vice president didn't believe in training hunters. He also says that even Shiraki himself complained his hunters weren't evolving much, but he explains they won't end the program completely. Today, the leader thinks he has to leave his mark on this place. It's a B-rank portal with an anomaly that could cause a great disaster. He can't let a kid take the lead on this mission, so he calls his colleague Amamiya. The captain knows that if things keep going like this, the battle will end soon. He asks the girl to injure the mage in a way that looks like an accident. She is shocked when she understands the order she just received. Anyone would feel scared if attacked from a blind spot. Shiraki wants to show how far he's willing to go to make the guy obedient. Amamiya realizes her leader seems to be taking this very seriously. The girl slowly approaches her target. Ikoma keeps fighting the monsters, showing he's a skilled and efficient hunter. The protagonist warns everyone they need to finish this battle, and the girl with purple hair gets closer to him. She hopes the guy doesn't take it personally, since he could end up in a ditch if he doesn't follow his captain's orders. She figures if she aims for his shoulders, it won't cause too much damage. Our boy realizes what's happening just in time. Amamiya activates her target shot ability, which forms a bright light on her weapon, trying to hurt the protagonist. Ikoma realizes this isn't just a simple accident that can happen while covering allies. The girl's eyes are aimed right at him, but the monster is also ready to attack. Focusing on just one of them will leave him defenseless against the other. At that moment, the guy seems to realize something and gives a small smile. He advances against the big insect and delivers a fancy move. Then a strange hand quickly approaches. Amamiya is completely wrapped by shadow hands, which hold her in place. She thinks the mage blocked her attack, but the boy thanks Satsuki for her help. Our boy already knew his partner was acting to defend both of them. The sorceress is really mad and asks the braided hunter what's going on. The girl tries to explain she still had a chance to dodge the mage and was just trying to help. Shiraki wonders how that's possible, since the two reacted instantly without even thinking twice. He can't even imagine what kind of hell they went through to get to this point at such a young age. Then one of the monsters starts moving. Ikoma calls out the hunter who just tried to hit him. He tells her not to drop her guard in the middle of a fight, which makes the girl a bit embarrassed. The creature's paws glow with blue energy. The monster activates an ice needle ability. Amamiya gets hit and drops her sword. Shiraki gets frustrated, realizing he underestimated these monsters because he didn't know they could use magic too. He thinks he made a big mistake by getting the other hunter involved in this mess. The leader tells Sawai to use white magic to heal Amamiya and asks Hanagasaki for support, but the guy with sunglasses is already busy fighting other monsters. Suddenly, Ikoma jumps into the fight and blocks an insect's attack in front of the guy. The protagonist tells them to save their surprise attacks for later, saying he'll handle this monster. Then he tells the guy to hurry up. The guy doesn't question it and runs off to try and fix things. Shiraki watches all of this from nearby. He doesn't look happy with how things are going. Sawai's sword glows as he uses his white magic over Amamiya. Our MC announces he's finished everything there, and he's now leveled up from 49 to 50. Meanwhile, Mio uses her glowing red sword to strike an opponent. She finishes off another bizarre monster. Ikoma notices the night is also done, and Satsuki comments that he didn't need to save those idiots. The sorceress questions how they dare to do something like that in the middle of a battle, since just one wrong move could be disastrous. She says her friend could have ended up dead, and the two members of the other team get a bit awkward hearing that. Shiraki tries to blame it on a misunderstanding again, saying Amamiya was clueless, but the protagonist tells him to stop lying. The guy asks if Shiraki really thinks he's still fooling anyone. He comments that the other three team members aren't as cold-blooded as Shiraki. Our MC knows they caused a mess, but also lost control, so he might be able to take charge and go home. The guild will update the difficulty level of this portal, and after they return, Mio won't be able to enter it anymore. It seems Amamiya's injuries can't be treated with just white magic, and Ikoma doesn't trust them either. The protagonist says he had to spend a lot of mana in the last battle because of someone's instructions. He believes Shiraki is desperate to build a reputation, but it has nothing to do with this, and says the mission investigation will end here. But Mio, of course, says she'll continue the mission even if she's alone, and she doesn't care about their stupid fights. Our MC only went there to stop the night from continuing, but her willingness to face danger might make her actually go on alone. The girl explains she doesn't want people getting in the way or people without initiative, and she already planned to explore alone if it weren't for the restrictions. So Ikoma decides to reveal why she doesn't like working in groups. He asks if it's because she lost her friends, which shocks Mio. Satsuki doesn't even have time to react when a blade cuts through the air quickly. The knight holds her sword to the protagonist's neck, clearly affected by what she just heard. She asks where he heard that, her voice full of anger. The protagonist stays silent, waiting for the hunter's next move. Then she makes a sound of frustration and lowers her sword. She tells the others they can leave if they think it's best, but she'll do what she wants, and the alliance is over. Ikoma tries to get the Knight of the End's attention, but she ignores him and keeps walking alone. Shiraki is upset to see her go on alone, especially since they're already at a disadvantage. In his past life, the protagonist heard a rumor about Mio after she left. He knows it's useless to convince her, but he can at least protect her. He tells his teammate they'll keep following the Knight of the End for now. If things continue like this, what happened in the past will repeat. Suddenly, Shiraki interrupts them, looking like he wants to say something. He explains they shouldn't separate, because Amamiya won't be able to move soon. With everything that's happened, if they split into groups, the investigation mission will collapse. But the mage believes they have a chance if he can keep this fake guy under control. Despite this, Shiraki can only think about how that crazy girl might die alone if she wants to. This is a problematic situation, as it's a huge conflict of interest. Shiraki gestures to Ikoma and Satsuki. He thinks if he abandons Amamiya, his team members will lose respect for him, so they need to wait until she can move. If the mage and the sorceress go after Kagurazaka, the mission group will split. To impress the corporation executives, they need to do well on this mission, but they're completely exhausted, so they won't get good results. With this, the captain tells the protagonist and his friend that he can't let them go after the Night of the End. He's worried about the girl being alone in a dangerous portal, but he thinks it's her fault. Shiraki believes they shouldn't make other people risk their lives because of her. Ikoma says those words don't suit someone who planned a betrayal in the middle of a battle, and he tells Shiraki to get out of the way. The leader tries to make an excuse that it was all a misunderstanding, but he also understands why Ikoma doesn't want to work with them. Then he offers 10 million to forget what happened earlier and start working with his team. The protagonist is a bit surprised by this offer. Shiraki apologizes for being an idiot, but he says he needs to achieve something so great on this mission that even a monkey would find it amazing. He knows the protagonist doesn't even know the knight well, and he says even he wouldn't have a reason to support such an arrogant person. Hanagasaki thinks 10 million is too much money, but his leader explains that's the value of this mission and of the protagonist. A hunter unit is a military power that a corporation can fund, and it can generate immense power. Kokure is a source of money and a sign of trust, and the captain knows he can't lose that. Even if he has to spend his money, it's still a low price to pay for so much. Shiraki says he's intrigued by Ikoma Ichinose's skills, and he wants to work with him even after this mission ends. Even a genius knows their limits when working alone, so the crazy guy invites the protagonist to create a national organization. He says the protagonist will earn double his salary and up to 10 times more if it works out, but he's interrupted when the protagonist refuses. Our mage comments that he's not interested in him or in being part of a corporate team. Shiraki is confused and shocked by his answer. Ikoma tells him to get out of the way again, because he's going after Mio. He suggests the team return after Amamiya fully recovers. The captain repeats that the protagonist would get 10 million just for obeying him on this mission. He asks if that amount isn't enough, offering double or even triple the money. The protagonist explains he just wants to test how far he can go on his own, and he's not interested in money or corporations. Our MC doesn't want to waste any more time, and he's ready to use force if needed to keep moving. Shiraki smiles and says he'll just leave him alone then, but he asks if the girl in the back would be able to fight him. He says the protagonist can go ahead if he doesn't mind going alone and leaving the sorceress with him. Shiraki comments that it's time to end this useless argument. Ikoma gets angry, but can't think of a reply yet. Shiraki has the nerve to say his priority is the mission's success for the city's safety, and he wouldn't want to force anyone to do anything. Satsuki thinks about how this man is full of lies and manipulation. The lying captain asks the protagonist's level. He replies he's level 50 and wants to know why Shiraki's asking. Shiraki then comments that it's a big coincidence, since his level is exactly the same. He wonders what he should do now. He thinks about settling who leads the mission with a duel. Hanagasaki tries to argue, saying it's not a good idea to have a duel in the middle of a portal exploration. Shiraki understands they should avoid fatigue, but explains that a lack of unity can be very dangerous. The captain believes they need to find a solution good for both sides, and asks if the mage agrees. Satsuki yells for the liar to stop, asking what they'd do if one of them got seriously hurt because of this, but the protagonist accepts the challenge, which completely shocks his colleague. Ikoma explains it will be quick and easy, so he'll do things the crazy guy's way. Hanagasaki can't imagine his boss losing, but he recognizes the protagonist is stronger than normal. If Shiraki isn't careful, he could get hurt even if he wins. But Hanagasaki figures his leader already knows this. The liar calls his team members' attention to say something. He says he needs support magic from both of them. Sawai and Hanagasaki are shocked by this request, but they accept after the captain tells them to hurry. The man with glasses passes his magic to ensure Shiraki has power during the fight. The other passes speed to his leader. Then both of them combine to also pass armor power and even a magic bonus. All this energy flows through the captain's body, and he comments on how good it makes him feel. Shiraki says they can start now and has the nerve to say this duel will be fair. Satsuki gets angry and asks if this is some kind of joke, saying they can't accept such nonsense. Shiraki reminds them he never said using support magic was forbidden, and he only took a bit of mana, but he can't accept his opponent giving up. Shiraki believes he's being fair since the only help he'll get is support magic, but the original battle would have been 4 against 2. He also says the magic has a time limit, so there's no way to give up now. Unless the protagonist decides to surrender, then he might consider accepting. Nobody is stupid enough to duel someone of the same level who received support magic. The captain believes the protagonist will surrender completely very soon. He thinks it will be easier to manipulate both of them after they surrender. But then Ikoma asks what the heck this is. He asks if the magic Shiraki received is enough to make up for the fact that Ikoma is disadvantaged. Shiraki is shocked by the protagonist's defiance. The protagonist says he's in a hurry and wants to end this stupid duel quickly. Shiraki thinks this kid is just a brat. Hanagasaki tries to figure out what the protagonist is thinking, wondering if he believes the captain will give up if he acts so confident. He knows that provoking his leader by acting superior will make him relentless. Ikoma understands his opponent's class from his abilities, realizing he's a paladin. This class suits a leader who can fight and defend at the same time, with strengths in stable foundations and various offensive and defensive spells. But these class characteristics aren't present in him right now. Shiraki says he'll ask one more time if the protagonist really won't surrender. Shiraki smiles, knowing it's better to surrender than to end up completely beaten. But the protagonist just asks them to start fighting, which surprises Shiraki. Our MC comments that Shiraki doesn't want to lose his support magic, and he doesn't want to hear any excuses after the duel. Shiraki is silent for a moment, then he calls his opponent an idiot. He runs like a maniac towards the protagonist, filled with rage. Satsuki notices that Shiraki is even faster than he imagined. The captain raises his sword and prepares to deliver a powerful blow. Suddenly there's a big explosion, creating a dust cloud that prevents others from seeing what's happening. Ikoma slides across the ground from the impact of the attack, but he's still unharmed. Hanagasaki notices the protagonist blocked his leader's increased strength, which must have caused some damage to his body, but he knows that just being able to handle these moves is impressive on its own. The captain is already strong even without any body enhancements, and now he has 4 different types acting at the same time. He thinks about the kind of person who could compete with his boss right now. He thinks the protagonist would be some kind of monster if he could do that. Satsuki notices his friend change the direction of gravity to withstand the attack's impact. He thinks the protagonist flew far but shouldn't have taken any damage. Shiraki realizes he didn't feel any connection, so he thinks the mage got rid of his blow's power very efficiently. He says the protagonist is really trying to get away from his attacks, and questions if he's trying to buy time for his magic to run out. Then he says his opponent doesn't have enough strength or speed to face him, so this fight won't be fair at all. The leader is receiving support magic from 2 people, and he believes it's impossible for a single person to overcome the strength of an entire group. Shiraki has a determined look as he thinks the power of numbers is absolute. Shiraki remembers being in school, and he was always good at knowing how to navigate life's challenges. He had excellent grades and enviable physical performance without much effort. As he walks through the school hallways, 2 guys watch him, and Shiraki remembers that his success brought envy from those who dropped out. These guys throw water on him and comment that he only feels superior because he's a good student. One of them laughs and asks the student council president to say something. Shiraki was humiliated by thugs who would have easily beaten him in a fair fight, but this taught him a lesson. Even if you're a genius, it means nothing compared to the power of numbers. That's why he improved his skills in understanding people's minds. By understanding how things unfold, the captain gained experience as a hunter, and he proposed the idea of a corporate hunter unit for Kokure. Shiraki thinks he'll take control of this chaotic era to gain absolute power. The team leader starts to say something. He wants to finish the battle with just 1 sword strike, but Ikoma comments that his opponent is very irresponsible. He uses his gravity master skills to land a powerful blow. Shiraki puts his hands on his stomach, trying to recover from the impact. He's still on the ground, trying to understand what happened, wondering if he was hit. The protagonist tells him not to worry because he used the blunt side of the blade so no cut was made. Hanagasaki thinks this is impossible since the guy seemed to be at a disadvantage, and he wonders what kind of sorcery this is. The captain doesn't understand how he can fall behind his opponent when he has so many more enhancements. Our MC looks down at the liar. Then he explains that the other guy can't handle his altered body, even if he's faster or stronger. Ikoma says he could never win this battle with such bad movements. The protagonist knew this from the first attack, and just used the excess enhancements against his enemy. He only needed to wait for the right moment. Hanagasaki thinks the guy even makes all this movement analysis seem simple, and Satsuki seems happy with her partner's intelligence. The man with glasses imagines that if his boss lost control of his movements, then his opponent must be a big threat now. Shiraki laughs and says he wasn't prepared, but his defenses are still high even after the hit. He yells that his enemy made a mistake by not using the sharp side of the blade, swearing that was his only chance to defeat him. The fake thinks he needs the wizard's strength for this mission, and maybe he messed up his strategy. Also, he didn't expect things to get to this point. The crazy guy tries to calm down, believing that if he stays calm, he'll be able to win the battle. He knows the support magic will only last 3 more minutes, and from now on, he won't go easy. Shiraki wants to use all his advantages with his paladin skills and support magic to go all out this time. Then Ikoma says his battle experience level is very different from Shiraki's. The captain gets confused, but the protagonist is about to explain. Our MC says he can keep fighting, but from now on, his attacks won't even cause a scratch. The manipulator is shocked and asks the guy to repeat what he said. Ikoma guarantees that from this moment, his enemy's attacks won't cause even the slightest scratch, and Shiraki is completely shocked to hear this. Nearby, Sawai wonders what's going on. He tries to understand why his leader, full of enhancements, is having so much trouble. The captain wonders if all these alterations worsened his agility, and he admits there's a difference in their fighting skills. He plans to use his speed to create distance between them and then attack his enemy with magic. The fake wants to unleash all his enhanced magic ability on the protagonist, and he just wants to see if the protagonist can escape the maximum power he's about to use. Shiraki makes a move with his sword and activates his divine punishment power, emitting a blue light energy. Hanagasaki realizes this is a large-scale attack with a lot of mana involved, so he believes the guy won't be able to dodge it. Ikoma could avoid this attack by using his gravity inversion skill, but he doesn't want to spend too much mana in this battle. The protagonist sees something next to him. Our MC lowers gravity to lift part of a monster that was already defeated. Then he positions himself right behind the object, escaping the spell coming his way. Shiraki can't believe the boy was creative enough to use a monster's armor as a shield. When his opponent lost in close combat, it was clear he'd try to use magic to compensate. That's why the protagonist chose to fight near the monster remains. The guy freaks out and starts yelling for the boy to stay away from him. He doesn't even notice when Ikoma uses his ability to go up to the ceiling again. The protagonist lands right behind the captain, who looks a bit confused. Then the boy approaches at full speed, as if he's about to deliver a powerful blow. But then he just flicks the enemy's forehead. He makes sure to increase gravity, so this flick is the worst one ever. Shiraki backs away with his hand on his forehead and tries to use his sword in a desperate attempt to defend himself. He even gets a little dizzy and wonders what's going on. He thinks the protagonist used gravity gravity control on his body, while he uses his sword like a cane. Because of all the changes, Ikoma knew his opponent was already in a state where he couldn't control his own body. If he suddenly became lighter, he definitely wouldn't be able to move properly. Shiraki questions who this cursed boy is. He tries to understand how he's being made a fool of by him. The protagonist puts his sword under his opponent's chin and says this is enough to understand that this fight is a waste of time and energy. The opponent thinks this seems impossible because he had support magic from 2 people. He realizes there's someone capable of overcoming the numbers. Shiraki believes the boy is a true genius. Hanagasaki comments that this is all very absurd. He wonders how there can be such a big difference within the same ranking and thinks this boy isn't normal. The captain still insists that this mission is the future of new power. He quickly gets up, ready to attack, thinking he can't accept defeat. But Ikoma tells the guy to stop immediately because 500 seconds have already passed, and he gets confused. Then his body starts moving in a very strange way. The protagonist holds his sword and looks at his opponent. He hits the guy right on the forehead with the hilt of his weapon. Shiraki falls to the ground slowly, but still tries to say he can't lose this battle. Our MC just watches his fallen body. He explains that support magic only lasts 500 seconds. He can't believe the captain lost track of the duration of his alterations. Hanagasaki imagines anyone wouldn't think about that while facing a monstrous opponent. The boy then says he is now the leader of this mission. Ikoma tells the others to stay away from the monsters and leave the portal as soon as they can all move. The guy with glasses is about to obey, but a hand stops him. Satsuki is in her sinister mode again. She uses her shadow hands and comments that they made her friend waste a lot of mana. She suggests stealing mana from their captain and smiles as she asks Hanagasaki to bring his body over. The protagonist gets a bit worried and thinks they don't need to exaggerate so much, but he doesn't question it much. The sorceress steals Shiraki's mana while her colleague holds him. Our MC comments that the duel took a long time, so they need to hurry to catch up with Mio. The captain comes back to life just to try to convince the boy not to do that and to join his plan to create a corporation, but he gets interrupted. Ikoma didn't want to have to say it twice, but he repeats that he has no interest in the corporation or the guy. The protagonist knows what will happen in 10 years and hasn't seen Novopoder do anything very important. He says the guy doesn't want an ally, but someone to use, and this attitude will lead to the end of his team. The leader won't get any help when they need it most because their relationships are so superficial. Our MC tells him he needs to change that mindset. Shiraki is paralyzed and speechless. Some time passes. Now the MC walks through the cave with his friend, who comments that the fake captain even gave a surprise attack order. Satsuki thinks the captain didn't deserve any consideration, but the mage says there's no need to create unnecessary resentment towards these people. He also thinks about something else while walking. He remembers a dangerous scenario with a stone path suspended in the air. His old teammate says if they go forward, they might not have enough mana to return. Ikoma shouts that he still has plenty of mana, and if he covers his friend, they'll make it. The protagonist thinks he's the only one in the group not gaining more experience, and now he's not even helping anymore. If things continue like this, there's no reason for him to stay on the team. Back in the present, the MC explains that he also rushed without thinking about others around him, and maybe that's why he doesn't see it as such a big deal. Satsuki is a bit surprised by this revelation. She promises to stay by his side no matter what, and the mage gets a little awkward but thanks her. The MC thinks that if things are like his past life, then the boss is evolving, and it's not the kind of opponent he could face at this level. If Mio doesn't listen, he'll remove her by force, even if she then sees him as an enemy and doesn't want to join his team. Now we see another location, still inside the cave. The Knight of the End faces a monster with a terrifying form and a powerful aura. She has defeated other types of bosses at higher levels than her own, but this one seems different. Suddenly, something explodes on the ground near her leg. The enormous insect-like monster is the boss of the Solitary Curses cave, known as the Cursed Queen. Some objects are scattered on the ground, including a monster piece and some stones. Ikoma holds one of the objects and notices it looks like a demon stone. He believes Mio passed through here, seeing signs of battle and fresh remains of destroyed monsters. Satsuki asks if that girl isn't interested in demon stones. A demon stone is a monster's heart and contains all its magic powers. People also believe it's a great energy source. This object also proves someone defeated a monster, and it can be exchanged for large sums of money at the guild. The sorceress remembers her partner mentioned that a friend of Mio's lost their life, but even Ikoma doesn't know all the details of that story. All he knows is that a friend of hers lost their life about a year ago, just as she started her journey as a hunter. Satsuki asks if that's why the Knight of the End prefers to work alone, and the protagonist says probably. You can imagine she was close to that person based on her reaction, and it seems her dislike for company runs much deeper. The sorceress asks when the MC found out about this story. He says he gathered information from the branch where she's based. His friend is shocked, thinking he went that far just to invite Mio to the team, but he explains that wasn't it. The mage says he wanted to know more about the girl after she lost her life defending him, and Satsuki starts to ask something. The sorceress wants to know if he likes the knight, and the MC thinks this misunderstanding will be very hard to clear up. The two keep walking and realize it's hard to catch up to Mio. Ikoma thinks at this rate she really will find the boss, and tells Satsuki to walk faster. Meanwhile, the boss makes a deafening noise, and its red eyes glow in the dark. The Knight of the End is level 46, and didn't expect her opponent to have already evolved. The giant insect charges at her. Mio drops to the ground to dodge the monster's attack. She realizes the creature is incredibly strong and fast, understanding this is how a level 80 boss fights. The level difference between this monster and others is so high that it must have evolved. This information is important, but she's not sure if she can defeat it. If she runs, the boss will just fly after her. So, the best thing to do is ask for help from the other mission members. But Mio doesn't want to involve them, even if they are annoying. The knight feels she has no choice but to sacrifice herself to stop the monster from leaving. Her class has great skills for defeating strong opponents. Still, she's not sure if she can actually win with such a huge level difference. She imagines her friend asking if she's finally coming back. Mio stays silent for a few seconds. Then she closes her eyes, thinking about the person she lost, but she knows she needs to focus on the enemy right in front of her. The cursed Queen Amal raises several strange balls around her using only telekinesis. She throws these poison balls with all her strength, making the knight run quickly to save herself. Mio notices the attacks are very powerful, and dealing with 4 projectiles at once is tough. Even so, she believes the boss isn't that fast. The girl jumps and grabs her sword, ready to counter the attack. She looks at the enemy, thinking she can do it. The girl sees an opening and takes the chance to use her skill, causing a big explosion, but she realizes it didn't work. She's confused because even though her level is lower, her class still specializes in attacks. The insect looks at the knight and remains standing. Mio finally understands that the boss is just playing with her. There was no real opening. The monster just didn't care to defend itself. With that, the girl says she shouldn't be underestimated. Then she screams, calling the insect a monster, filled with rage. She runs at full speed with her sword in hand, and she makes a very quick move with the blade near the creature's face. Mio realizes she managed to get on top and prepares to act. The girl gets ready to use her Quebra do Inferno skill to show what her character class can do. The insect watches its opponent coming towards it. Then it uses its legs to try and protect itself. Another huge explosion fills the area, lighting everything with a red glow. Mio comments that the creature was finally forced to defend itself. She warns that she's stubborn, so it won't be easy to send her to her grave. The girl used a lot of mana against a strong opponent, but if she hadn't, she wouldn't have been able to pierce its armor. At that moment, the monster decides to act and makes a quick move with its leg. The girl flies far away and falls to the ground some distance off. She realizes she won't be able to handle this. The skill she just used is a special move meant to be used at most twice, and it didn't even work. The creature starts to fly and gets closer, making a scary sound. Mio notices the creature is even faster than before, and she thinks things just got really serious. She gets hit hard right in the stomach, even lifted by the impact of the blow. Blood comes out of her mouth because the attack was so strong. The monster watches her reaction closely. Then it runs at full speed, dragging her through the cave, and throws her far away with all its boss strength. Mio now lies next to her sword, inside the cave of solitary curses. Mio thinks it's a miracle she's still alive. She should be in pain but can't feel her body, and she's losing consciousness. Her vision blurs, and she wonders if the monster is just toying with her out of pure malice. The queen approaches, almost as if answering her question. Meanwhile, the girl remains still on the ground. She looks at the enemy coming towards her. Then she starts remembering the past, a time when she was running through a rainy place full of rubble. Raindrops fall on an old gate. 3 officers arrive, and one stands with his back to her. Mio watches this scene with a shocked expression. Tears mix with the raindrops running down her face. One of the guards asks what she's doing there, since monsters are probably still around because of the flood, but she just begs to enter the place, saying it's her home. The man is surprised to hear this. He gets worried seeing her approach the gate, and he gets a bit desperate, telling her to wait. The officer shouts that she shouldn't see a scene like this, and Mio seems shocked again. She looks at a dark place all stained with ketchup and can barely believe what she's seeing. She calls out for her parents without much hope, seeing the remains of what looks like a true massacre. Mio thinks about these cursed monsters. She knows they always steal everything precious from her, so she gets furious, and her power starts flowing impressively through her body. The insect tries to attack, and then something big explodes right in front of it. The Knight of the End now stands, and she says the monster dropped its guard because she wasn't moving. Her eyes are black because of her demonic aura ability, which lets her move freely by replacing low energy with mana. Mio explains that a Knight of the End can keep fighting as long as they have mana thanks to this ability. She also mentions she's really stubborn. She shouts that she hates all monsters. She knows the creature will recover its energy, but it can't regenerate a body part without using an ability. Even if this is her end, she wants to take at least one of the insect's limbs with her. The blade of the knight's sword hits one of the cursed queen's tough legs. At this moment, the boss prepares for another attack. The creature moves its legs so fast it creates a tornado, pushing her body away. She uses her weapon to protect herself. Mio knows she can't stop now and needs to keep attacking. The queen summons her poison balls again, and now there are 6 of them. Doing her best to dodge, the knight thinks the number of balls doubled this time, which means the boss was really holding back before. Suddenly, one of the spheres circles around and heads for her from behind. Mio knows she won't be able to dodge this one, so she runs right into the explosion, determined to keep fighting until her mana is completely gone. She forces her sword onto one of the monster's legs. She realizes the insect's claws are hard, but its legs are different. She thinks she can break them, so she screams, using all her strength against the creature's body, and the insect's leg starts to crack. Mio wonders if she managed to do what she wanted, but then the Queen of Curses launches another attack, hitting Mio directly. She flies far away again, completely out of strength. She wonders if her mana is already gone. Her mana has indeed run out, and her energy is almost gone too. As she closes her eyes, the knight thinks she's really going to pass on, and wonders if this is the end of everything. Suddenly a voice calls her name, asking her to wait a bit. Now back in the past, Mio tells her friend she doesn't want anyone getting in the way, but the cute girl asks them to take a break. She says her legs are hurt. The knight says she'll go alone if her friend keeps being an obstacle since she plans to finish off all the monsters, but her friend calls her name again. The young woman speaks in a way Mio can't ignore, so Mio asks what's wrong. Her friend now looks strange and asks why she's still alive if she died because of Mio. The cute, scary girl says Mio's name once more. She holds Mio's face and asks if the knight is finally going to pass to the other side. Back in reality, Mio has her eyes closed and answers yes, she's going to pass on. The giant insect approaches to deliver its final attack, but then several shadow hands grab it, holding it in the air. Satsuki warns Akoma that she won't be able to hold it for long. The protagonist praises his partner's work. Mio looks surprised as she looks up. She sees the guy standing right beside her with a determined expression. He activates his Grante power to deal with one of the poison balls coming his way. Ikoma grabs Mio, using the impact of his own attack. The 3 of them position themselves right behind a rock for protection. Our protagonist thinks there are luckily many blind spots there. Satsuki comments that the rescue worked perfectly. The sorceress notices how beaten up the knight is and worries about her injuries. She believes they need to take her to a healer soon, or something very bad could happen. Meanwhile, the queen tries to stretch her body. She makes a straining sound as she breaks all the shadow hands holding her. Mio thinks they can hide for now, but they need to escape this thing. The guy says it will be difficult because this monster is very agile. Our guy looks at the creature's strong legs and notices one more thing. As soon as it lost sight of its opponents, the boss went back to guarding the entrance, which means it's also smart. The knight asks why they even came here, since they can't handle this monster. Akoma gets frustrated, remembering that they were supposed to say that. His plan was to stop the girl from getting to this point. Mio's energy and mana are both too low. It's a miracle they even made it here in time. The level difference between them and the monster is huge, and its defense is too high. Defeating it seems impossible. The protagonist suggests distracting the queen while the other 2 escape, but the knight says she won't let that happen. She doesn't want to use him as bait. Mio says no one will miss her since she has no family or friends. She's not sure if she's ready for this, but she doesn't want anyone to end up in a grave because of her. She begs them to let her stop that from happening. Ikoma finds her confidence incredible, even though she's hurt. He decides he needs to take advantage of her pain for now, and just says he understands. The protagonist assures her he won't stop her, and she seems satisfied to hear that. Then the guy decides they need to take down the monster together. It looks like this is the only option. Satsuki is shocked and tries to understand what her partner is planning. She argues that they can't make the girl fight because she's already too injured. Our MC tells his friend to restore her mana. The sorceress counters that she can't restore her health too, and it will still take a while, but the boy just says he'll buy them time for that. Ikoma thinks this will be the end of his nightmares. This time, he'll finish off the monster before it takes anyone's life. The cursed queen prepares to launch more poison balls at her enemy. Mio notices there are even more balls this time. Maybe the boss wasn't really taking their fight seriously before. She realizes this creature sees a guy 30 levels below it as a threat. The protagonist runs around, yelling that the bug can't just throw these things at him and expect to hit him. The knight thinks the guy is an idiot for not backing down, wondering if he's crazy. Our MC dodges 3 poison balls coming at him at full speed. These spheres hit the cave wall, causing a huge explosion on impact. The mage looks at the cursed queen in front of him. He thinks about how he's been reliving his battle with this boss for all these years. The big bug gets angry and lets out a scream. Ikoma jumps high, holding his sword with one hand. Then he strikes, full of the fury he's felt for so long. This confuses the creature. It doesn't even know where the protagonist is anymore. Mio comments that this guy is incredible and wonders if he's really just a B-rank hunter. Even after all that, the enemy has lost little energy so far. Its defense is very strong. Even if they manage to deal some damage, its automatic regeneration ability cancels out all the effect. Instead of many small hits, they need one powerful blow. Mio thinks she only has one option, to use that power, and says she'll help. Satsuki says she hasn't restored all her mana yet, and doesn't believe Mio can help in this state. But Mio explains that the guy won't last much longer. The knight knows what she has to do now and says she already has enough mana for it. At that moment, the girl activates her demonic aura ability. She tells the other not to worry about her body's condition. The sorceress is shocked to see this power. The girl explains it's unique to the Knights of the End and lets her go beyond her physical limits. She believes Ikoma made her partner restore her mana precisely so she could use this ability. Mio needs to maintain the aura, but just doing that uses mana. A single move will decide the entire battle. The girl imagines her friend calling her name and asking if she'll be okay, since she hasn't relied on anyone's help since she left. She closes her eyes for a moment and apologizes to her friend Momone. She explains that these people trust her and are risking their lives. Mio knows she can't lose this fight. The Cursed Queen quickly approaches Ikoma. Satsuki throws a shadow ball while the knight uses her red blade ability. The girl tells the protagonist he seems to know a lot about her class, and it's interesting that he also knows about her demonic aura ability. Our guy says he does, and he also knows the Knights of the End's big trump card. Mio says the ability is too slow and won't hit the boss. The monster prepares more poison balls to throw, but the boy promises he'll get her a few seconds. The knight says that's impossible against this kind of monster. Mio moves quickly and with determination. She sees a ball coming her way and thinks there's no way to dodge it, but Ikoma puts his hand on her shoulder. The two fly through the air with gravity inversion, getting out of the way just in time. Satsuki watches the explosion right in front of her. Meanwhile, the protagonist is upside down next to the knight. Mio tries to understand what ability can invert gravity. The guy returns to the ground, saying he'll leave the final blow to the girl. At this moment, the queen makes another strange sound. Then Satsuki's shadow hands trap her. Our guy appears, doing acrobatics with his sword. Mio watches the scene, unsure how to react. Ikoma descends towards the enemy, using his meteor fall power. The knight realizes the cursed queen is now trapped. She launches herself from the ceiling, knowing she can hit her with the Knights of the End's big trump card. It's a lethal sword ability that gets more powerful when her energy is very low. This power stops her movements, but she can use it in this situation since she's falling towards the opponent. The queen looks up, seeming a bit confused by all this. The guy yells for Mio to strike. With that, the girl activates her red vengeance ability and goes all out against the huge insect. An explosion fills this part of the cave. The huge insect is on the ground and looks like it's wounded in the belly. The knight tries to get up with great difficulty. She can't move anymore because she used all her energy on her last strike. The queen is down, and the girl wonders if they really won the battle. But its insect eye starts to glow, because the boss also has a big hidden trump card. When attacked, it usually strikes back the moment its opponent lets their guard down, using a huge stinger. Without making a sound, the monster uses an extremely powerful attack ability called Final Shot. All three are completely shocked by what the monster is capable of. Mio realizes the sting is coming right at her. She thinks this is the end for her. Suddenly, Ikoma positions himself in front of the knight, ready to defend her. The protagonist thinks he needs to aim for the tip of the object and change its path. He also remembers to adjust the weight of his blade. The tip of the sting clashes directly against the tip of his sword. He raises his weapon, getting ready for the next part of this battle. The queen seems confused once more. Our MC thinks about this cursed ability. He says it's marked in his memory forever as he raises his sword again. The boy makes a quick move with his blade, leaving a purple trail in the air around him. A magic circle appears right below him and his disgusting enemy. Ikoma shouts that this will be the end of all this misery. He activates his Grante power, using all his strength in an attack that lights up everything around him. He defeats the boss and levels up to 58. Satsuki celebrates that they actually managed to defeat such a high-level monster. The protagonist feels relieved, since he wasn't sure if they could handle this battle with their current levels. He is happy to have saved the knight's life this time. Mio's departure was one of his biggest regrets in his past life, and it's also why he dedicated himself so much to being a hunter. Meanwhile, the stubborn girl is surprised to be alive and wonders if someone protected her. She questions if she managed to survive once again. She sees a blurry image of her friend next to the mage who saved her. Suddenly, she also sees Momone make a sound of suffering. The girl is being lifted by a blade, while the knight watches and says her name. Mio feels a pain in her head and puts her hands on her hair, closing closing her eyes tightly. Satsuki asks if she's okay, since her body was quite injured during the fight. The Knight of the End just asks that someone not be in this state. Then the girl looks at Ikoma and says she remembers that girl. She seems to feel very bad as she says she believes her friend holds a grudge against her. She tells the protagonist that sometimes it's like she's there watching her. Momoni's bizarre silhouette comments that Mio hasn't visited her house to this day. Looking up, the Knight has a disturbed expression. Our MC already imagined there was a reason she took so many risks and didn't like working in teams. Even in his past life, he could see discomfort in her behavior, but now everything makes sense. Ikoma starts talking about the girl who holds a grudge against Mio. He asks why the Knight remembers her when she's in a situation where someone protected her. The girl can't respond. The protagonist believes her friend wasn't forced into a situation she didn't want to be in. Our MC thinks Momoni passed away because she was defending her friend. The boy knows the Knight usually punishes herself and questions if it's easier to feel that the other person held a grudge. But Satsuki says this topic is too sensitive. Mio remembers this girl they are talking about. In the past, the sky is blue and vibrant. Momone asks her friend if she's leaving school. The stubborn girl asks if she knows about the monster disaster. She has no relatives and disaster funds increase every year, but the money rarely reaches those affected. That's why she wants to be a hunter. You don't need a degree, and she doesn't have money to keep going to high school. Momoni shouts that she'll become a hunter too. She seems determined and shouts that she won't give up on her friend. Mio is a bit surprised to hear this and asks her to repeat what she just said. Sometime later, they are exploring a dark portal together. Momoni asks the other to wait because they should be heading back. Mio shouts at her to stop, saying that's not how a hunter acts. The Knight tries to say she'll go on alone from this point, but her friend tries to stop her and holds her hand. She believes the girl is being irresponsible because she lost her family, and she can't leave her behind like this. Mio stays silent for a moment as the wind blows her hair. More time passes. Now the stubborn girl tells her friend to hold on because she'll get her out of this place soon. The Knight carries the girl on her shoulders, facing a snowstorm. Momoni just says she's happy to see her partner is okay and tries to talk to Mio in her last moments. Back in the present, the young woman is kneeling on the ground, still trying to convince herself that her friend holds a grudge. Ikoma explains that she shouldn't twist the feelings of those who are no longer here, even if it makes her feel better. Momone gave her life to save hers, and now the Knight uses that as an excuse to throw it away. So, he asks if Momone wouldn't be sad about that. The protagonist remembers the girl saying no one would miss her if she left. Our MC could even say he would miss her, but he knows that wouldn't be easy to believe. But the mage is sure Momoni would be very sad if she died, and asks if she doesn't agree. Mio is surprised to hear these words. Then she remembers how her friend kept repeating her name in her last moments, and how happy she was that Mio was okay. Now the Knight imagines Momoni as she really was, saying she's worried. Momoni smiles and says she understands Mio is capable, but she can't manage without her company. Her friend gives her a hug and tells her not to die. She asks Mio to live well and be happy for both of them. Then the Knight starts crying and shouts Momoni's name. Finally, one of the petals around her touches the water, creating circular waves. Ikoma, Mio, and Satsuki watch the queen's fallen body. The protagonist asks if the Knight of the End went into so many dangerous battles because she felt guilty about what happened with Momoni. But he says that's not reparation, because if she keeps acting so irresponsibly, she'll end up dying. The young man kneels and says he wants to ask one more time. Then he asks the girl to join his team. Mio is still a bit in shock from everything that happened. She asks for some time to think, since she doesn't want to act impulsively. The boy says it's okay. Until now, they were lost at sea, but they finally found a sign of land in sight. The three walk through the cave, finally heading home. Mio apologizes for not being able to move when her energy gets so low, but the boy tells her not to worry about it. Satsuki doesn't seem very happy with the situation. From Satsuki's perspective, the two look like a couple in a romance story. So the sorceress offers to carry the Knight, which leaves Ikoma a bit confused. The protagonist thinks things would be much easier if they could find a way to restore energy as well. Our MC was sure he could explore portals below A rank, but many strange things happened every time he tried to do that. The boy thinks about someone who uses healing as a secondary skill, or a reusable healing item, even if the effect is weak. He knows they need at least one of those. Mio comments that she's always acted alone, and it's been a long time since she had to rely on anyone else. But she confesses it was a pretty cool experience. She thanks the mage for what he did. It seems Ikoma was able to return the favor for what happened in his past life. The protagonist imagines himself facing his older self. Then the adult mage looks toward his younger self, and his current self smiles at his past self. Their hands get close and almost touch. The next day, back in the city, the boy is sitting at a cafe across from Satsuki and next to Akasha. The sorceress asks if Mio has contacted him since what happened in the last portal. Ikoma seems a bit frustrated when the topic comes up. The protagonist puts his phone on the table, and Akasha watches with curiosity. Messages show he hasn't gotten a reply, and his call was completely ignored. Satsuki is surprised to see the knight is ghosting him, and Ikoma thinks she won't join the team. Our MC knew Mio was stubborn, but he didn't think he'd be rejected after everything. The sorceress tries to convince him that Mio is just tired. She thinks maybe Mio didn't have enough energy to reply to his messages. Meanwhile, Akasha seems very happy with her iced coffee. The little witch takes a sip and closes her eyes, looking very content, but then she makes a strange face. It seems she didn't like the coffee much. Ikoma really hopes the Knight of the End is just tired. With her courage, skill, and competitiveness, he knows Mio is one of the hunters with the most potential right now. She managed to survive the boss's attacks even at her current level. The protagonist saved her life, and he believes she won't be so irresponsible now. Meanwhile, the gray-haired girl walks toward an elevator. Now the girl passes through a corridor. Ikoma thinks he's happy, even if he's not satisfied with all the details. Suddenly, Mio appears beside him and comments that he's there. Ikoma is surprised to see her face. Satsuki asks if her injuries are gone. Mio replies that she's used to it and that the sorceress seemed worried. The protagonist wants to know what she's doing at his guild branch. Mio explains she's not very good with the messaging app, thinking about how she accidentally ignores everyone, so she thought it was better to talk in person. She says she has a question for him, then asks if she can join his team. Satsuki is happy, and her partner smiles. Our MC tells her she's very welcome on the team. He can't wait to work with the Knight of the End. Meanwhile, the Chimera's Fang is meeting somewhere else. One of them suggests using a flood to take out a hunter. A man asks if he has to clean up after the kids, saying he can't accept it. Across the table is a woman with an eye patch. She reminds him she's been hiding him from the monster extermination forces, so he should do some favors to pay her back once in a while. She explains that this client is dangerous, and she's not sure what will happen if they fail again. The man asks if floods can even be predicted. He figures if they could, the monster extermination forces wouldn't have so many problems. He also asks if his opponent is B rank, saying he doesn't want to fight someone so weak. He asks why he has to clean up the mess of a weakling like Gikyo. The bald man is not happy to hear that. The masked man declares he's not like those losers. He says he used to be one of the best hunters in the world. Of course, he made a small mistake during his training, but if it weren't for that, he'd be a hero today. He believes this era of chaos doesn't need a bunch of fools. It needs one powerful person who can make their own path by stepping on others. He swears if they had forgiven his mistake, he'd be risking his life to protect the country. Eris thinks to herself that she hates this idiot. The masked man says he has his own standards and isn't like those sewer rats. If they're leaving this task to him, he doesn't want anyone else getting involved. The man points to Ikoma's picture on the paper. He says he first needs to figure out if he can really take out this kid. Only after that can he finish him off. Back at the Kirinami Guild branch, someone congratulates Satsuki. The receptionist says her results are in, and her promotion to B rank is approved. Our sorceress is thrilled to find out she's been promoted. Even with some regional variations, B rank hunters are in the top 1%. She can't believe she's now part of this special group. Ikoma also congratulates her, praising his partner for doing so well. Her teammates might be ahead, but she feels like she's moved forward at least a little bit. She remembers when the protagonist carried the other girl. She thinks she needs to improve because she can't lose the competition for his heart. Mio comments that it was obvious her colleague would get promoted, so there's no need to make such a big deal about it. Satsuki's level surpassed her class average a long time ago. The knight says she only had to surpass the weaklings of Kirinami, so it would be hard to fail since evaluations are regional. This makes the sorceress apologize for getting so emotional. She thinks the other girl is really harsh. Our MC says Mio doesn't need to put her friend down. Mio explains it would be a problem if Satsuki got too carried away. But then the tough girl admits this achievement is actually very important. She asks Satsuki to come with her somewhere, which leaves Satsuki a bit confused. Ikoma comments that the knight prepared a gift for the sorceress. He finds it funny that Mio criticized Satsuki's reaction after working so hard on the gift, but Mio explains that celebrating friends' achievements is important. The protagonist thinks the knight is very thoughtful, and he didn't even prepare anything. Mio says this is just for saving her life earlier. Despite her tough attitude, Mio really wanted to thank Satsuki. Mio comments that Momoni always told her to pay more attention to people around her. Satsuki gets a bit emotional about this. The knight says it's nothing too grand, but it's the kind of thing you can never have enough of and asks her to accept the gift. The witch realizes she's been seeing her colleague as a rival this whole time for no reason. She thinks it was all a big misunderstanding and smiles as she thanks her new partner. Ikoma notices the cabinet is big, and since they're talking about Mio, he He wonders if it's some kind of weapon, but it's actually a huge teddy bear. The knight explains that this bear is from a German brand, a limited edition to celebrate the company's 5th anniversary. Satsuki thinks she really had the wrong impression of the girl. Our guy is a bit shocked to hear Mio describe the bear as something you can never have enough of, and he wonders how many of these she has at home. The witch thanks her for the gift while hugging the huge bear, but she needs to figure out how to get it home. Suddenly, the protagonist gets a notification on his phone. Another monster disaster has happened in Morima, and this time it's C rank. Satsuki comments that this has been happening quite frequently lately. The source of the disaster is in Misunagi, which is outside the city but fortunately not too far from there. So Mio tells them to go to the location. Ikoma says that if it's a disaster compatible with level 40 hunters, it shouldn't be difficult to control. Low-level disasters aren't uncommon and are well monitored, but the protagonist wonders if this also happened in his past life. Maybe it's worth recording his memories and comparing the public guild data with what he remembers from his other life. Suddenly, the guy is shocked as he realizes something. This flood came from the C-rank portal known as Spirit Garden. Satsuki asks if he knows something about it. He explains that this portal has plant-like monsters, but the worrying part is its boss, the Gaokurena tree. This monster isn't that strong, but it can't leave the portal at all, and they can't underestimate its power. So the boy says they need to stop the flood right away. Ikoma remembers he still has an advantage with Hoshina and grabs his phone. The boy sends a message to the streamer, saying he needs to ask for a favor. With that, the three run through the city streets, but a suspicious hooded figure discreetly watches all their movements. This person holds a phone in their hands. The masked guy had doubted the Chimera's Fang people, but he's surprised to find out that a flood really happened. He thinks predicting monster disasters could make someone a millionaire, and he tries to understand why he needs to follow a random, weak boy. The man answers a call on his phone and receives information that the hunters are already arriving at the location. Then he asks them to send the location of the three, and he hopes this mission is at least fun. The mysterious person with 3 different colored rings says Ikoma Ichino's name. A monster called Thorny Demon opens its ugly big mouth. Something or someone quickly jumps onto a rock. Mio appears with her red blade, ready to finish off the enemies. Meanwhile, several little monsters approach Ikoma. The protagonist calls his witch friend and asks her to do what they had agreed on. She activates her flame power, carbonizing the insects and creating a type of fire web. Satsuki holds a creature that looks like a plant root, and this creature says Mio's name. The potato even cries as it repeats the knight's name once more. At that moment, the witch gives a cute little smile toward the little monster. She uses the poor creature to steal mana. She says her points are restored and she'll do the same for her colleagues soon. The little potato creature gets sad and spreads out on the ground. While Satsuki transfers mana to the guy, Mio comforts a child, telling them everything will be okay now. The sorceress notices the monsters in this portal are quite weak compared to the other flood. She thinks it will end soon because they've already seen the extermination forces. But Ikoma says this flood is actually worse than the other one. The portal boss is the spirit tree Gaokurena. It can throw monsters at targets while also moving at high speed. Satsuki is a bit shocked and wants to know what happens when this tree moves. The protagonist explains this boss is easy to deal with inside the portal, but now that the escape area has increased, it's a different story. If they can't defeat the tree, the flood will continue forever. They can't let it reach the city at all. Mio heard the conversation and asks if there's an easy way to find this monster. Compared to other types of bosses, its size is small. Plus, it avoids fighting anyone with a higher level than itself. The trio shouldn't lose to this monster at their current levels. But searching for the evil plant without any strategy will be very difficult. Our MC tried another plan, but Hoshina hasn't responded yet, so they have no choice but to split up. Mio says they can fight the boss alone at their level, and splitting up will be more efficient. She also needs to take the child to a safe place. Satsuki also believes this is the best plan for their team right now. Ikoma feels something bad when he thinks about this flood for some reason. The combination of this flood with this specific boss is the worst possible. This didn't happen in his other life, so it seems someone is controlling everything. Hunting Gaokurena doesn't mean the disaster will end, but the situation would be the same whether they were together or separated. The protagonist decides he and his colleagues will move in 3 different directions. He asks the 2 to inform him if anything bad happens. The mysterious man makes a not-so-cute gesture with his hands. He thinks he has the same guard as before and calls the guy an idiot. He says he expected this from a sorcerer, thinking it's obvious such a bad class would be resistant. Anyone from another class would have already died. The poor guy begs not to be sent to the grave, saying he has a lot of money in his bank account. The masked man comments that he's always been a bit devilish, and when someone says something like that, he gets a bit affected. He also thinks it's a bit offensive to be seen as an idiot who changes his mind just for money, and he simply hates that. Suddenly, a mass of flames appears outside, visible through the window. The guy imagines more people are coming after him because the flashy magic of this stupid sorcerer attracted them. An enormous monster appears right behind the masked man. More fire takes over the area, and the man starts to move to try and escape. At that moment, the monster breaks into tiny pieces right beside him. He finds it strange that a vampire specialized in durability was destroyed with just one ranged attack. Another man says he wanted to get the mysterious hunter with just one shot. This is Sergeant Toya Mayumi. He says the monster got in the way at the last second and ended up protecting his target. A luminous pink-colored energy starts to form spirals near the masked man. Tsumuji holds his staff and launches a wind-spreading power. Flames consume everything around the mysterious man. He just stands still in the same spot, trying to protect himself. The guy calls the officers idiots for ruining such a cool shop that had nothing wrong with it. This mysterious man thinks gossip travels very fast here. First it was the hunter, and now the monster extermination forces have also appeared. The sorcerer is on the ground and doesn't seem to be doing very well. Toya makes a hand signal, which makes the other officers run through the area. The man thinks they moved him away to rescue the sorcerer. Because of this, he thinks they aren't just common officers. He realizes he recognized this sergeant from somewhere. People in the extermination forces evolve slowly because they use traditional methods, and it's rare for talented hunters to come from there due to the rules and restrictions. But this officer is an exception. He's one of the best hunters in the monster extermination forces. He recognizes Toya's skills and feels compelled to deal with powerful people this way. Even so, if he fights them head-on, his chances of winning are 50%. Plus, there are 3 more people there. The place is on fire, his vampire familiar isn't with him, and he's a mid-range fighter who wouldn't do well in close combat. If the masked man acts now, he'll have to separate the sergeant from the rest of his team. But if he spends too much time in mana here, he risks losing the other mission. The guy decides to let it go for now, since he's the type of person who saves his favorite food for last. Suddenly, the man jumps through a window, shattering the glass. The officers realize that the A-rank criminal known as Colator has finally appeared. Toya gets ready to shoot a fire arrow. He fires his shot, activating his fire strike ability, which makes the flames consuming the shop even bigger. Tsumuji is happy, believing they got him, but the sergeant says that's not quite right. It's just a familiar made of slime that the criminal used as bait to escape. They see the guy running across a rooftop and wonder if they should go after him. But Toya says their priority is to contain the disaster. The man might be dangerous, but they shouldn't chase just one person right now. The sergeant tells the girl to use her magic to put out the fire, and she obeys his order. Once they finish questioning the sorcerer, the officers will return to deal with the monster disaster. Meanwhile, Miyo chases Gao Karena, the level 38 boss from the portal known as Spirit Garden. She didn't think she would be the one to find the evil tree. The monster uses its garden nightmare power, launching several plants at its opponent. These plants are actually other monsters, and they arrive in large numbers, but Miyo just yells that they're in her way and uses her red blade ability. More cursed plants remain standing and watch the girl in a somewhat sinister way. The knight realizes this won't end, and she needs to attack with everything she has, because if she keeps going like this, the boss will escape. She activates her Hellbreak power with a shout, which lets her use her own life energy as dark magic for her attacks. The little potatoes panic with all this commotion. Miyo launches herself into the air and sees Gao Karena right below her, believing she can finish the boss with this one hit. But suddenly something happens on the evil tree's leafy back. A large green creature emerges from there and heads towards the knight. She's surprised to realize the boss created a monster to use as a shield. The girl ends up right next to the weird lizard's huge mouth and seems a bit frustrated with the whole situation. Her power causes a big red explosion, creating a huge beam of light. Miyo is above the big green monster she just defeated. She notices the small vegetables around her and thinks this many monsters is a bit worrying. She then gets angry because she couldn't capture that cursed slug. Elsewhere, Ikoma runs through the streets and can't seem to find the boss. He thinks about looking from a higher place, but then decides he doesn't have enough time for that. Just then, his phone rings with a new notification. Miyo sends a message, apologizing for finding the creature but letting it escape, and warns him that it fled to a specific area. The buildings around the disaster area look empty and lifeless. The knight walks through the remains of the monsters she just defeated. She gets a message from Ikoma praising her work, telling her to mark the area and adjust the directions again. Miyo gives a subtle smile. She seems excited, thinking they can't give up now. 2 carnivorous plants quickly advance. Ikoma performs an aerial maneuver, hitting both at the same time with his sword. Now the protagonist faces a huge green monster that looks like a giant lizard. The creature breathes fire like a dragon thanks to an ability called Lose Solar Thermal. Our MC dodges and lands high up. observing his opponent from above. The boy uses a traffic light to support his feet during another maneuver. He delivers a powerful and fast blow, finishing off the lizard. The mage only gains 56 experience points. He knew it would be like this, but he thinks it's pretty bad. When a monster's level is lower, the amount of points a hunter gets for defeating it is too low. No matter how many monsters are destroyed, it still seems endless. The boy wonders if Gao Karina is spreading more creatures around. Suddenly, someone shouts that they saw what the protagonist just did. A guy comments that the way Ikoma finished off those monsters was simply perfect. He swears he's serious, saying it was really amazing. The MC asks if this man is a hunter who came to help with the monster disaster. The weird guy replies that it's the duty of powerful hunters to risk their lives for the safety of citizens. Despite that, the man explains he's an E-rank hunter and his class is villager, so he doesn't consider himself a powerful hunter. The boy finds this rare. When a hunter reaches level 10, they have the option to choose from several character classes. Their options depend on how they spent their skill points until then, and also how they distributed their points at the start. The villager class will always be an option for a character class. If someone reaches level 10 with below average skill points and doesn't invest in offensive skills, something happens. Their options are limited to weaker classes, and the guild tries to encourage hunters not to reach this point where they are forced to choose weak classes. The weird guy says he wished he had chosen a cooler class, but this was his only option. Ikoma thinks this is rare, but not impossible. Maybe his initial characteristics were too low since they are random. The villager asks if the MC is Ikoma Ichinose, the hunter with the rare Gravity Master class. The protagonist asks if he knows him. The other guy replies that anyone active in the guild knows about his legendary achievements. Also, the guy says the boy appeared on Hoshina's live stream. Our MC wonders if he's a viewer of the blonde girl. The Aldeao says his female friends love her content. The weird guy knew Ikoma would be good, but Liv he was even better. He wanted to be a cool Gravity Master like him. The protagonist says he doesn't have time for small talk, but the guy asks him to wait a bit. He comments that he really respects him as a hunter and asks if they can do this together. The MC explains that if he's E-rank, his level is close to 20, which means it would be very difficult to fight these monsters. Our MC says he's after the boss, and that it would be better if the villager focused on helping people evacuate the area. The guy gives a somewhat suspicious smile. In his hand, he holds an object that looks like a crystal. The stone then floats over his hand as he says the words "item improved." He gives a command to the healing crystal, which then has an effect on Ikoma's body. He explains that the villager class is the only one that can improve items, and he offers to help, promising not to get in the way. The protagonist sees that this man won't give up, but says he doesn't need help right now. They need to find Gao Karina as fast as possible, so he can't waste time with someone whose level and intentions are unknown. That's when the protagonist finally gets a message from Hoshina. He asked her to use her fame to track the slug-like boss, and the streamer replied with a sticker of herself saying, "Okay." Then she sent another message with a link. Hoshina's profile says she's a portal streamer and the strongest one. In her video, she introduces herself and explains that Morima City is in a terrible state because of a portal disaster. She asks everyone who spots the boss to post its location using the hashtag Josh Forneser and Formikawa Hoshina. She also says it would be good to post a photo, and someone immediately posts a picture of the big blue monster. Another fan makes a post, and Hoshina comments that it's great to get their help, but they need to be very careful. The influencer's disaster video has already been shared over 10,000 times, and because of this, the monster's location updates in real time. Ikoma knows they can track the boss with all this help, and maybe even predict its movements to catch it by surprise. One of the photos shows a spot very close by, and if the protagonist is right, he might be able to surround the cursed slug. But Gao Karina is very fast, so he wonders if he can really defeat it alone now that its escape area has grown so much. He shares the video with Mio and Satsuki, but they are far away, and he can't waste more time waiting. Meanwhile, his villager fan waits right behind him like an obedient puppy. The mage asks his name. He replies his name is Wajima Aki, and Ikoma explains he's after the portal boss known as Gao Karina. He says it will be very dangerous, but asks if Wajima is still interested in joining. Of course, his fan gets all excited about the offer. Ikoma and Wajima run through the streets, and Wajima can't believe someone he admires so much asked for his help. The villager says he'll do everything he can to complete the mission, and that the protagonist doesn't need to hesitate to ask for his help. Wajima notices Ikoma looking at his phone a lot and asks why. Ikoma replies, it's for the portal boss's movements. His screen shows a path of sightings, and there are some turns that don't fit the pattern, but it's clearly heading north. It seems the monster prefers the shadows of residential buildings or skyscrapers. Theories say the slug avoids places with a lot of light, maybe because it doesn't want its body to dry out. When it doesn't feel threatened, the creature isn't that fast. So, if they surround the boss from both sides when it enters an alley, they can defeat it. Wajima realizes this is when his presence will be useful. He thinks about how the mage handles a portal disaster, while also gathering information and analyzing the whole situation. Then he says Ikoma is truly an amazing person, but the protagonist comments that this fanatical attitude is getting a bit disturbing. The villager says the mage reminds him of his older brother, who is smart and has a genius aura, plus a strong sense of justice. Wajima always admired his brother, but he also found it hard to be compared to him all the time. Meanwhile, Ikoma wonders if he can really count on this weirdo. Then his phone gets another notification. Someone warns that the assassin Sayotomi Akira caused problems for the extermination forces. This isn't related to the portal, but Hoshina should be careful. Sayotomi Akira is also called O-Colator, and he's a criminal known for going after high-level hunters to rob and finish them off. This guy has a rare battle style that focuses on using familiars in combat. There are so few images of him that Ikoma doesn't even recognize his face. In his past life, forces attacked Sayotomi Akira's hideout with over 20 people and took him down, but more than 10 of them also died. Ikoma wonders if the criminal being in Morima is just another coincidence, but then he realizes these coincidences are getting out of hand. Even at the Illusion Library, the 2 Chimera Fang members showed up. Thinking about Akasha, the protagonist figures their target was probably the Ring of Wisdom. He tries to figure out if someone knows more about portals than him, and if that person is behind all these events using their influence. Suddenly, Wajima asks what's wrong, since Ikoma looks so serious out of nowhere. Our MC replies that it's nothing, thinking he's probably just being paranoid for no reason. Now they need to deal with the disaster. Ikoma tells Wajima they've spotted an assassin, and this makes the villager panic. The protagonist warns that the restaurant where the criminal was seen fighting is close by, and it's better not to get near him. Ikoma tells Wajima he can't face this assassin, so if they find him, Wajima should just run away immediately. Ikoma's phone rings again, and his #1 fan is trembling with fear just thinking about the dangerous bandit. More posts pop up, reporting other sightings of Gaokarina. Someone posts that they were too shocked to take a photo, but gives the location. The mage realizes it's close and he can fight now. It's still a bit early, but Ikoma shares this information with Satsuki and Mio. Wajima remains scared in the corner. Ikoma tells Wajima he's created a plan to defeat the Spirit Garden boss. They need to separate to surround the monster from 2 different directions. The protagonist tells them to defeat this slug quickly. The villager takes a second to recover from his fear of the assassin, but then he clenches his fist tightly and agrees to be part of the plan, looking very determined. Our MC comments that it's not hard to guide the big monster if they use the fact that it doesn't like very bright light. Ikoma decides he'll take a detour and lead Gaokarina to a specific alley in that same area. When the boss reaches the opposite side, he wants his fan to block the other exit from the other direction. Ikoma says he can scare the slug enough so it won't want to escape his way, but he asks if Wajima can do the same. The eccentric guy assures him he has many items that boost the advantages of the villager class, and he has many tricks up his sleeve. Then the dramatic guy strikes another elaborate pose and promises he won't let Gaokarina pass. The protagonist tells them to split up. Ikoma tells Wajima to run if anything unusual happens, but Wajima wants to ask something before they separate. Wajima asks why the mage decided to become a hunter. He comments that the boss level for this portal isn't that high, so he wants to know if it's not boring for a high-ranking hunter like him to take a job without many rewards. Ikoma immediately tells him to stop being so weird, but then he decides to explain his reason for being a hunter anyway. The protagonist wants to know how much his powers can help people, and that's probably his main reason. Our MC is even willing to die for this. The mage believes that right now there are things only he can do, and things only he can save, so he thinks it's more about a sense of responsibility than just a desire to stop the portal disaster. Ikoma looks back and sees Wajima is frozen. He then asks if his answer was good enough, and reminds Wajima he can't talk about this with other people. The villager says it was good enough, but he needs to make a comment. He smiles happily and thanks Ikoma, and he even says he loves the protagonist even more than before, much to Ikoma's dismay. Our MC says they're out of time and need to separate. Then we see the big city of Morima. Gaokarina moves quickly through the streets. Something jumps fast over the vehicles. Ikoma runs next to the creature, thinking he finally found it. The protagonist looks at his opponent with determination. He uses the power of Grante to make sure it doesn't escape. The monster makes a desperate sound as broken pieces of stone surround it. It tries to escape, but it's already reaching the hunter's meeting point. Our MC thinks he managed to lead the boss to the route they planned earlier. Now he hopes Wajima can do his part. The villager looks ahead, seeming ready to take the next step.